screens on too many things. Okay, I think we're good. All right, so we're gonna pick up where we left off with Project Zomboid. We're gonna jump into there. And we got Sentient Cookie at our 645 stream streak. 645. Low-key, but Cookie, I gotta know, have you been bribing the Twitch staff to make sure your thing doesn't get bugged? Because genuinely, like, for all the tuning in and catching it, I know I mention this every time, it still blows my mind the thing has not broken on you yet. And I'm not trying to welcome that into existence or anything, but like, you are beating the odds with that one. And we have Craven Horde with the 80 stream streak. I do appreciate that as well. Yeah, no, cookie bribes absolutely work. Low key, if you're ever trying to get help from your IT department, they do accept bribes, and edible bribes are the best. Cookie never wears clothes, so is always streaking. That's the secret. That checks out. Like very, very not even low key. If you show up to your company's IT department, oh right, I remember the space. That's fine. And you bring snacks. Let's see, you trained HR to provide treats for the IT staff to make it show up quickly? Yep. That reinforcement goes both ways. You make sure they know the appropriate way to bribe you, and that bribes work. Okay, so where we left off, we had just had the helicopter. I think this is the second day after the helicopter. But, we're getting closer and closer to Lake Fallis. I believe Lake Fallis is just west of us. Like, just a block or so. Like, we're starting to get these zombies properly from Lake Fallis. And deal with that. But we keep having zombies move around because of all the helicopters. I'm going to kill this group here. I don't really want to go after the rally group up there. I'm pretty sure we already dealt with that house. And we did find a couple survivor zombies so far as like where they were wearing magazine armor and all that kind of stuff. We didn't see any with backpacks at all though. And that could just be they seem to have gotten separated out from each other in the woods between the meta events and all that. We did try walking near the woods and then blasting the whistle a couple of times and walking away to see if we could suss out. Where does the term rally group come from? That's just what they call them in Project Zomboid. It's literally what the name is called. As far as where they got it from, oh. But in Project Zomboid, like, literally the setting is called Rally Group. Do you not have... Oh, I zoomed out slightly too far for the symbols to show. I was like, wait, I got a bunch of symbols on my map. Why don't I see them? Okay, so I'm not trying to fight literally every group we run into. I want to be vaguely moving in the direction of our objective. Anything that gets too close we kill, but otherwise, like, we are just vaguely working our way over. So like I said, I'm pretty sure we're just like a block-ish away from Lake Fallis. That said, at 16 times pop, being a block-ish away from a place can sometimes feel like being on another planet because of how many zombies you gotta fight through to get there. I should deal with that group as much as I want to ignore them. Because my luck is I'll get into a fight that I don't anticipate and then back up into this group, and then we'll have to just bail. With all the helicopters we've done in the area, bailing can mean completely leaving the area. Which, as I mentioned before, when you do get completely removed from the area, some people's like, "Aw, man, it must suck to lose all that progress." It's like, well, I didn't lose the progress. There's still several thousand dead zombies. I just am a different spot on the map. Those zombies are still dead. When I go back there, they'll still be gone. It just means I have to, like, reposition. Alright. Just trying to keep that muscle strain down. The trowel is not exactly a great weapon. A garden trowel with a jaw would suck. Yep. Yeah, no, of the execution animations now with the various tools, I do think the garden trowel is the one that looks like the most. You're like, are you just not decapitating the person? It's a garden trowel. One of you had what looked like scissors on you. There we go. Meanwhile, you can have my garden trowel. There you go. Get that into a hand. And none of these we have to worry about going bad right now. Let's kind of work our way down the list. Today you learned that the 223 rifle, is that the bolt-action hunting rifle? 223? Because I want to say that one can be good if you've got the aim skill to support it. Yeah, I think that was one of the weapons that, like, running with no aim skill, it does genuinely suck. But, like, if you get the aim skill to support it, it could do pretty decent work. It's still not going to stand up against, like, the shotgun or whatever. Doesn't that describe all guns? No. Like, the shotgun can carry still with just, no real aim skill. The 9mm works relatively okay with low aim skill. But a lot of the stuff like the assault rifles and all that, you tend to need more aim skill to put them to use. Does running with scissors have a random chance to kill you? No. Any game who adds a random chance where you just do thing and you just randomly die, like, unless it's something that very obviously mechanically, like, you know, obviously lighting yourself on fire or eating poison or whatever, sure. But just like, I used a little run when I happened to hold scissors, haha, memes, you just RNG die. Those kind of things end up being just not fun BS. It's like, it's one thing if the death doesn't mean anything, you just respawn after a couple of seconds, sure, then you can do that stuff, it's not a big deal, but a game like this, just accidentally running, and then you're just like, oh, you happen to have the wrong thing in your hand. Like, that could just be not fun. Not in real life, though, don't run with scissors. It's an easy and stupid way to get yourself really badly hurt. Or die doing something next to a campfire. Yeah, I do feel like with the hitboxes the way they are, with the campfires and all that, it really should be a thing that either you can't walk over the campfire at all, or like it's far harder to accidentally walk at a campfire. The number of runs I've seen that have died because they sat down next to a campfire and the hitbox is a little squirrely is just way too many. Because it's not like driving really fast and you catch a pull where you're like, well, you did that to yourself. Versus you sit next to a campfire, your character looks like they're totally fine, but because where your character actually is versus where they appear to be is not quite one-to-one, you could have some pretty frustrating deaths. We are getting a whole lot of executions out of this. We're thinking your grass you're singing catches fire? No, campfire's fire can't spread. You have to have something else get lit on fire by the campfire that then can allow spread. So like a zombie has to walk across it, you have to walk across it, or you have to be like piling things on it. Like if you pile up a whole bunch of bodies on the campfire, you're asking for trouble. Like the classic, one of the questions from newer players they get all the time is like, how do you deal with all the bodies? It's like, well, you don't. They'll go away on their own. It's fine. You don't actually need to go through and dispose of the bodies. They're like, is there a zombie game where you do have to dispose of the bodies regularly in anything? Am I missing that? Because I know State of Decay you don't need to do that. Left 4 Dead you don't worry about that kind of stuff. But it weirdly seems to be a thing that comes up a lot, being like, what is the means of getting rid of the bodies? And you're like, well, you don't need to. They just go away. But it's such a common question that it is one that I'm assuming there's, or like maybe it's a thing in zombie media, like TV shows or all that, that it's a thing that comes up enough that people think about it. Because usually the people asking are relatively new to the game, that they aren't likely getting enough bodies that they have to worry about. Like, unless they're sleeping in the bed next to a corpse, they're probably not dealing with corpse sickness on any real level. I mean, they're ugly and the game tells you outright the smell is making you sick. Yeah, that's fair, but I mean, even then, like, this smells bad? That's only new to Build 42. Build 41, I don't believe we had an equivalent to that, if I don't remember. Like, your character would start getting sick. That was kind of one of those things they added because people were complaining that they wouldn't realize they were near bodies. Oh yeah, no, I've seen people pile up the bodies. This is one of the few ways to get rid of the bodies, is to pile a bunch of bodies on a campfire, and then light the campfire, and then back the heck off. Like, if you are going to deal with the bodies, it's probably one of the only scalable ways to deal with them. Another way you could deal with them is if you have larger trash cans or dumpsters, you can just huck the body in a larger trash can or dumpster, and then delete them from existence. Okay. Nope, you just randomly get sick. Yep. So that's the thing, like, it does notify it, but most of those things of, like, the comments of how do I get rid of the bodies, Most of those came from Build 41. I feel like with Build 42, it's not that we're not getting new players. We are. But it definitely felt like we got way more new players with Build 41. Oh no, so when you put stuff in trash cans will have a, like, delete items button. The catch is not all trash cans have sufficient capacity to contain a body, which is why you need the, yeah, if it's enabled. Well, I mean, it's enabled by default. You'll have some multiplayer servers will turn it off, with good reason, because you'll have trolls start taking everything valuable out of the base and huck it in the trash can and start deleting it. Because we're not allowed to have anything nice because people are awful. It really does suck how much we have to do with settings, configuration, limiting who can join, you know, our servers and all that kind of stuff, just because of people who are have nothing better in their lives to do but try and ruin fun for other people. That's just what brings them joy, is just knocking other people down. Like, it is what it is. It's just kind of a bummer that, like, you have these really useful features and all that, and you have to be like, yep, well, we just don't get to have that because people suck. There's an activity log for multiplayer. You can get them. You get into the logs of servers. Most people don't get into it, though, because it takes a lot to sift through and find stuff. But yeah, no, you'll have that, like, when someone's done what I just mentioned, where they just delete a whole bunch of stuff off the server. Usually the way that ends up getting handled is one of the... Either one, they don't actually care about what got deleted that much, and they'll just let it go, and then just ban whoever did it. Because they'll look through the log feed to see who deleted stuff, and that person will just be gone. And they'll either just be like, yeah, whatever, we don't really care about that stuff. Or they'll just go, what was the handful of important things in there? Cool, and then they'll just have someone go into admin and just respawn them into existence. Yeah, so birds are in a lot of pain. They're getting pretty close to being exerted, and we're panicked, and we're slightly overburdened. And because I didn't take the time to clear this the way I should have, because of being impatient. There's exertion. Oh, one zombie became a crawler. We could tell because we just had a huge hang. Oh no, this isn't too bad. If we push to high exertion, I'll just walk away. We can administer a cure? There is no cure. Yeah, we got zombies over there that I saw. Yeah, so zombies are starting to, like, balance out in the cell. The tutorial says so, which it immediately follows by, there is no cure. And just, you know, this is how you die. That was a bit closer than I like to go. Alright, we're starting to get queasy from all the bodies. Come on. Okay, obviously we overextend ourselves way too far there. And I could have sworn there's at least one more crawler here. And I don't see him. I want to get back to the house and actually rest in the house. Maybe not. The safest thing would be to just rest out there, but I'm worried about just sitting on all those corpses. We're getting to the point... Ah, crap. We're getting to the point corpse sickness is going to be a problem soon. Yeah, so the zombies moved around a bit while we were dealing with all that. I knew he saw me. Just go and break the window. We're gonna rest. Alright, well now this room also is full of corpses. Okay, so there's a very good chance we're gonna get sleepy very early today. You just don't want your house to have windows anymore? Yeah, no, it's pretty typical. Because we spent a long time at a high level of exertion. That was not a great way for that to be fought. We wasted a lot of that hammer doing that. Let's go ahead and add that to our belt on the right side. Let's get our next weapon queued up. And slowly we're working on getting through all these weapons we've stockpiled. Most of them are kind of crap weapons, but some good ones, like the ball peen hammer. Actually, can you break rocks? No, it was a club hammer that could break rocks, that's right. But yeah, you noticed as we started getting the penalties against us and how much longer it took us to kill a zombie. That just escalates your problems more and more and more. Okay. Yep, no, that's happened. It absolutely is a thing that happens in the game where you don't clear out the area enough, or whatever, zombies get drawn in, you're making noise you don't realize you're making, and there's just a rally group in your home with you. That's a thing that happens a lot of times, like, right after a helicopter. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, we'll go ahead and eat the rest of this. Soon, should you get water? Yeah, no, I got water. Okay, so pretty soon, I'm going to have to reach a body of water that can fish. We're not underweight yet, we're in our healthy weight, but we are going to start hitting the point of pushing underweight. And that is going to be a thing that needs to be dealt with. Alright, so let's do a lap around the house since the zombies moved into the area. Clear them back out. And thank you, Bassett. I do really appreciate it. Yeah, so that was a 3-month yeah, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub and for being subbed the channel for 8 months. I do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream as well as your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright, let's grab these ones out here. Just clearing up the neighborhood zombies. Cool. Nah, you're all good, Bassett. Let's see, you can board up. And thank you, Morgan Freeman, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate the 3 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I do appreciate that as well. But yeah. You can, that's always been a thing that you can destroy the stairs with a sledgehammer. And thank you so much for the 5 gifty subs, Randathor. I really appreciate that as well. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you. Thank you so much for everyone who's tossing all that support, kicking off that hype train, and all that good stuff. I am noticing another shortcoming of the chat tool I'm using is that I can't see the hype train or where it's at. So that's a big old bummer. I'm gonna have to figure some of this stuff out and how I want to deal with it. And besides their 90 stream streak, 9-0. Got the last 90 streams without miss a single one, so thanks so much for that. Alright. Okay, let's back off. I want to get enough away from the bodies. That when I rest, I'm not slowly building up corpse sickness. What do you think about grinding out the carving early game to get the short bats? Would it make getting weapons a non-issue for the rest of the run? Yeah, no, once you get to the point of being able to make short bats, you're pretty much set. Because I believe it just requires tree branches, and tree branches are very easy to acquire in the game. The catch is you gotta grind all the way up to it's like 7 or whatever carpentry, or sorry, carving for the short bats. And it's one of those things that if you target grind that, you're gonna end up finding it very tedious. Like, generally speaking, I find most games, if you're like, I'm going to work on skill X, and then you just stop doing everything else and work on it, unless it's a very fast to level in game, usually you get pretty over it pretty quickly. I tend to be of the mindset in Product Zomboid of, I'm just going to work on what I need to survive, and we'll gain the levels as we gain them. Reloading stream? No. No, I remember watching people do that, where they would have, you know, a set of like 2 magazines, and then just reload and unload, and reload and unload, and reload and unload, every single time they're not busy doing something else, so that they could slowly level that skill. And it's like, nah, man. Like, if it's the last skill I have left and everything else is max, sure, I get it. There are some skills that just don't level that much, but it's also a skill you really don't care about. Even if you are doing a shooty bang run, like, you're just going to do that in the spot. Thank you, Jay Walker, for the 500 biddies. I really do appreciate that. That is incredibly generous of you, so thank you so much for the biddies to support the channel and that. We would consider doing that if it was auto-train reloading mod. Yeah, no, a long while back, I used to grab a mod that was called Auto Mechanic. And now it's for just when you're grinding mechanic XP, where you could just walk up to a vehicle and say, auto-train mechanic. And your character would sit there and continuously try to uninstall a part until they were successful, then install it, and then move on to the next part and repeat the process. Because that's how you level it. And so it was definitely one of those things that could get really tedious. So I grabbed that mod at one point. I don't have it anymore. I haven't run it in a long time. Because broadly speaking, I don't really feel much need to grind my mechanic skill. Like, I'll just keep going and I'll get it when I get it kind of thing. Like, don't get me wrong, if I find like a 100 quality bull driver in near perfect shape or something like that, but no key, that's a car I'm probably going to go out of my way to get to being able to hotwire. But usually in these kind of runs, we don't get that lucky. Let's get away from the bodies. I would not be surprised if we see Drowsy in the next in-game hour or two because of how long we spent fatigued earlier. Let's see. Are they have the same stream streak? They're only 2 days behind you. You only missed 1 stream. Yeah. Only because Twitch cheated you. Yeah, nuts. The stream streak thing has been, like, unreliable, inconsistent, that kind of stuff. It's a cool feature. Are you breakdancing over there? No, we spin on the ground to be able to see around us. And I notice people are like, well, you shouldn't be allowed to do that. I'm like, yeah, but real life I can look over my shoulder. There's just... Your neck in this game is locked rigidly in place. So that's just how it be. I know it's one of the things that the devs aren't the biggest fan of us sitting down on the ground and spinning in circles. Because it looks really dumb. At the same time, you're like, okay, well, you don't want us doing that. Well, we have to manage our endurance. And the alternatives, you take away the ability for us to turn while sitting. Either one, you need to give us the ability to look around, or 2, It just means every time we fight, we're going to have to walk back home because there's just no way to do it otherwise safely. So it's kind of the catch-22 of, if you take that away, it's going to be even more tedious because I'm going to fight a group of zombies, walk the whole way back home or whatever, and it's going to get real obnoxious real fast. Like, you know, when I say, like, the devs aren't a fan, it's not like they go on to, like, honor to communicate stuff and be like, you all doing this, like, it's nothing like that. They're like, yeah, we don't really like the way that looks, but we need to figure out a way around it or whatever. I mean, the solution is that your character can look around without requiring to be, like, fully facing away, but that has a lot of implications. Because then if I could sit down and look around, one would assume I can walk in a direction and look around without having to be in combat stance either. But then we start running into the problem of, okay, but we need more buttons. If we add a bunch more buttons, then we have to consider, like, controller support and all sorts of stuff. So it's easy enough to be like, it's not that big of an issue. We can just leave it alone. And we can spin on our button. All right. Oh yeah, and that's the whole thing. Like, as much of it's a compliment on, like, the fact that you all tune in and everything, and that means a whole heck of a lot, just the fact that it hasn't broken the stream streaks on you just by things happening is as much an impressive thing as anything. Because I know I had a really long stream streak with FG Squared for a long time that got into the hundreds. But it was one of those things that even though I caught the stream, it just didn't count for some reason. So I lost the stream streak. And, you know, that was just that. It's pretty much like, I never was super worried about the stream streaks because, you know, you'd heard how many people had it break and they lost their stream streak. So I never took it seriously or whatever. But that was the last time I tried putting any effort into it at all. Would you notice me? Hey. Thank you. There's another rally group right there. I don't want to aggro them yet. Yeah, no, the issue you have is, like, while on the ground, being able to look around would be easy enough. And it's not that you can't turn around while in a seated position. You absolutely can. You don't just, like, weirdly rotate on your butt. Like, you know, kind of shimmy. So, taking that away also kind of arguably hurts both the realism and all that. I got canned sardines, so we're getting low on food. Oh, there's the drowsy. I knew it was going to come early. For as much time as we spent in that fight. Alright, we've almost got everything back down to one bag. Let's see, just give spinning a slight endurance cost that doesn't outweigh the rest. It takes slightly longer. I mean, yeah, no, that's the thing. You could definitely have it where they look over their shoulder sitting. That's what I think the solution should be. The other consideration there would be then you sit down and, like, okay, but should the character not be able to adjust which way they're facing at all? It's just kind of one of those things, like, how important is this issue really? And it's not. It looks a little goofy, but as far as everything in the world, it's kind of a big old nothing burger. Yeah, no, if you have the gas mask and filters, it completely negates the corpse sickness, but also causes a lot of discomfort. So it kind of sucks in its own right. If I remember correctly, discomfort can cause your character to get sad, is the big thing. It'll gradually build up sadness if your discomfort is up. Oh yeah, the bandolier I chucked on the ground. You know, discomfort causing sadness over time, I think that's a completely reasonable decision for it. Our character's always sad anyways. I mean, my poor character's bouncing back and forth in their moods, all depending on what food I have available. Our character is definitely all over the spectrum in moods all the time. Wearing armor? Yeah, because it causes discomfort. It's literally the same thing we were just talking about here, is why the armor causes the sadness. Most of the armor causes some level of discomfort. There's no shortage of clay right there. Just doing a quick walk around. Seeing what food we can find. I got that cabbage, so that's pretty decent. Can you have a nervous breakdown? No. All sad does in this game is affects your action speed. And to clarify, your action speed is not how fast you swing your weapon or anything like that. Your action speed is anything that puts a bar above your head. It makes it take longer. So when I drink this water, that bar there goes slower when I'm sad. Now, obviously, those are very quick actions, so it being slower doesn't really affect stuff. But, like, when you're doing a really big session of crafting, for example, and that bar is just spending the whole time above your head, kind of a big nothing burger. Alright, so we're gonna have to pass some time. Or you're reading book. Yeah, no, anything that takes time. Let's see, to fix discomforts, take off. Put, again, pointless busy work. I mean, the answer is you just don't wear armor. So that's why reading seems to take a little longer when you're sad. You didn't realize that before, yep. Nerfing armor, you don't get in general. Most players don't bother with it anyways, from what I heard. Certainly never did. Well, right, but we never did because the armor always had penalties that weren't worth it. If you go to build 41, so before we had the ability to do like blacksmithing and all that, and magazine armor and all that, where your armor was like fireman's suit and all that, usually the big problem is your character would just become a sweaty mess because it was too hot, more than discomfort or anything like that. So broadly speaking, you didn't wear armor because you'd be exchanging a very small chance that the RNG saves your life, and in exchange for that, your character's constantly overheating and needing way more water, and potentially the big concern is if left unchecked too long, your character can get, I believe the status is called Sunstruck, which is basically heat stroke. But your character can become sunstruck And then you go suddenly where you get like this out of nowhere, like 20-30% action or attack speed, not action speed, attack speed penalty. So your character goes from hitting the zombie one after the other to just be like... And if you're in the middle of a fight, it means you just died. Is what that ultimately means. Like, because you were expecting to do a swing, and suddenly the swing takes almost 3 times as long, and you just die. Yeah, some of the helmets weren't too bad, but, like, kind of the meta balance for having armor was you would wear the police vest, because it had extremely good armor on the torso. You would wear boots, because boots just don't cost a whole lot to deal with. And then on top of all that, you would wear something like jeans, and then later on, if you did grind up your tailoring, you would eventually take your tailoring and you'd put leather strips on all of your clothing. And at that stage of the game, you could get the oh, I'm forgetting the name of the underwear, like the full body underwear thing. You could get that and covered up with leather strips. And that one you'll get a little on the warm side during the summer. But then, yeah, long johns. You get a pair of long johns, which will get you just a little bit on the warm side during the summer, which is not great. But on the other hand, it would also give you a place that you could cover your entire body with leather strips. That'd give you a relatively decent amount of protection. You know, in the winter you can get away with a lot more. It used to be like during the winter the go-to was to wear to the varsity jacket, because it didn't do that much insulation, but it covered a whole lot. So where the leather jacket had higher defense, it also had a much higher level of insulation. So you'd wear the varsity jacket, you wear long pants, a pair of long johns, and then leather strip them all up. And you could do that without overheating even during the winter. Sorry, you would do that without overheating during the winter months. And then when you hit the summer months, you'd like ditch the varsity jacket. Versus the leather jacket offered more defense, but even during the winter, if you're wearing long johns, a leather jacket, and like a long sleeve shirt or anything underneath it, you'd still just overheat. Because it gets cold in Kentucky, but not that cold. I want a brighter shirt. We have a Hawaiian shirt, but it's like a dark pattern Hawaiian shirt. I'm gonna ditch the darker Hawaiian shirt. Hawaiian shirt has a hole in it at this point anyways. How many days checking the radio? It takes a while. Because we're at 92%, and we've been checking the radio for probably pretty close to a month. But that's literally turn it on, check the radio, turn it back off. Alright, very thick fog tomorrow. So you could drag those batteries out a long time. And then on top of that, very genuinely what's likely to happen and on top of that, what's likely to happen is as you continue, the zombies will occasionally have radios and stuff like that on them, or flashlights so you can take their battery. You'll get into houses that'll have batteries. If I ever got to the point that I like genuinely was running low on batteries, I would do without the radio. It would have certain risks it would put on that I'm not dealing with right now, like I wouldn't know when the helicopter's coming. But by the time that came up, we're probably sitting at like 8, 9, 10 in most of our combat skills, and probably 6 or 7 in both fitness and strength. So at that point, I could actually get away with being just caught out by a helicopter and probably be okay. This time we're not skipping them. Yeah, no, I'm genuinely not worried about running out of batteries. I'm actually getting to the point of feeling like I should stop grabbing batteries to carry with me. Like, just chuck them in drawers and all that. When we find spares. Because I think I have 8 or 9 batteries on me now. And we are barely using them. Alright. Next weapon. Back off enough that we don't have the corpse sickness concern. Alright, we got that group down there. That's fine. We'll eat our acorn. What happens if you max out on happiness? You're just, these bars get really slow. Like, unhappiness is a pretty minor mechanic. Just like in the game, not your zombie infection, but your plain old boring regular bacterial infection. Both of those are effectively non-mechanics in the sense that they can be mildly inconvenient, but that's about it. In Project Zomboid, your regular old infection cannot kill you, only the zombie infection. Regular old infection just causes your character to have slightly higher pain and for the injury to heal slightly slower. Which again is mildly inconvenient, but not worth putting any consideration into. And there have been mods that have done stuff like there's Disinfect or Die mod where if you don't treat infection, it will eventually become fatal. Because, like, real life, a bacterial infection, while sure, sometimes your body will just fight it off, no problem by itself. There's a lot of cases where either it just won't get better on its own, or can potentially be extremely dangerous. Like, infection in real life is not a thing to play around with. Alright. These bodies are starting to become a real problem. Now, for the bodies, it's after 9 days the bodies will disappear. That's the reason why when people come up with the comments like, how do you deal with them? It's like, I wait. Like, worst case, if the bodies are just getting to be too much, I just work someplace else for a little while and then come back. Kill check? Sure. 2,300. Nothing fire won't fix? Fire never fixes anything in this game. Fire's always a mistake. I 100% stand by that. You can choose to do burns, that's fine, that's your choice. There's no playing the game wrong, but I certainly wouldn't call it right. I don't mean that. I strongly encourage people not to use fire or cars as your weapons. You won't gain any stats, so you won't get any bit stronger. You'll destroy your loot. So when you see that katana, you finally see it. That oh sacred katana, and you will watch it burn because you lit a fire. And so you'll look at the katana longingly and just feel a pain in your heart as it's vaporized into ash because you dared use fire. And into the cars, it's just so easy for the car to go from everything is fine, this is going smoothly, to wait, crap, why is my car not working? I am now surrounded by zombies. Well, now I'm dead. And that includes if you do the thing where you use the corners of the car as opposed to the front. It also, your car will still break down and stop working if you're backing over the zombies, for anyone who's like, but that works. No, so when you're backing over the zombies, your gas tank takes damage, which means suddenly your gas tank hits 0, and your car literally cannot start, versus banging the engine around until you zero out the engine. It'll still start, but it'll, like, sputter and all that, and it'll struggle. So I would argue hitting the front of the car is safer than the back. Let's see, they should add a way to eat bodies. Nope, that is on their lists of things they will never implement. It is in the Product Zomboid thing that they will never, ever implement cannibalism. Because, seriously, we don't need more crap with cannibalism. It's been perfectly fine as a game mechanic, but my god, not every single game freaking needs it. Like, genuinely, I hesitated on Product Zomboid when it first came to my thing, because I was like, it's gonna be another edgy, like, zombie whatever thing. Because it just gotten so close to so many zombie games, especially around the time Product Zomboid first dropped, that there were so many zombie games going for, like, the full edgelord, you're gonna cannibalize them, that kind of thing. That just really... Oh, wait. Oh, I think I'm actually... Okay. Wait a second. I think I might be in a slightly different spot than I thought earlier. That might be the road that goes along the south side of Lake Fallis. If it is, then we'll go around this corner. There'll be, I think it's 3... Or there'll be 1 house on this end. And then there'll be like 3 houses closer in, and then that'll be the main drive that goes into Lake Fallis. If I'm correct. Back away from the bodies a little. The fire fixes the "Are you currently alive?" problem, pretty much. When you're in college, you came down with meningitis, and you're struggling just thinking it was a cold or sinus pressure, ended up in the hospital. The doctor said it was a bad case. They thought 50% chance you would die, you would survive it. So you know bacteria could definitely kill you. Oh yeah, no, bacterial infection, like, it can be a nothing burger, but it could very, very easily be life-threatening. It's not one of those ones to mess with, because it's hard to tell until things get dire where it's at. Think of the follow, welcome to stream. Yeah, and exactly as Elder Druid's saying, the reality is, if you could cannibalize the zombies, that what it should do is just basically kill your character. You are eating something that it knowingly has an infectious disease that affects you. Let's see, is that a list of things they'll never implement public somewhere? Yeah, it's on their forum, I believe. Or is it something they mentioned in an interview? I'm pretty sure it was on the Indie Stone forums, if I recall correctly. I haven't checked in a long time, so maybe or maybe not they're still maintaining it. Yeah, when you suspect you have an infection, you just go to the doctor. Correct. But yeah, so there's stuff like, on the list of things they'll never implemented, the game will never be procedurally generated. They will never have children zombies or baby zombies. Or just children, babies in general. They will never allow the cannibalizing or utilizing the zombie bodies for, like, equipment or food or anything like that. They will never let you have quote-unquote relations, and that's me saying quote-unquote relations, with the zombies, because yes, there are people people who have requested that many times for God knows what reason, and the devs were genuinely like, this is really creeping us out, please stop asking for it. Taco Talk already? It's Product Zomboid. You boot up RimWorld or Product Zomboid, it's gonna come up. That's just how it works. Oh yeah, no, the cannibalism thing, it's not, I don't have, like, you're not gonna get timed out or banned or anything for using it. That came to be a thing that on my channel, I have the bot go and replace it with tacos kind of thing. And the reason I do that is I play a lot of games more than just, like, RimWorld and Product Zomboid. And when you play those games in your community, it does become a thing that cannibalism jokes just happen. And that's not a problem in itself. But it was the fact that, like, I couldn't escape it. It was just all the time, like, all the time, that it stopped being fun and became very obnoxious after a while. And so the... What are you doing right now? You drinking the water? Did I accidentally double-click it? Oh no, you're just taking that long to eat the berry. That's fine. So just kind of one of those things as being a gentle, being like, hey, I don't really need this to be the subject, like, of discussion on the channel. You know, like, basically, get more jokes, get more material. So it's this kind of thing, because, like, it was definitely the one that kind of, like, pushed me over the edge of being like, alright, I need to do something. Was, playing, I believe it was City Skylines 2. And just having, like, a little bit of money problem and a save. And then just, like, all the cannibalism jokes coming out, and it's kind of like, it's not a mechanic in this game. There's not even eating stuff in this game. There's no hunger mechanic in this game. It's like, what on earth? And it's just, I was pretty over it. I was just very ready to not hear that all the time. So it was my gentle way of kind of dissuading that a little bit in a fun way. You know, because again, it wasn't something I wanted to be like, oh, we're gonna start timing people out for it or something, because I don't think it's that big a deal. It is the nature of some of the communities I'm in, like RimWorld. You know, you joke about committing war crimes and organ harvesting and cannibalism and drug trade. That's the sense of humor of the RimWorld community. Kenshi, it's beep. Kenshi is just beep, and then putting your own people in a meat shredder to rip off their arms and legs so that you can make them better. I don't want to deal with the carving knife right now. It's fine. Alright, we back off. We got a meta event. We don't know which way the zombies are moving. Let's back off an area we haven't really cleared, so we can get eyes on zombies that have not aggroed us to see which way they go. There was a group down here, and that's where I'm trying to watch. Okay, so they're going west. Let's back way the F off, because that might drag the zombies right across that. Speaking of bots, is BusBots still a thing? No, BusBots went away, unfortunately. Basically, there was a point that Twitch changed a little bit how the APIs and all that worked. And the devs behind ButSpot were like, this is going to take a lot of work to get all this flipped over the way we'd want to do it. And, you know, we're just not going to take the time to do that kind of thing. Like, the amount of effort involved, we don't really want to go through it. Because there was a number of bots out there that Twitch changed its APIs in a way that, like, It wasn't a thing to like deliberately curtail it. What they're trying to do is deal with like a lot of kind of nefarious bots and all that were being used. And so that was a way to like deal with like ensuring that the bots were actually authorized and all that by the people's channels they were impacting. And Buttspot was effectively like collateral damage of that. And they could have absolutely made it work, it's just they would have had to make it work a little different than they had implemented. I will grab this. You know, eventually I'm going to need to be making a bunch of axes and all that. Okay. Yep. Yep. No, that was, I mentioned that the other day, that meat cleavers got moved from short blades to axes, which I think is a very good change. Because I used to complain in Build 41 that the meat cleaver was effectively a weapon with an identity crisis. It was a short blade that behaves and has stats of an axe, but it's a short blade. I was walking along this side so that we'd have farm that we're foraging to hopefully get some cabbage or something. I'm gonna want to switch over to the road. Because cutting around the trees is not going to be a good move. Yeah, no, we were pushing the north road, but then I spotted this road. I was like, oh, wait, I think I know which road this is. And if this is the road I think it is, then I should be able to go along here. And there should be a house just up the way here that then goes over to 3 other houses, and, like, those 3 houses are Lake Fallis. Like, the part of the Lake Fallis area. I could be wrong, but that's fine if I'm wrong. There we go, rose hips. Yeah, the question is how far that event. I got close enough to the house I could kind of see in the general area. It didn't seem like there was much in the way of zombies moving over there. So it might not have been that bad. I mean, if we get bullied, we get bullied. That's just how these events work. Ooh, this might not be the road I'm thinking. Or it might have another bend in it. Can you make an acorn salad? I do not believe so. I'm gonna leave the steak on them, that's fine. That's okay. You never know when we're gonna run into a survivor zombie over here. Or find a car wreck or anything else like that. It also gives me another place that, in a pinch, I could take a helicopter to. So one of them had a house key. I don't know where the nearby houses are around here, but that's okay. Gotcha, Beset. Hopefully some learning occurred. Got some broccoli. Okay. Add the broccoli to our salad. Add some rose hips to the salad. Add some chives to the salad. And that's a genuinely not terrible salad. Okay. And that reminds me, let's grab our next screwdriver. We got our next backup weapon ready to rock and roll. Okay. And bread knife. Alright, well, let's go check this house. So we got a tool shed over here and all that. I'm thinking this road, like if I'm not mistaken, what I'm guessing here is that if we look here, Lake Falls is here, the town, I mean. This road will wrap down, come over here. You'll have like one house over there, and then you have three down there. And then from this side, it'll go up here, and you have like the gas station over there. There'll be the big lake here, and the other lake there. I think we're just skirting around the edge of Lake Falls. But you want to actually go into Lake Falls, but you know, you get the idea. I don't have a strong opinion on which way we work our way into Lake Falls. That I'm not fussed here nor there. Let's not worry about that side yet. Just keep on clearing. Okay. Both getting pushed out, and you're bumping into each other. So what's going on back here that you're both kind of coming out my way? Oh, that whole salad is only 3 hunger. Cool. Alright, come on. Probably also peek down the road to see if there's any cars. Yep, no, you're not wrong. We did have broccoli and a radish. It was the fact that between the broccoli and the radish, it was still just like 300. To be clear, the radishes usually give very little, if any, hunger. I mean, they always give some hunger. It's very little hunger. Give me your key. Get the next screwdriver ready. Because all of this is lowering the weight we're lugging around. Just working through all of our not as good weapons, just knocking them down one after the other. Got plenty of time left for the day, so we'll just keep knocking down the zombies. Because another thing that something like this could help out is, for example, if I was trying to go for, say, the gas station in Lake Falls on the north end, I could deliberately go to the road southeast of the gas station when the helicopter arrives and chill over there. And there's a good chance I could draw a bunch of the zombies away from the gas station to then circle back in to go snag it while all the zombies are preoccupied being elsewhere. And then once I'm in there, I can fight them as they slowly trickle back in. But having a good staging place to go from. Especially considering Lake Falls actually has a pretty good amount of tools you can get between the farm supply store and the hardware store. It's a very solid choice for your early game to just score a bunch of weapons at one time. Okay, a lot of these keys are going to be duplicates, but you never know. Was that a rabbit? Yep. That is a thing that I could take as a choice for helping with food, is if I can get a bunch of rabbits in a place that has a place they can drink water and all that, we can let the rabbits do what rabbits do, and then we can eat them. In real life, that doesn't work because of rabbit sickness. It's protein poisoning is what they call it. But basically eating too much lean meat. I do not remember. But check out Beset playing some Golden Suns. If you're looking for like a old school RPG puzzler kind of game, you know, Beset's got that going on over there. You can go check that out. Another screwdriver done. And drop off the broken one. Okay. I'm not sure which rally groups they even want to target. I think we focus on the house. So that we could potentially rest here tonight. We'll see how that goes. Because as we commit to fighting out here more and more, backing up becomes more and more difficult. Okay. There's something else we can eat. Nope, I'll have to go for more food here. That's fine. Okay. Let's see, have you looked at My Winter Car? You've only seen bits and pieces of streams of it. Yeah, that one doesn't interest me too much. I played My Summer Car. I really liked the, you know, there's no instructions, you just kind of build your engine, that side of it. I also enjoy, like, you know, needing to slowly make your money to buy, like, parts and all that. That part I liked. But, the game is deliberately trolly and obtuse. Like, it's a design decision to be that way. And so a lot of stuff like, you know, you gotta bring milk to your grandmother, and to do that, like, you just have to arbitrarily know where grandma lives and what time grandma will be there, because the game doesn't tell you those things. You just have to kind of just know, or like look it up on a wiki or whatever. And I found that extremely off-putting. I've gone a number of times. If you give me a version of My Summer Car that doesn't do that kind of BS, I would be all over that game. But yeah, I got to the point in My Summer Car where I actually had the car working. It was a rally day, and I just didn't want to deal with waiting. So I went ahead and tried to go past the road to like get away from the rally cars, and I got clobbered the moment I went out there and died. And then it's just like, you know what? I'm not enjoying this game. Let's see, you just realized something cool while you're playing today. Well, you look at the keyring, you can hover over your keys. They open. Oh, you can hover over your keys, and the door they open will highlight if you're near them. Oh, interesting. I was not aware of that. But, like, yeah, my Summer Car is deliberately, like, a very memey trolly kind of game. And it sounds like with My Winter Car, they just kind of took that a step farther. All right, let's chuck that gun on the ground for later. Guns are heavy, so I don't want to actually lug it around with me. But we got a gun with almost a full magazine there. Come on, the rest of you? No? Okay. Because I like hard games, I don't enjoy obtuse games. Like, discoverability in games is a great thing, as long as there's actually a meaningful in-game way to discover things. Like, being able to find the secret radio station, to find the thing, that's cool, that's fun stuff. But when it's like, here's a thing that you basically need to function and succeed in the game, by the way, we're not going to tell you how, and the only way you're going to find it is by looking it up, or just standing around and getting lucky. My winter car also uses Gen AI. Yep, no, I saw that. I'm pretty annoyed about that as well. Because especially for the style of game it is, it's like, why did you use Gen AI, man? Like, half of these things were, like, low budget assets to begin with. Like, literally, there's no need for you to use Gen AI. I mean, there's never need to use Gen AI, but it's like, in this particular case, like, dude, all of your assets are, like, very low effort stuff to begin with. Okay, let's back off. Rest for just a minute. But yeah, so it's basically My Winter Car is not a game I'm interested in checking out. I hope others have fun with it. But yeah, it's not my bag. I like my games sweaty and try hard. And I like having to figure things out. But there's good and bad discovery in games. Like, the Souls game do a really good job of having good discoverability in the sense that there is just random crap in the world, but as far as, like, what you need to actually succeed at the game, broadly speaking, they don't hide it. Did I enjoy Ellen? I did. It does suffer from some obtuseness, but I think that's more early access, that kind of thing. Or just not having the information on hand than anything deliberate. And it wasn't that bad. It was only a couple of things, like how dual wielding works is the one that really stood out. That was like, oh yeah, no, I don't have enough information that the game provides me to be able to make a meaningful decision about this just due to a lack of information. And again, not being one of those things that it's like the discovery side of thing. Like, your combat logs in Ellen are actually pretty bare bones. They don't carry enough information for a lot of things. So it is one of those things that's really hard to gauge how good, bad, or otherwise something is working. Other than, I feel like I killed that enemy slightly better than the last enemy I killed. So with weapon stats, you can kind of just do the numbers and figure it out. But with not knowing how, like, dual wielding works mechanically, you're kind of just shrugs, did that feel good or did that not? But I generally enjoyed it. I wouldn't be against playing more Ellen. The big thing for me with Ellen, like, was overall, like, the viewership wasn't bad, but, like, viewership was down a bit, which is not great. Because we're getting ready to go into the time of year when things are tough for content creators, where things really slow down as everyone goes back to work. So it's kind of gotta get those numbers while I can. But on top of that, it is a game that, for people tuning into your channel for the first time, if they don't already know Ellen, it's one of those games that you only get a minute or two or three to try and hook someone to be like, hey, you know, I'm worth checking out. And a big part of that is, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending how you look at it, going to be the game. And it's just one of those games that, you know, it's really hard to see the charm until you've been in it for a while. Like, and then once you get to see it for a while, it's like, oh, this is a really fantastic thing. Because it's aesthetically, it's like Dark Sun back in the day. They don't have, like, the animations aren't quite animated and all that stuff. Let's see, did you ever complete that game where you were doing deliveries for a Chinese restaurant and building up jobs license? Oh, no. I played that as like a 1 or 2, you know, 1 or 2 off kind of game. That was Driver's Life or whatever it was. Yeah, no, that was a fun one. That was a game that's like way out in the weeds indie game. And those have kind of the same problem. It's one of those things that when you're looking at Twitch from like, or content creation from like the business side of things, ultimately you got to do stuff that brings in new people. The unfortunate reality with content creation is, broadly speaking, no matter what you do, there is going to be some amount of churn that happens. Some of your core viewers, the ones that have been around here since the beginning, today is going to be the last day that they tune in. That's just the reality. And that's not a negative thing, it's just the reality. They'll either, you know, something will happen to them, or they'll move on, or they won't have the same schedule, and now they can't catch you, or their interests might change, yada yada. Nothing negative. But there's always some level of churn. And there's certainly things you could do that can make churn worse or better, but there's going to be some amount of churn. So you always have to be attracting new viewers. It's just the unfortunate reality we live in. Thank you for the 100 biddies, and there is. Oh, also, that suddenly reminds me, we did have the, oh, it was a treasure train earlier. I missed that. Because I'm using a new thing for testing chat, and I couldn't see the hype train. But thank you for the hype train earlier at level 3 at 29% with 7 gifty sub and 500 biddies. I did not intend on like ignoring that. I'm doing a lot of back-end changes with the New Year's to try and like improve the stream overall, and some things are working great. Some things need a little bit more time to bake, a little bit more adjustments, but we'll get there. But yeah, it is an unfortunate reality that it's not that you have to play whatever the latest game, you know, the hottest game. I actually heavily discourage that, because you're just going to be usually in oversaturated categories where no one's going to find you. But it is a thing that when you play those indie games that almost no one's ever heard of, it can be tough to do those for more than like a one-off. Because kind of the reality of how Twitch works is there's 2 primary ways you grow your channel. The first one, and the one I always recommend for new streamers that, you know, they hear networking and they think it's a dirty word, get over it. Networking is just how you succeed in a lot of businesses. It's just the reality. You make those connections, so when then there's an opening at whatever company, that your buddy can phone you up and be like, hey, apply to the job. Like, there's an opening that I think you'd be a good fit for. So we're not talking like full-on nepotism kind of thing. Oh, have I been to the jail? Not this playthrough, but I have absolutely cleared the jail a couple of times, the Rosewood Prison. It's a pretty gnarly place. People will argue if it is the most dangerous or the second most dangerous place. It's definitely top 5 no matter who you are. But yeah, no, I've cleared it a good couple times. Not this run, it's nowhere nearby. This run would take me forever to get there. But yeah, so like networking's the big one. And it's not a dirty word, it's just the reality. Those connections matter. And I understand... Oh, I thought the door being banged on was that one. And I understand for a lot of people, it's not something they're as comfortable doing. And all that stuff. And that's totally fair. But it is kind of one of those things that just... The reality is, just in a lot of ways, that's an important skill that you just gotta work on. You'll have to step outside that comfort zone as it is, and just try and make it work. So there's that one. And then the other one is the games page. That would, well, games and recommended, but they kind of do have things where they tie into each other a little bit. But the games page. And the reality is both of those are dependent on what games you're playing. And again, it's you don't have to play whatever the popular new thing is. Yep, there's tons of schools in the game. You can just type in chat. I super appreciate the bits, but I will answer to things that aren't bits as well. Like, I super appreciate it, but yeah, no, there's a bunch of schools in the game. And I've been to a bunch of them. This one we haven't been to any schools yet in this run. We haven't been into any of the major cities, like, actually in the cities. in any of these ones. I do see that we momentarily got disconnected there. We had that a bunch yesterday, too. Oh, that's not what I want. Yeah. Let me go ahead and get this where I have the mod view over here on my phone. Just that way, if I get knocked off, like I can see when it happens to adjust. But we had that yesterday, and then yesterday during stream, we actually had like a full disconnect for a little while. So I am wondering what's going on. I'm suspecting with the new year, the ISP is screwing around with stuff. That is not what I wanted. Well, it's appreciated. I was just making sure you were clear it's not pay to play with the questions. But no, I absolutely appreciate all those bits, so thank you again for all the support and all that. But yeah, so back to what I was saying is, so it is an unfortunate reality that between the games page and networking, that's your primary ways of growing. Networking loosely is going to be based around your games as well. Because most likely the people you're going to end up networking with are going to be people playing similar games to yourself, so you have shared communities and yada yada. So that means what game you're playing needs to have other people for you to network with so that you can mutually benefit from your friendship and all that. Whether it's professional or personal. And then the games page and all that, quite literally the games page is searching for the game, so obviously the game matters there as well. So it's just kind of one of those things that you just have to realize the game you choose is important. Now, again, you can absolutely go out in the weeds and play indie games. Like, that's something I see as something you do for your community themselves, and, like, personal indulgence. But unless that's, like, your thing and you get known for it, which point means you need to find non-standard ways of growing, you just have to understand that that is an important growth metric that you cannot, or growth mechanic that you cannot really take advantage of. You'd have to network with other people who that's their whole shtick, is they play a whole bunch of random indie games. And there are those creators out there, and they do find success. But otherwise, again, the games page. So the way I look at it is, in my mind, there are viable games and non-viable games for long-term streaming. And the way I kind of look at that is, if a game is way, way, way too busy, that I won't get noticed at all in the category, that's a non-viable game. I can play it, but it's an indulgence I do just because I want to. It's not a thing I can get away with long term. And it's just the same on the other end of the spectrum. If a game has, like, no one is really searching for it on Twitch at all, that's the same kind of problem. You just don't have any visibility because of it. So we're just tossing onion in a bowl, putting some salt in it, and we're calling it a salad. Then I'm going to have problems when I go down in here because I drew zombies into the house. But yeah, so there's a lot around that. And then usually the way I deal with it as well... What? I can't eat the salad? It's fine, I'm just going to pour it on the ground. Let's not deal with it. You want to take out the zombies with the breath after those salads? Why don't you keep the bottle on hand? I have a water bottle in my bag. I'll break it out if I start getting, like, way too thirsty. But I don't, like... I don't carry it, like, in my hand, because when they're not in your bag, they weigh more than in your bag. Your bag has a means where it does, like, a weight reduction. Especially at the beginning of the game where we start with like no strength and all that because of our character stats. It's just nothing it can kind of afford to deal with. Like, you'll notice we've been pretty much perpetually at least a little overburned. This is really inconvenient. Because I kind of overstayed where I can't really back off. This might be a caffeine pill kind of night. Okay, this is not great. Because with the nausea and everything else, my carry weight is getting penalized. So we're starting to get pretty overburdened. We're also getting exerted and fatigued, which means we'll also get sleepy or we'll do less damage and get tired faster. Worst case scenario, I grab a chair and I walk away, but that's going to be hard with our carry weight. Okay. We'll keep that on us for in the morning. I don't think I had any food left we could eat. We'll have a sip of water. Oh, no, we do have some food we can eat. These blinds are closed. I closed them earlier. You love this location? Between the little closet in the house and the two sheds, barn, river. Really good loot if you're lucky. Yeah. See about half of that. Okay. So slowly get over the corpse sickness. Now there's a good chance we might get woken up in the night from zombies being too close to the walls or potentially coming into the building. There's even a chance we might get unlucky a zombie bangs into this window or the door and breaks in. That's kind of our worst case scenario. But for right now, it's where we can manage to get a piece of sleep because we were getting to like 11 PM and being out in the open. I hear the zombies moving outside. So good news is while I could hear the zombies shuffling a whole lot outside, they did not breach the doors or anything. Yeah, there were zombies in that back area I could hear the whole time. Okay. I wouldn't say that was lucky. Like, that's fine. You can actually get away with a lot more than you realize in this game. That's, I think, one of the things that separates when you're new to the game towards, like, you're starting to get really good at the game, is recognizing the kind of things that are actually dangerous versus the things that feel like they're dangerous. You can sleep in some pretty cursed places, and it's totally fine. We stabbed holes in the bulletproof vest, so we're not going to grab that. It's trying to get those zombies that are right at the house off of our butt before we start trying to properly loot the house. Last thing you want is to be poking around the basement, realize a group of zombies heard you, and now you're cornered in there. He'll eat our corned beef. Okay, so we already checked that. It's when I went to this room that we aggroed stuff, so I didn't get a chance to check these. Alright, so that was a bit of a nothing burger. Okay, let's get our radio out. Is it being half an inch from a 1,000 zombie murder ball? Yeah, you're totally safe. Yep. Oh, right. 1 second. When is the last helicopter? It's only been like 3-4 days. We just had our last helicopter very, very recently in game. We'll go kill a couple of these zombies over here while we wait for the radio. Yeah, and the reason we stopped going in the basement is I have the radio in my offhand. It's the only way to listen to it is to have it in your hands. Or like to set it down on something. It was kind of one of those things that I took it out of my hand. To listen to the radio. Or to do the flashlight. And I couldn't do the flashlight and the radio at the same time. Okay, a lot of books. More books. Okay, so we got like spooky books. A whole lot of comic books and all that. But nothing too big. The trash can's basically empty. So unequip that after we've turned it off. Put that back away. You should get the tape. Well, keep in mind I have extremely limited inventory space. So if it is not something I can immediately stab a zombie with or anything like that, or otherwise something particularly great, I have to justify using my extremely limited inventory space. I also don't have a home base because with these things we're gonna get bullied around a lot. So stuff like duct tape, that kind of stuff, you're generally gonna find me just leaving on the ground. Even stuff like nails a lot of time, I'm gonna probably just leave where it is. Because I can't put it to immediate use. I'll usually note anything particularly valuable to come back for later when the situation's different. Huh. Let's see what says that keyring weighs. Yeah, it's fine. So start chucking all these keys on a body. Do you think you'll have more permanent base later? Yeah, no, eventually I'm gonna want to at least set up a gas station enough that I can go to the gas station, get gas, and like come back and all that. And usually once I start doing that, I'm gonna have at least some setup. With what we're talking about doing this like treasure hunting strategy or whatever, or not strategy, I guess, this treasure hunting thing, I'm probably not going to have like a big elaborate base or anything like that. Well, that's not what you want. I guess they're fighting the whole rally group now. They got shifted forward from another rally group repositioning. When they did, they got pushed right into me. Okay. So we've gotten a couple of points in our stats since the last time. So you know, you can actually get away with like just straight up face pulling a whole rally group and just making it work. We don't want to do that too much because it's way less efficient with energy than if I pull them a little section, so it'll lure the number of kills I can get per day. But instead of like early game where I do that and we just exit stage left because we don't got the stats to support that kind of fighting. In this one I can get away with it. Okay. And then refill our water bottle while we're here. But yeah, we'll see where this run takes us. Generally speaking, with a lot of the runs I do, I don't tend to have a base I'm doing a lot at any point in the run. What is that on the ground? It's nothing. Cool. It tends to be a lot more of it tends to be a lot more just doing what we can. Yeah, no, large knives are pretty decent. Okay, so now you won't fit in there. Yeah, I've got too many batteries. We're gonna ditch some of these batteries for now. I mean, they really don't weigh much, but still. Well, no, that's half a weight. Yeah, we'll probably want to ditch some of these batteries. We'll get rid of these 4. But yeah, so it's one of those things that, like, early game, you get bullied around enough, you really can't set up a proper base on these settings. Mid-game... Yeah, so it's a decent amount weight more there. Mid-game is when you tend to have your bases a bit more. Got you. So I want to sharpen the switchblade before we use it. Mid-game, you'll want to end up having a base a lot more, but, you know, that's fine. And then by late game, then it kind of flips where you kill zombies so fast that you end up just kind of moving on to the next thing. Do your muscle get strong? Yeah, no, our character's gaining strength from doing all of what we're doing. So let's check out around these sheds. But before I forget, let's go here and mark that building as looted. There's nothing else I really care about there. You hate fog? Yeah, fog can be rough. I think it's a great mechanic. Like, it's one of those mechanics you dislike it being in it, but at the same time, I'm glad it exists because it is one of the things that kind of throws a little bit of a monkey wrench at things where you're going, okay, well, I was planning on going for a drive over to this other area, but with the fog, maybe we don't do that. Spare engine parts is kind of a big deal. We don't have any use for that yet. That's probably going to push my weight. Got a magazine to read. Yeah, that's too far. Rakes are terrible. Alright, that is what it is. So let's see. Alright. So mark. Engine, parts, comma. What was the other thing? Not the rake. There's something else in there I wanted to mark. Scythe. Let's see, if attached to your back, will it be less, or is it only while you're holding it actively? So, putting in the bag, well, actually, holding it in your hand, I believe, makes it the lightest. Putting it in your backpack makes it not quite as light, but significantly lighter. And then putting it on your back is not as light as in your backpack, but still lighter than just loose. Oh, I didn't have another weapon staged. Here, I'll use a shovel. Ooh, we're overheating, actually. Interesting. Not that hot outside. They're not getting mildly sick yet from all the corpses. We gotta be a little careful about that. A tiny bit of overheating's not the end of the world, but generally when you see overheating, it's time to ditch some clothes. What clothes are we wearing? Long socks are gone. Let's, there was a key on that one body. Let's see if that key opens that door before we jump through a window where I can't quite see. Sack of sand, bunch of books and a rotten rat. Bunch of clothing. Club hammer's a pretty good one. Welding mask. You'll want the welding mask later. I'm going to put that on for right now because I don't have the inventory space. We're going to have to do a little bit of inventory management. Alright. So some stuff's got to go. We got some... Oh man, we got some proper solid weapons here. Okay. So some of these weapons that are less good gotta go. For right now... Honestly... Right now, let's get rid of all our pieces of flint. Get rid of the shotgun shells. Get rid of the dull switchblade and the shiv. I'm carrying around all these whetstones. I only need like one. That's probably not that good. Get rid of the spare pair of scissors. Don't. Get rid of the hand rakes. Grab the pipe wrench. Grab the actual wrench. Start chucking these on over. You can keep this. Gonna make these happen. Nope. Nope. Cannot. And we have an empty gas can here. And what are you down here? Hand-operated press. Okay. So. Lots of tools. Hand-operated press. Alright. I think we're as good a shape as we're gonna get with that. I might take a minute while they shake out from the from that med event. Let's read this magazine real fast, because it weighs a decent amount. So just read it real quick and we'll leave it behind. Oh, I should also mark the gas can. The gas can might be a potentially big find as well. And like I said, it'd be nice. I literally can't even put one more. It's fine. Yeah, let's add the mark for the gas can as well. Let's see, you can make the longer notes in the map smaller with the top slider if you want. Yeah, no, I'm not going to. I don't need to. Like, if we're looking at where I'm in the middle of a densely populated area, I'd certainly see the need for it. So we got some zombies over here. I don't see zombies moving around. Yeah, like if I go into downtown Louisville or West Point or something like that, there's certainly an argument made for that. Where it's just too dense of an area. Okay, let's top off our water. Okay. Love the home run swing that knock him back. Yeah. All right. Cool, let's get away from these bodies so we don't get the corpse sickness. Because we're not looking to clear out all the zombies around everything. And I'd like to go foraging to get some food, but I'm not feeling so great about the idea of trying to forage while walking into areas that we haven't been with pea soup kind of fog. So I think we're just going to endure what we got, and as we start getting properly hungry. Because also, think for those who don't know, you get a buff to your ability to find food foraging as you get hungrier. Once you hit a certain threshold of hunger, you'll find food more readily. Okay, I think I need to take the welding mask and put it into the bag. I think that's why we're overheating. Hey, rat. It's not the place to be, friend. Put our hat back on. Put the welding mask away. So we've got another half-second disconnection. Yep. No, I don't know what's going on. We had that yesterday as well, where it disconnects for just the tiniest fraction of a second, and then recovers. Yeah, so I don't know what that's about, but it's pretty concerning, because it's just been the last day or two, which is when I made a bunch of changes. So it is possible it's related to that. The interesting thing is it seems to only be affecting Twitch. Do you have bad weather down here? So we didn't have any bad weather yesterday. Today it's a bit drizzly, rainy kind of deal, but nothing too bad. So it's unlikely to be related to that. I could definitely see it being something like the ISPs are working on something, or ISP, like my ISP is working on something. That could certainly be a thing where they're slowly like converting something over to another standard or whatever, so they're disconnecting and reconnecting stuff, and then switching routes and everything. It could be Twitch having a problem with one of their ingest servers or whatever, where it's hiccuping for just a second. Okay. We got a car wreck down there. Still overheating. Okay. Yeah, no, it's 80 degrees now, so that's gonna happen. Come on, muscle strength. There you go. And for the record, I have, like, no long blunt skill. That's a big part of what's going on here. Okay, so we don't have the stink here, so we'll sit down for a minute. Yeah, not much to look at right there. And I see her down there. Yeah, so it's just boots, tank top, pants, and gloves. That's all we got. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of weapons that have just a very satisfying sound to them. Alright, our hunger's picked up enough that now our carry weight's starting to be a problem. So what do you ditch? Well, probably just drop the bag on the ground while we fight. Oh, unless you mean for the overheating. The overheating, I think I'm just going to put up with it. It's like 80-something degrees outside. It is just hot. So let's just drop her bag for a moment. Yeah, no, unfortunately, like, I could ditch the shirt. But then it'll be one of those things that'll be hopping between hot and cold. So I'm going to just kind of endure it for now. Oh, it's a caterpillar. That's not what we're looking for. Let's go get rid of these ones down here on the road. We'll deal with that in a moment. I got lucky because some of those foraging can animation lock you. Hey, long blunt gained a level. They can animation lock you, where you just get to watch yourself be grabbed. So when I was start grabbing, it's like, you know, I know better than this. So I used escape to animation cancel just in case. Blaze it? Blaze what? It's one hunger. Oh, long blunt. I see, yes. I got that the blaze was like a reference to, you know, that kind of thing, but it's just like, wait, what? Yeah, no, I completely missed the whole thing. I just don't think about that. It's just not a thing that I was ever particularly into one way or the other. No judgment for anyone who is. Okay, these are wrecks, so we cannot get into the cabin of the car. A ratchet's a solid weapon, so I'll take that. That one's locked, so we will not be getting into it. They've got the 2 mailboxes, but I think those are tucked way back there. I'm not sure if I want to push all the way back in there with all these zombies. Like, we could, but it feels like it's more out of the way than where I want to go. Oh, here we go. Let's play some berry roulette. So, orange berries, probably poisonous. Let's find out. And safe. Yeah, because that stink, that's not us getting sick. That is the body stink, and we'll get sick eventually from it. We'll slam all these berries to try and counter that hunger a little bit. I think I'm just going to keep on going down the road. Top off our water. Like I said, we can go down that road, and worst case, we do that, and maybe we find what we're looking for and all that. Does the color of batteries affect the chance of being poisonous? Not really. There's 1 or 2 that can be guaranteed to be safe, like the rose hips. But they have, like, their own name and everything. And I want to say there's, like, blueberries are also... Let's see, are poisonous berries able to be eaten non-lethal with weak stomach? Yes, you just got to be careful. Your margin for error on, like, when you've had too much is far worse. They're close enough that I'm figuring I'm going to pull them on the way back anyway, so we'll just take him out. I do love when you knock over a bunch of zombies back to back to back. It does make the fighting them way faster. Reggie always run Wilderness Knowledge or Herbalist, so it's not an issue for me. Yeah. That'd be kind of one of the big finds for me in this run, is if we got the their Survivalness magazine that gives you, effectively gives you the Herbalist trait. That'd be a really big find, because then I could just eat mushrooms and berries pretty routinely. Not a whole lot of risk. And that should be the last 2 out of this group. And there's the last one here. All right. So we can go recover our bag and keep on working down this road. And if we end up going down the road far enough that we're like, oh, I'm not in the right area, we can backtrack. Yeah, no, weight is slowly becoming a problem. We're in the healthy range right now, but we're slowly creeping to underweight. Just send it. Should use this one first. It's heavier. Okay. Zooey Mama? What? Grab you. Shift farther away from the trees. Drop you back down. Just in the chance that we get these zombies to aggro over here. And we'll sit down for a moment. Let that muscle strain sort itself out. What do you have? Oh, I think it's just the way that bush is behind it. Okay. Little by little, chipping on through them. Oop, we are drowsy. Let's start backing off. Because drowsy's not one we want to be out here messing with. Okay, so let's grab you. Still fine here. Head over to the field and we'll forage on our way back. Hopefully to snag up a couple more things we can eat along the way. Okay, so the good news is I should be able to get right back into that house we just left. And we did leave a bunch of tools there, so it works out in this case that if I started running into problems, we would be able to then turn around and just, you know, take those extra tools, throw them into our pockets, make more weapons, all that kind of stuff. Yep, not gonna worry about that. Don't need that. Hey, Integer Smirk, how's it going? Playing Simutrans for a change. Simutrans. I'm assuming that's short for, like, simulation trains or something like that, or... Okay, we got a big group down there. Right now, we're not looking to pick any new fights. We are already drowsy, so we're just dropping back. Get out stuff. Yeah, you know, I know I've been playing a bit more Product Zomboid. It's the same thing that kind of happened last year when Build 42 first dropped, where we spent a couple weeks playing a bunch of Product Zomboid. I have mentioned that I do think what's probably going to happen is either sometime later this week or next week, we're probably going to start a Coral Island run. Because that's a game I absolutely adore and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, it's been about... Actually, when was the last time? It's probably been about a year and a half or whatever since I last played Coral Island. Maybe 2 years. Whenever 1.1 dropped. Can we vote on the person we romance? Yeah, when we go to do that, like, I can... There's more people than I can reasonably put on any kind of poll, so I'll probably end up making a short list, as it were. You vote for Raj? I don't know. Like... You know, you are in a relationship with him and his coffee addiction, not really him himself. But yeah, no, like I said, it'll probably be one of those things that, why can I not? The normal relationship? To be very loosely defined normal. I hope that's not your normal relationship. That, like... that kind of thing. You could be in you could be into being in a throuple with coffee. I know there's a lot of people who could be okay being in that situation. As long as everyone involved is a consenting adult. I don't know how that works with coffee being a plant. Come on. We're not wearing anything on our face anymore. Can't eat those. This is like mud over here? What is this? Yeah, just a field that's mostly mud. Yeah, we're not looking for a fight right now. We're hoping to score some food. So some berries, some cabbage, acorns, that kind of thing. Yep, nope, that's the reason we're out here foraging. Like, we'll be fine going into the morning. But it could be inconvenient if we got hit with the med event. We're not in any type of life-threatening situation. But the carry weight penalty from being hungry will get real tiresome real fast. There we go. Got some tomatoes. Gave me one whole hunger. So that's pretty terrible. A bucket of gray paint. Okay. It's a ladybug. Kill you two real fast. Or just you, that's fine. If your friend doesn't want to pay attention. You think you still vote for Raj? Like I said, what we'll probably do with the Coral Island one is we're not going to have any repeats. So where we did already romance Eva and we romanced Yuri, which both of those were fantastic. What I would most likely do is we would choose like I said, for like doing a poll or something, it'd end up being, you know, the 5 options. I'd probably choose the 5 characters who I think seem like the most interesting characters to me. And then you'd all get to choose between those. Because, like, there's just too many. If I tried to do a poll with, like, literally everyone, it'd be, like, 20-something items long. Garage hot. I'm not sure if you've seen Coral Island. Literally everyone in that freaking town is hot. Like, even the people they present as being, like, the not hot people, it's like, okay, but no, they're still lookers. They may not follow, like, the textbook definition of hot, but they're certainly not bad looking. Raj is exceptionally hot. I mean, you're not wrong. Raj absolutely has the Riz. There's zero question about it. He is one dapper dude. But yeah, most likely when we do that, it'll probably be Coral Island. We'll probably have a couple of days of that to a week or something. That'll probably be how long. Let's see, how many games has anyone actually legitimately... How many games actually has anyone this is legitimately ugly outside old people? Oh, I mean, there's a lot of games. There is a lot of games where they have characters. Usually they're not... Most of the time they're like joke characters, that kind of thing. Which is unfortunate. But yeah, there's not many games that have had romanceable characters where the romanceable character wouldn't be at least arguably attractive to somebody, so far as physically. You know, for better or worse or whatever. Besides, I wouldn't say she's unattractive. You take that back. I mean, granted with that one, you know, you're looking... There's a nerd with glasses? Yeah. I don't know about you, but that... Like, there's definitely, like, the geeky chic. That's a thing. Hey, Bees, how's it going? For those who don't know Bees with the knees, absolutely fantastic content creator, playing some Cyberpunk recently. So if you are into Cyberpunk and all that, absolutely fantastic. Yeah, nerds with glasses are hot. Yes. Lots of people like Velma. Uh-huh. Yup. That's what I'm talking about with like games that's like where they have romanceable characters. All the characters, usually at least someone would find the character attractive, like physically. Velma greater than Daphne? Yep. Mm-hmm. Zero questions. Absolutely. Talking about romance in game? Yeah, it's talking about probably in the next week or so, I'm going to probably do a Coral Island playthrough. Because the game I really, really adore. It's been a while. And so definitely feeling like that. And then people, of course, brought up, can we vote for who you romance? It's like, well, sure. Because they've done that literally everyone. Why am I getting this weird thing where sometimes I can't eat my salad? Huh. Alright, well, just dump it on the ground, I guess. It's the forbidden salad. Yeah, no, Coral Island's excellent. For me personally, what Coral Island did for Harvest Moon, I feel like what Stardew Valley did for Harvest Moon, I feel like Coral Island did for Stardew. With the one caveat is I'll usually say that because of just how large and diverse a cast that Coral Island has, it does run into the problem where there's kind of too many characters for you to really, really kind of get that stronger connection with. And all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, they have a ridiculous number. You enjoyed Fields of Mystria? Yeah, no, I played some of the early access of that one. And the only reason I didn't play more is I genuinely wanted to wait for it to be more done at the time. Because I'm tired of starting a game and not being able to finish it. I mean, now we're saying like what is and isn't a nerd. That is a very subjective thing. But yeah, no, I did some Fields of Mystria, and like I said, it's definitely on my list that I don't know if it's full released yet, but when it full release, I'm gonna probably play the crap out of that game. But yeah, Coral Island has like 28 romanceable characters or some nonsense, so it can be very overwhelming. I was making the comment at the beginning of the stream that it feels like in Stardew Valley, you get a lot more connected to a lot of the characters simply by the fact of, they're dumping their various stuff that they're going through, but you're only having like 4 or 5 or 6 of them dumping their feels on you at any time, like within a year or whatever. So you never feel like you just are overwhelmed with it. But Coral Island, when you've got 28 of them, it can feel like a lot. Not that you're like, oh my god, everything is just so emotional here all the time. Just it's hard to have that same connection when you're on the 12th person this year who's like sharing their insecurities with you kind of deal. It's farming, yeah, it's the same kind of thing as like Stardew, where there's farming and all that. It also has where you clean up the ocean and a whole bunch of stuff. So it's got additional layers that don't exist in Stardew. And thing of the follow, welcome to the stream. Let's go over here and drop my duffel bag, because they're overburned because we're getting real hungry. Then grab my ratchet because I can't listen to the radio and use a two-handed weapon at the same time. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. And we got ourselves another internet hiccup. This is getting pretty annoying. We've been getting that a lot in like just the last day or so. That it's just like for just a second the stream drops. Just a teeny tiny second the stream drops and then it comes right back. Okay, so you're also having a ton of drops. Okay, thank you, because I've been sitting here being like, is this something I need to be looking... Because I made a bunch of changes on my stream yesterday, before stream, that we were testing a whole bunch of stuff out. And I'm just like, okay, this very well feels like the kind of thing that could just be Twitch twitching. It could also be something that one of the changes I made might be overtaxed... Should be overtaxed the internet. I got Giganet fiber. Gigabit fiber. But like, something's happening because of what I'm running or overwhelming my GPU or something. You get the idea. That one of my settings could be at fault. But I haven't had the chance to be like, hey... Okay. There's, you can't see it on your end, but, like, so right over here is your heart that when you're getting damaged, it bounces. Right, just to the left of that is where my chat is. And there's the icon, there's the emote that is just going back and forth. And it's just kind of right out of the position that when I'm not looking straight at it out of the corner of my eye, it looks like the heart is bouncing around. You know, then you look at it, you see the heart's not moving. So it keeps making me think going, oh crap, I'm actually starving. Which is not what's happening. You're not the only ones having the issue as well? Yeah, no, like I said, I figured as much. It'd be one of those things I would just normally reach out and be like, hey, has anyone else been having some connectivity stuff? I just didn't do it after stream. Yeah, no, it's just messing with me, because I know my hunger is getting pretty bad. Like, and even when it starts shaking, even when this goes from hungry to starving, you actually still have a lot of time before it kills you. It takes a while for it to do you in. Bits of metal, we don't care about it, can't eat it. Some animal skull, can't eat that either. Yeah. But yeah, no, I hope things have been going good for you, bees. I hope you've been having fun with Cyberpunk. I never ended up playing Cyberpunk. Like, I've heard lots of good things. But at least for me, streaming-wise, those story games don't do particularly well for me. But that's just kind of the audience I've cultivated, yada yada. Nothing like negative about the game or whatever. Going really well? Yeah, no, I've heard good things. But man, is it hard to get into a game that's got any real meat on its bones off of stream. It's so hard to find the time these days. If I can't persuade my community to want to watch it, it's just so hard to make that time happen. Come on, we're walking through a field. It's a good time of year for getting crops. Let's see, you started making a cane out of sea grape wood today? Pretty like pink wood. You did bark stripping and carving off a bunch of nubs. And you still need to decide what you want to address making handle, like it'll dowel with a T or skirt or wedge. Let's see, Cyberpunk is a game I keep saying I'll get it once you get a new GPU, and then, well, prices are silly. Yeah. You need a single lot of hours? Right. No, that's exactly the problem. And there's a number of games that fall into that. It's like, that's a game I would love to, I'd love to play when I have the time. ... And then I proceed to still not play it. Oh, wait. I thought that was going to be the hemp. That is actually marigolds. I can eat the marigolds. Sea grape is a hard but pretty flexible wood. Gotcha. Dragon said, Cyberpunk is good. It's not such an amazing game. It has some of the best character writing in just about any video game ever. Nice. That is some pretty high praise. Can we also get a shout out for Bloody Drongo, our fantastic content creator? Yeah, like I said, I've heard pretty much nothing but good things about Cyberpunk. But also Drongo does play a lot of the similar games. Has been also playing a lot of Product Zomboid. Oh, and by the way, we're eating a potentially poisonous berry. Don't mind me. We can live our life how we want and not poison. But yeah, so you can you check out some more Product Zomboid over there with Bloody Drongo. Absolutely good time over there. Been playing a lot, doing a lot of more involved, like, sweaty runs like we've been doing. Because I believe Drongo's in the middle of a 16 times pop run if I recall correctly. But definitely doing a solid job. And I know I mentioned this on your stream because people kept asking about whether or not you're going to try the rat race and all that. Generally, if you can do 16 times pop, the rat race really doesn't change as much as you'd think. Like, it's got a couple settings that are harder, but it's yeah, 16 times pop 0 to hero. It's like when you're playing RimWorld and going, okay, you're doing a 500% run, versus going, okay, you're doing a 500% run, but like you're choosing not one of the like really hard ideologies, not like Rancher or whatever, but you know, you're choosing an ideology that may not be optimal. Like you're not giving yourself a good ideology. You're going with like something a bit more generic or whatever. So it's like, okay, yeah, is it harder? Technically, but my only issue with the rat race is some of the settings can get a little tedious late game. Like early game, they're fun, but then they become kind of a chore as time goes on. I don't remember all the settings, but for me personally, when the rat race came out, I chose just not to do it. But that's up to you if you want to do it. I'm not trying to pressure you. Yeah, so very cold weather generally to me makes the game easier than harder. I've given that conversation a number of times. To me individually, the cold weather is a easy setting, not a hard setting. Yes, you gotta find some extra clothes, but once you put them on, you could just keep them on, and that's just good, and that offers you a little bit of protection. Granted, if you ever have to depend on that protection, that's bad. That's really bad. But ultimately, it's not a negative. Whereas if they made it hotter, that would be utterly obnoxious. The reduced loot honestly doesn't mean that much. With these kind of settings, you end up having to craft almost all your own weapons anyways. And like even stuff like the generator magazine's not that big of a deal on 16 times pop. Broadly speaking, you just don't get to take advantage of a lot of that stuff. So it's just kind of one of those things. Let's see, you're mainly killing time before you get back into multiplayer product Zomboid. Rat Race feels like a whole commitment. Yeah, that's kind of the same thing I was at. Is one, I looked at the settings and I was like, yeah, some of the more tedious settings I just don't want to deal with. Like, just broadly speaking. And then the other one for me was just kind of being like, you know, is this really a thing I want to commit time to? What was a rat race? It's a challenge run in Project Zomboid. Basically, for people like pursuing world records, that kind of thing. It's kind of what a bunch of us have consolidated to be like, here's a challenge run we're doing for this kind of thing. So it's just like a generic, like, hey, here's some hard settings. It was, I believe it was a creation of Lamprey, who until about 2 weeks ago was the world record holder for highest kill count run ever streamed, which is the record I previously had. So put this on our right side. Put you away. Stand back up, and I'll put you in my hand. Cool. I just don't want that to turn the darker red. The darker red's a bad time. Let's make sure there's no zombies around our house. We got a bunch of zombies moving around the area. Yep, and that's why we check. Zombies like those right there, those are the ones that easily sneak in while we're sleeping and bust out a window and send me running. I'm having a little bit of change of plan on how I want to approach this. We're gonna make sure our house is clear, but then what I think I'm gonna do is we're not gonna kill our way down the road. We're just gonna go for a little walk. I want to verify that I am where I think I am. I'm pretty sure right now we're just about a block east of Louisville. It's just there's woods between us. And that if we continue down a block or two, I will be able to go in from the south side of Lake Fallis. Where if I were to take that road to the north, I would take the north route into Lake Fallis. Is where I'm pretty sure we are. Yeah, no, I didn't mean to say Louisville there. No. Lake Fallis. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go for ourselves a nice little scenic walk through rural Knox County. We're just going to go and aggro what we aggro. That's fine. We're not looking to fight right now. I mean, unless I see like a really big backpack or sleeping bag or tent or something else, I'm like, oh yes, we want it. Then we'll stop and fight it. That's right, about 2,600 kills almost. We're just gonna go stroll down the road here. Take a little peeky peek at the situation, because if this is where I think we are, this road should go to the south. I don't remember it goes in, I think it goes into a T, that to the right is a bridge. And then to the left is a, sorry, turning right would go into Lake Falls, turning left would go into hitting a bridge. If I remember correctly, it's one of those areas like turning the left, I don't know it's out there too much because it's just generic more farms. So many meta events this run. I know, right? I didn't turn them up. Ooh, that's a bad meta event too. Okay. So we have zombies coming out of the trees. That's fine. I mean, it might actually be okay. There's a good chance if we have a survivor zombie with everything moving around out here, that quite often they will get tangled up in the trees. Just trying to watch to see if we have any survivor zombies. Because I'm honestly shocked with how much I've been clearing out around. Usually we'll have found a survivor zombie by now. They're rare, but they're not that rare. Yeah, you gotta beware of trees. One tree is fine, but trees plural? Gotta be careful. Just the little wave of zombies crossing the road. That tells me there was a lot of zombies in there. Which I'm pretty sure there's nothing in those woods until you reach the other side. Okay, and quick peek. No cars. Nothing we care about. Nothing we care about. Okay, I'm expecting this turn anytime now, because Lake Fallis is not... It's a vaguely tall town, but it's not that tall. Okay, I was just checking to see what that zombie was. I can get that out of my way. Okay. Time to clear cut the forest? No. No, the map is way too big for that kind of thing. We once made an effort to carve our own road towards the military secret base, as opposed to going like the windy dirt road down there. And I put a lot of effort into that, and it's just one of those things where like, no, this is not working. Okay. I don't think this is where I thought I am. We should have seen this turn by now. Why is... okay. And I wouldn't expect that dirt path. It could be that the north path is the road that I thought was this road. Got antlers. That's fine, whatever. Stuff I don't care about. I'd love to find a tent so badly. Regardless, this road should have a turn somewhere. Because there's no road that is like a clean north-south without any deviations or anything on the map. There's a hinge. Grab yourself some cilantro. At the distance we're traveling, I'm a little worried we're just going to walk our way right down to, like, March Ridge Rosewood area. Which, for the record, we weren't specifically going for Lake Fallis for any major reason. It was a target. Because the actual goal for the run is we are going to do quote-unquote treasure hunting. We're looking for the survivor zombies that carry annotated maps. We find an annotated map, and we just fought. Literally, I've had nothing but non-poisonous berries. I'm a little curious about that, because we don't have the skill to recognize one from the other, so I am just eating the berries as we find them. And we have done nothing but winning those dice rolls of finding good berries. No, seriously, how far am I going to follow this road? I mean, I guess it's not as far as I thought it was. I forgot, like, when you're just walking, it does take a while to travel. Still. Because sooner or later, there's a road that goes east-west on the south side that would take you to Rosewood, just dead ends out into the wilderness to the east. And all that, and it also cut across to the road that then ultimately takes you north to Muldrow. Log. Yeah, so it definitely feels like that north path is the way I should have taken. That's fine. That's the reason I wanted to do the detour here. No, we already been picking up a bunch of those. I'll leave the lemongrass alone for right now. Hey, Dev, how's it going? But yeah, so, I'm glad I took this detour so far as walking, because the alternative is I would have been clearing my way down here, only to find this, and then being, not salty, but, like, a little annoyed that I put the time in, and it wasn't even moving towards my objectives. I'm kind of hoping to find some random, like, hunting camp or something like that. Okay, so we have this highway. This is likely the highway that leads us to Rosewood. I want to take a quick peek to see if this goes towards where a bunch of those wrecked cars are, since they've gone this far. But if we don't see that right away, we'll go up and follow the highway. And then check from there. Because otherwise the alternative is they start walking the whole way back up just the way we came. And then start clearing the other direction. New racer, I don't need that. You don't think it is? No, it's not looking like it. They changed a bunch of these roads, because it used to be you never had roads that went this angle. They either went like this, or they went like that. No, I can figure it out. Yeah, so just gonna go ahead and take a little peek over here. See if we have anything up the road this way. Nope. We're not going that way. Because I'm still very, very confident Lake Fallis is west of us. But Lake Fallis does not have a major highway by it. Because I'm also low-key curious if there's a gas station or anything down here that I don't remember, because there's one or two gas stations kind of center map that are just by themselves. And we can find one of those and clear a way in. I do have the generator magazine read, and I do know where I can get generators. And if we can pull that off, then we've got power. It can also be a thing if I can find a farmhouse with a well, that makes the water a lot easier. Or if I could find a body of water, I can start being able to fish to maintain my weight, because we are in the healthy range, but we are dropping off them pounds. I'm also low-key just kind of hoping we find a survivor zombie. Very, very genuinely I'm hoping we could score ourselves a large backpack or a hiking backpack. And move out of the duffel bag life already. And then worst case, if we go this way and find out all of this is garbage and not what we want, we walk back up the road we came from. Okay. Yeah, because where this road changed, there used to not be a road at this angle. So this definitely got changed. Because this is the kind of thing, I haven't explored parts of the map since Build 42 dropped. So some of these middle parts of the map that don't have a whole lot going on for them by themselves, it's easy to just miss details going on here. We'll go ahead and eat the salad. Screws I don't care about. And it's starting to turn steeper towards north. As much as I want to do all the napping stuff, that is going to be a lot of carry weight. I do have 2 club hammers, so it is a thing that if we start getting desperate for weapons, I can start smashing up flint chunks. And be able to do a lot of napping pretty quick. Get myself some of the better stone knives, that kind of thing. Yeah, as much as I want to carry those, we don't have the carry weight. I actually abandoned a bunch of them. We got just straight up weapons from a tool shed that really have us set up. And surprisingly, we have not seen at any point down here any meaningful number of zombies. All right. And I got a posture check, redeem, and a stretch, which is fine. We'll just do walk 2. Okay. That's a slug. Huh. I'm trying to mentally picture where I think this road is going, because I feel like at this point we're south of Lake Fallis. Because again, where I think Lake Fallis is I think Lake Fallis is up here. Like this area. So this road, that's a new one to me. And I think what happened is I think they moved some of the roads down here or added that. So I'm curious where this goes, because there's a lot of roads that crisscross through the middle of this map. So it should butt up against a bunch of them. I'm noticing our foraging down here keeps hopping between it thinking it's forest and the road. And at this point, we've definitely committed to just moving forward. Cool, another point in foraging. I think that puts us, what, 6, 7? 6. All right. And everyone with their different 6, 7 emotes. Ah, I didn't see the lollop one before. We got better at something? Yes, we did. Yep. Okay, one random zombie by itself. Okay, I think it's just a random. Sometimes you'll have, like, the tree, like, car accidents that will spawn out in the trees. They're not supposed to, I don't believe. But it'll just kind of happen. So when you see, like, the one zombie in the middle of absolutely nowhere, it can be worth being like, okay, let's yell. Maybe there's some, like, car accident that misspawned in the trees, or maybe it's one of the survivor groups that is just, you know, it wandered in the tree line a little way, and you can yell and bring them out. But when we yelled and we didn't see anything come back, it's like, alright. It could also have been a tent thing, but if it's just the one, I don't think any of the tent events have just one zombie there. Is a mispawn just veered off the road? I'll say it's a misspawn only because we've had them where, like, literally they'll be in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Not forced or anything, just, like, vaguely in the middle of nowhere. It doesn't really make sense for a vehicle to be in the first place. You just kind of go, okay, whatever. Okay, we got a fork on the road. I'm going to keep following to the right. Unless, again, we see something really worthwhile on the left. Nope. I'm going to keep following this to the right. Because I feel like we're just kind of working our way around Lake Fallis now. I just keep expecting to see the road that turns directly into Lake Fallis. Wolf is telling you to go left? I don't care what the wolf wants. The wolf could stay in his lane. Mind his own business. Just a stick? Yeah, it's just sapling. But it's a good puppy? You don't know that. All dogs might be the bestest boy. That doesn't necessarily mean they're the good boy. What is that? Stay in your lane and then the, Rual approved. Yeah, it was a thing that surprised me. So, like, I've been in Florida a long time, and it was a thing that surprised me a couple jobs back, so we're talking, like, 10 plus years ago, that we were just working one day, and then just, like, a company-wide email goes out being like, hey, don't go outside, there's coyotes outside right now, like, animal control is on its way. And I kind of sat there, I was like, wait, there are coyotes in Florida? Which it's apparently there just are. But it was just one of those things you just never see them. So you're like, wait, I know coyotes are like a thing. I just didn't think they were a thing in Florida. At least not in Central Florida. I'm really surprised we haven't run across a random, Would you recommend deep-fried alligator? You can get alligator tail. It's fine. It's like, it's similar to chicken. It's a bit of a fattier meat. So it's the texture's a bit different. But, you know, they're gonna bread it, they're gonna season it, they're gonna fry it. So it's gonna taste like something that's been deep-fried. So it's like, it's not quite like fish. It's not quite like chicken. It's somewhere in that vague area. But it's pretty decent. You prefer frog? I've had frog. I would agree frog's better than gator personally. As you grow up somewhere rural and sometimes at night, when you're younger, you'd sit on the porch and listen to the coyotes and such? Yeah. Like I said, apparently they're around, you just don't really see them very much. They don't have quite the population in Florida like they do in a lot of other places. Lots of other critters to get them. Are alligators dangerous to humans? Oh, absolutely. You don't have a lot of people who get attacked by alligators, but that's because most people are smart, and when they see a dangerous animal, they leave it the heck alone. That said, we do have tourists who there'll be a gator sunning itself on the shore, and they'll get out of their car and get really close to take a picture, and you're kind of like, you're like just inches away from an animal that could just easily lunge forward and grab you, right? But by and large, gators are dangerous animals that you need to respect. But mostly they're an ambush predator, so it's pretty much the lesson is, if an area isn't this is an area for swimming kind of area, and you can't see the bottom of the water, you don't swim in it. That's where the gators and the snakes and all that'll get you. They just don't go diving in random lakes and that here in Florida. But generally speaking, it's kind of like shark attacks where, sharks attack people. It's a big deal, but as far as actual numbers, it's not that many. Like, not many instances, because again, most people are like, yeah, I'm not jumping in the water where this critter is native. Well, that sounds like a bad idea. Because, spoiler, it's a bad idea. Let's see, with all the large predators of this area, which a lot like your old Michigan sign ground, you're more scared of moose, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you look at the statistics, a lot of time more people end up getting hurt by animals like deer and moose and, animals you wouldn't necessarily think of as being particularly dangerous because they're not carnivores, they're not predators, but they are big animals. And so people just don't think about it too much and then get themselves messed up. Because, like, an angry deer will do a number to you. Those antlers mean business. Crocodiles are far more dangerous than sharks? Yeah, crocodiles are also more aggressive than, like, alligators. Alligators are very much in, they'll just kind of loom around, and then if something happens to be a target of opportunity, they'll go yoink and grab it. But, like, if you get away from it, most of the time, they're not going to chase. They go for that two attempts to grab, and then they'll skulk back in the water and look for the next thing. Into your car? Yeah, no, I've seen people hit deer a couple of times, and Florida deer aren't particularly large breed of deer either. But even if you have, like, a really big pickup truck or whatever, you slap into a deer going 50, 60 miles per hour. What are you? Backgammon board? But yeah, no, it's just generally, you be smart around water. The only, like, most of the time that people get hurt from alligators, it's one, people just being dumb. Again, the tourists getting out of their car, and then, like, going down, like, within a couple feet of the alligator to get a picture with the alligator kind of thing. Or two, alright, we got some type of thing here. Or two, you have the kind of situations where, during their mating season, the alligators will move around a lot. And so sometimes you'll end up in situations where places you normally don't really see alligator, you start seeing them. Alright, so we got a tool shed and all that. Let's, before we go and aggro everything... Okay, do not see any cars down that way. Alright, so we got a chicken coop or whatever over here. They definitely rearranged part of this middle of the map here. Let's get you back up so if anyone drops any loot, I can see it easy. We're gonna push for this farmhouse here. Most ones are chill as long as you don't spook them, but they're huge and they can hurt you easily if they try. Yep. Let's see, when you're in Alaska in the Marines, they told us that there are 3 major things you had to know. 1, if you see a moose, don't move, as they're crazy and can attack for no reason. 2, polar bears, run. It won't do you any good, but you'll get a workout before you die. Yeah, no, most moose are chill. I understand they can be territorial, but it is one of those things that just kind of stay away from them, broadly speaking. That's kind of the same thing with, like, deers. They're usually pretty chill. Most of the time, if something happens, they'll just run away. But, you know, sometimes when they're spooked and they feel cornered, they might run at you instead of away from you. And, you know, they're a heavy animal, and they got those antlers, and it can do a number. Alright. Get another container of caffeine pills. Which is getting curious because I'm starting to get to that point of caffeine pills where you can just be like, you know what, we're just not sleeping for a couple of nights. I don't really want to do that, though, if I don't have to. Let's see, you're in Alaska and you saw a moose calf, meaning there was a moose cow nearby, and you didn't want to mess with that, so you steer clear. Yep. Let's see, polar bear are one of the few animals that have been documented to actively hunt humans without any other pressures to do so, such as sickness, ill, and all that. Yeah. Yeah, and there's not many animals that actively, you know, hunt human beings. Some will take the opportunity if, like, you know, especially like smaller kids or whatever. Most steer clear because, you know, they've kind of learned that we have these things called guns and we have a tendency to shoot animals that we are worried about. I'm not going to worry about the shed right now. Let's focus on getting into the house. Because we're running out of daylight. We want to get inside. That is a pretty big house over there. Oh, did I drop the... Get you out of here. You know, sit down for a minute. We'd start resting. Oh, no, sharpness is actually in good shape. So at this point, you've left the area that I was familiar with? Yeah. No, we definitely looped down to being quite a ways far south. Oh. Hold up. Wait a second. We have things we need to consider. Alright, wait a second. We need to evaluate. Let's ignore the house for a moment. We need to figure out where we're at so far as this nightmare is. No, it's a tall fence. But they can break through tall fences now if we get aggro. So we're going to go a little bit wide of them. Hopefully not aggro them against the fence. What am I looking at? Ah. don't care about that house anymore. There's a gap over here in the fence that I saw. And in the moment they fight out of there, when anything aggroes them, that's when things get real ugly real fast. So we're just gonna go ahead and mosey on up the road. There was definitely no buildings back there, or no houses or anything like that. Didn't see anything, just empty road. It's a real bummer that there was no... Okay, I think I know where we are now. Yeah, I think I know this spot. So this would be south, like south of Lake Fallis. That this road should stop being a big highway and should narrow up and then split off to the left. And I believe to the left will be an ice cream parlor and a fruit stand that I based up in our times, as well as a couple of farmhouses and that kind of deal. And then to the north will be a relatively long, narrow road that will then lead into the south side of Lake Fallis. The problem is, I have a lot of zombies here. I'm trying not to have to fight them, but they are kind of bogarting the whole highway. Because remember, this place gets kind of gnarly. But it's just a collection of like 5 or 6 nice-ish houses. Yeah, I'm not cutting into the woods on this one. Oh, I've got like four containers of caffeine pills. I'm not worried about having to sleep in the woods. Yeah, there might be a camping store, but again, we're on 16 times pop, so there's no casually strolling in on anything. So sleep has been canceled. I don't see, like, when they change the road like this, because it didn't used to go these angles, it makes it really hard for me to recognize the area, because it's not following the shapes I'm used to the road being. So I'm going to peek over this way real fast. But my plan is to stay on that highway. Ooh. You solid zombies. Oh, that's an entrance to someplace. We're definitely taking the absolute scenic tour to getting literally anywhere. Yeah, I haven't explored this map since they changed it, because it used to be the roads only went, for the most part, the roads went this way, and there's only a couple places in the map where it would do something like that. And usually it's smaller roads. Because I distinctly remember I hated there was the one road near Rosewood, I think it was on the south side of Rosewood, that would go straight down through the woods. Like straight down. And I remember hating that spot. And I was by the drive-in movie theater, like going from Rosewood down there, and I hated that spot because you don't normally move that direction in Product Zomboid. It's usually this way or this way. So far as your roads and all that. So now these ones that kind of split the difference, they're just annoying because your character can't really move that direction. Let's give you a sapling. No, a whole lot of nope in that spot? Oh yeah, there's a reason we just looked and went, Nope, and just kept going. A random pair of short shorts. Yes, I'm wondering if I'm even going to recognize when the road does its switch. Alright, we can eat the thistle. You know, grab the mint. Or sorry, not thistle, nettles. Let's go with this side road. Because the change of the highway, I'm worried we're going too far west. That the road I think I'm aiming for may either not exist or be changed to a point I don't really recognize it. Yep, no, you can absolutely use the helicopter to clear out points of interest. You just take the helicopter near enough the point of interest that they hear you. Let's keep going north. Ooh, actually... not north. With that road taking a new angle, this might be the way to the ice cream parlor. We are getting a stutter here. So there's some zombies moving somewhere nearby, and I don't love it. Like, we're getting a proper dip in frame rate, like... We should be more than far enough away from the zombies we aggroed earlier that they shouldn't be causing us any problems. I don't think there'll be a ton in the forest right here. It could be there's a point of interest up that way. Alright, so pretty soon we're going to be putting away the foraging because it's going to get too dark. We are taking the most elaborate way around to get to Lake Fallis. Now, the pro and con with going around this way is that we do reach Lake Fallis from this side. There's always the possibility all the helicopters and meta events and all that I've taken on the east side of Lake Fallis may have drawn enough zombies away I have a much easier time pushing in from this side. If that's not the case, as we push in and we get helicopters, there's always the possibility we can draw the zombies out of Lake Fallis into the various fields and all that. Because that's, with our push in the multiplayer server, that's actually how I got into Lake Fallis the first time, is we had been pushing down there. We had the helicopter, I believe it was, and we kind of were just off to the side of Lake Fallis. And so very genuinely ended up drawing the zombies away from that northern part of the, town. I was able to take advantage of that. Alright, so let's eat one of these berries. This berry very well could be poisonous. And it is. So I'm going to go and drop those berries. I normally keep the poisonous berries and I'll juggle them. But I've accidentally eaten 2 poisonous berries back to back and gotten myself in trouble before. There's just no need for it. Yeah, so we're full on nauseous because we ate poison. As you do. The poison's not going to eat itself. Would they migrate back after the helicopter draws them away? Yes. But the idea is you get into the location, and it's not one of those things that, you know, you pull 1,000 zombies this way, and then the next day 1,000 zombies comes back. it's you pull 1,000 zombies this way, and they kind of trickle back in groups here and there. So if you got a decent amount of combat ability, you can start chipping away at them. Now, it can be a thing where the numbers start to get a little bit overwhelming, that you can't kind of keep the pressure up on them. But, you know, there's still a good chance you might be able to hold your ground, or at least kind of get forced into a slow retreat where you are knocking them out and all that. Well, this is still not the road I thought it was. And part of this is I haven't been in this area in a long time, and part of it is they changed some of those highways because they added more variance to the turns and all that they can do. And so areas I used to recognize have actually changed, and usually they still have the same buildings. It's a lot of the roads between the buildings. You know, what might have been just a straight shot before, they might like do a little snake kind of pattern or whatever. That kind of thing. But all of that's kind of messing with my familiarity of the area. Oh, I can't pull up my map. Gotta pull out a flashlight. Well, let's do it. Yeah, so that's going... So this is the Lake Fallis back road. Oh, that's weird. So this whole thing is a Lake Fallis back road, which ends there. So needless to say, Lake Fallis... Oh. This is the south side of Lake Fallis. Okay, that means the ice cream parlor may have been right here. I see. So I was much farther south than I thought I was. It's a big road, man. Yep. I'm still hoping we find a tent or a sleeping bag. That's part of the reason I don't mind wandering these random roads right now, is just in the off chance that we get lucky and we score, you know, a tent, a sleeping bag, a hiking bag, that kind of thing. Because we haven't really explored the area around. That's usually how you get the survivor zombies, is you choose like random highways and side roads. You just kind of cruise along them slowly until you see a group of zombies in the middle of nowhere for no reason. Score yourself your bag and move on. On the other hand, if this does loop around, we might literally just be able to walk in on the other side, because we've been clearing on the other side, pulling everything over there. We might be able to just kind of sneak in the back to the ice cream parlor area. That. On the other hand, I used to sleep on the bar stools on the ice cream parlor early game, and you can't do that anymore. So I don't have a bed of any kind. I don't have a spare weapon readied. There we go. Yeah, this road didn't used to snake like this. So all this is throwing me off. You know, it's a bit late, but the deer here will just ram you over with their head and antlers, or not. You presume an arlorless moose will do that too, but be lethal if it wants. Also, boar will hit your car with their head. Oh yeah, no, boar are also rough. Yeah, no, it grabbed ram you, which is fine. That's not a problem. Auto mod sometimes is a little bit too keen to jump on that. Well, we're just having our nice overnight stroll as they walk around nauseous and queasy from eating poisonous berries. Just Kentucky things, I guess. Wandering home after, you know, imbibing unquestionable substances. We're at least responsible enough to not drive while doing it. Wandering to a home we don't know. That's a whole separate experience, but yeah. Yeah, no, there used to not be a road like this that went through here. Like, I want to say this road just went up and then to the left. Versus, like, zigzagging and all this snaking around and all that. I'm also surprised we haven't seen a single car in this. This whole time we saw one burnt-out car. And then we saw one pair of wrecked cars. For all these highways we've been walking, we haven't seen crap for events. Like, normally by now I would have seen, like, you know, an ambulance, a good couple of wrecks, probably a trailer of some kind, whether it's an animal trailer or whatever. It's also not been that long, considering we haven't even had to resort to, worrying about the water too much. We're still just sipping from our bottle. But no random zombie groups. No car wrecks. No camps. And you already know this is going to join with some of the other roads we've already been on. Just by the fact that we went south and we turned east. We've made a big U so far as the road patterns, and we're inside that U. Which means unless we take a stark turn north, it eventually is going to connect to what we've already got. Yep. No, like I said, I think I've got a better feeling. Basically when it was saying Lake Fallis back road, my mind was thinking it was the north side of Lake Fallis. So like the actual name of the road threw me off versus it seems like it might be the south side of Lake Fallis. Which means that this is where I think it is. We might be strolling on up towards like the this will either take us to the ice cream parlor or the intersection south of the ice cream parlor. Alright, we got a couple of zombies here. Doesn't look like a big group. Okay, and grab our next weapon. Just in case any of them have, like, car keys or house keys or anything like that. Got a couple more over here. Yeah, no, early build 41 when I started doing 16 times pop. So not right away build 41, but when I started doing the 16 times pop, this broadly speaking was where I tended to operate early 16 times pop when I was just starting to get like my legs underneath me and, you know, learning like the really long sustainable runs and all that. Broadly speaking, this is the area I'd go to because it had lots of opportunity for loot. But was relatively low population compared to the other like major city areas and all that kind of stuff. So I would go for Lake Palace, and most of the time it'd come from the south side where there's the ice cream parlor and the fruit stand, and so the idea is I'd try and get to the fruit stand before anything had a chance to start going dodgy. Let's see, we'll grab the trowel next, because that's a crap weapon. But I get to the fruit stand, and the reason I'd want to do that is I get to the fruit stand before things start going dodgy. I'd take all the fruit from the fruit stand, take it to the ice cream parlor, and chuck it in the freezers. And then that'd give me a good couple weeks worth of food that I just didn't have to worry about. So I could kind of take all that time to get set up and whatnot. But then later on, as you kind of learn, like as I learned how to survive and how powerful foraging was and yada yada, then none of that became necessary anymore. There's a bunch there. Okay. I was about to say almost a whole rally group, no muscle strain. But we got right to the last two. And then the muscle strain finally caught up. It's fine. So next on the list, we'll grab you. So I'll back off for just a minute. Sit down and rest. I believe we're out of things to... No, we got, you, and you are not poison berries. Yep, we do have a crowbar. We also have a nightstick. Like, we actually have a pretty good set of weapons. I'm just getting rid of a bunch of our garbage weapons that are taking up our inventory first. Then I'll switch over to the better weapons. That way I have some time to get a little bit more maintenance, and then we can go ahead and get our inventory space down. Let's see, noob question here. Is there a way to win the game, or ending, or is the game endlessly spawning until you die? There is one ending to the game. That is your death. It is a game that you're basically surviving for as long as you can. There's no happy ending here. You don't cure it. You don't rebuild society. Everything has fallen. It's the end of the world. Like, literally the intro of the game is, it was the end of days. There was no hope of survival. This is how you died. So at the time you start the game, your character is already dead. And what your goal is, while you're effectively playing the retelling of that story, and your goal is to make it as, interesting and long or meaningful or whatever you want to call it, but it's to add meaning to that story. But this is the end of the world. And I actually really appreciate that tone for the game, by the way. It's one of the things I worry that when they introduce NPCs that we might end up losing. Because, like, you look at other games in the zombie genre, you've got Left 4 Dead, where, your whole thing is that you are immune, and you're trying to, like, just kind of escape more than anything. You're just going from place to place trying to get away from the zombie apocalypse. So like the first one, you and your friends go out to like a tropical island and go live on the island. And it won't spoil how that works leading into the second one. And I don't remember what the second one is, where it leads to. There you are. But then you got State of Decay, where you're trying to like rebuild communities in a world with zombies. Yeah, I can't see the zombies on the side of the road at all, so I keep just aggroing big groups. Back up a little more. What's their general idea for how the NPCs work? They haven't given us detail. The rough discussion they had is that the NPCs will kind of have like their own story, motivation, that kind of thing, that they're trying to accomplish, and that like the game will do a bunch of dice rolls and be like, okay, so this person's trying to get to this place, and that maybe they'll end up going there. But we don't know mechanically how any of that works past that it has chosen those things, and that's kind of the objective for them. But we don't know, like, are there going to be groups? Are they going to be shops? Can you ally with them? Or anything like that. None of that's been revealed. Because I also imagine it's one of those things that they're going to work on, that they have some ideas they know they want to do, and they probably have some ideas they're going to tinker with, see how it feels. If it goes well, you know, it becomes part of the game. If not, they scrap it, that kind of thing. It's just NPCs are one of those things that they can easily make or break the game in a way where their addition can be a huge boon to the game, or can honestly, they could honestly very much ruin the style of game it is. Now granted, you're going to be able to turn it off. So when I say ruin it, it's not like they introduce the NPCs in the game as just garbo or whatever. But it could be one of those things that once they introduce the NPCs, if they land flat, you know, have this weird thing of you can't put the genie back in the bottle. Like people will be upset if you get rid of them. And so it's one of those things they gotta really take their time with, and, you know, go and be like, you know, what fits what we're aiming for the game. Because honestly, if it's a like rebuild society kind of experience, I would be very disappointed. Like that's a good thing, and it's actually something that games can consider in a big way. But we have that game. It's called State of Decay 2 and State of Decay 1. They're really good. Excellent games, highly recommend. But Project Zomboid is kind of its own unique thing, that there's no other game that kind of is a similar experience. And so I just really don't want them to just chase what the other game did, and then, you know, you kind of lose that whole this is its own thing, it's something different kind of deal. They already have story point of interest in the game. You bet having at least a few NPCs tied to that story point. Yeah, no, that's kind of what I talked about. What I would love to see them do is you start playing the game and all that, and say you spawn in Rosewood. And I just use Rosewood because it's a neat example, because I'm very familiar with the town. So you spawn in Rosewood, you're in the houses, you're skulking around, doing your things to survive. And one day you find this lady in an orange hoodie. She's popping in and out of a couple of the businesses downtown, grabbing some stuff. And maybe now you have an interaction. I don't think we're gonna have like whole dialogue trees or anything like that where you talk to them and you get to know them or anything like that. I think it'll be one of those things that you get near her and there's kind of that moment where you don't really know what's going on. She's sussing you out and all that. And maybe what she does is, like, if you show up in the building with her, she quietly just tries to leave. Like, she doesn't want to be involved. She's not sure what to make of you. She doesn't trust you. She doesn't want to be around you. But over time, as you are operating in the same area and there's not trouble between you, maybe you end up popping in the same building. And oh, good, we just had another hiccup on the connection. Joy. But maybe you have like that little. I'll wait a second because I can see on my phone that's taking a blip here real fast. All right. But yeah, so maybe it's one of those things that, like, you know, you've been operating in the same area. There's not been any kind of negative between you. And it's not that she trusts you, but, like, the caginess isn't quite what it was before. So one of those things that you pop into the same building or whatever, and instead of her just noping out stage left or being like, hey, I was here first, piss off, instead she just kind of keeps going about what she's doing, and she doesn't let you get too close to her. Like, she'll back off if you get too close, but she's not bailing out of the area. And so it's one of those things that you kind of just notice her in the area. She's doing her thing, she's operating, all that kind of thing. But what ends up happening in the long run is one day you're walking around and go, you know what? I haven't seen the lady in the orange hoodie in a long time. I wonder what happened to her. And you wander around town for a little while, and then you can find evidence that, you know, the gas station was all fortified at some point. And so you go to the gas station, you start skulking around, and you can find her little, like, notebook or journal where she's talking about she's trying to find her brother, that he was over in West Point, you know, had come back from tour, and that she wants to just really figure out what happened to him, and that she'd probably be safer if, you know, if they teamed up or whatever, something like that. So she has some motivation to go to West Point to find her lost family member. And that ultimately what happened is she has left to go find them. So now you got kind of this, like, mystery going on. That you had the lady in the orange hoodie that was hanging out in the area, that you kind of got to know broadly just as they were just another person kind of in your community, in your town, whatever. And that they go out and about. I can't wait till I can actually see, because they keep trying to rest, and then realizing there's zombies, like, right there. And so then you have the choice of you can either A, utterly disregard her existence and go about your day like nothing ever happened, or B, you could be like, you know what? I want to figure out what happened to the lady in orange. You know, I noticed from her journal, her name is Joyce. Well, I want to go figure out what happened to Joyce. And so you start wandering around, and you take the roads kind of going up towards West Point, and you notice there was a car, and it got into a wreck. And you go over there, and you notice that, like, you know, there's some stuff left in there that it looks like a survivor car. And you're like, oh, this must be Joyce. But she's not there. So you get the whole idea. You have kind of this whole, like, mystery to follow, that kind of thing. And then maybe Joyce, like, you find out she's, like, fortified a house just outside of West Point, and you have evidence that she's clearly been fighting there. Maybe you get there and she's still in the area fighting, kind of thing. Maybe you get there and then you find a zombie that's the lady in the orange hoodie, that she was fighting the zombies but ultimately didn't make it. And like that kind of thing. So it kind of just becomes more lore and story that's unique to your world. And I think that would be a really fun way of playing it. I'm really hoping they don't do the thing where you walk up and you give Joyce a can of beans, and you get 10 friendship points, and then when you get enough friendship points, you can talk to Joyce and tell her to join your community, and then she follows along, and all that kind of stuff. I really, really, really don't want that kind of a system. That's fine, that system's been used in many a game. It's not a bad system per se, but, like, we've done that. And it's not Project Zomboid. It's a very different thing. Let's see. Too many devs see the cool thing that our popular game in their genre and try to put in their game, ending up making unique experience more like the existing one. Yeah, no, and it's one of those things. It's good to be aware of what your competitors are doing, and if it makes sense for your game, to include that in your game. So, like, you got, like, for example, Path of Exile and all that, where you need your scrolls of identity to identify stuff. And a bunch of games over time were like, okay, but let's just make it so you can just go to town and push a button and identify them all. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. And so a lot of games eventually will add that mechanic, where it's just like, okay, you just push a button, and you can now identify everything. So that ends up being a good mechanic that it's like, yeah, just bring that in. Or like the ability to hit a button to like automatically drop loot into a box. That's a good mechanic, just add it to your game. It doesn't take away from your game's experience to have that. But then there's certainly times where you have things that change the tone or the vibe or the experience of your game. that then you got to be a lot more careful going, okay, but does this change my game? And that's when I'd argue, again, with Path of Exile. Path of Exile 1, over time, went from a gritty, slow, grimy kind of really, really tough action RPG, and it's still hard, but it turned into one that became incredibly fast-paced. And that fast-pacedness is what made it unique. We hadn't seen that to that degree in the genre. Like, everyone had gone to kind of follow the setup that Diablo had, where everything was like, you know, this gritty, slow-paced, you know, you're going through there. And yeah, you could get a little bit zoomy in Diablo after you started getting some proper kit and everything. But, like, it was still meant to be kind of this, the enemies are tough and tanky and whatnot. And so then Path of Exile, like, went really hard into that direction, where they're, you know, just really, really fast-paced, you know, power creep had gone wild, and people were deleting whole screens of enemies and all that. And the devs didn't like it. The devs, it's just not what they wanted the game to be. And so they did intervene with Path of Exile 2, and they're like, alright, we're gonna slow this game down. And broadly speaking, Path of Exile 2, while it's gotten a lot of adoption, a lot of people play it, generally it's not been praised nearly as much as Path of Exile 1, and a lot of people went back to Path of Exile 1, because Path of Exile 2 in a lot of ways was like, hey, you know how every action RPG other than this one is kind of the slow, gritty pace? Well, this one's that too. And, like, don't get me wrong, it's over time, the damage creep is starting to show up there, and it's starting to kind of look like its former self. I think the devs kind of realized they needed to let people go a little bit faster. That's kind of what they got known for. But it was something that they were kind of trying to copy the vibe everyone else was doing, not realizing the fact that they were just different was kind of their big asset. Or for, like, the matter of kind of going the reverse is, the number of games in, like, the Stardew Valley slice of life farming simulator genre, that kind of thing, because Harvest Moon and Stardew Valley both did the whole stamina bar thing, they kind of all do that. And it's been kind of a nice perk that the genre has had games that are like, wait, what if we just didn't do that? And in a lot of ways, it makes for a really good game by having a game where you don't feel like you have to kind of manage, all right, am I selling this, or am I eating it for more stamina, or, you know, do I end my day early because I don't have the energy to do anything else, or is there something I can do that doesn't require the stamina? Like, kind of the efficiency around that kind of stuff. So when a game is like, yeah, we just don't have stamina, just go about your day, it's fine. It honestly feels like fresh new content, because just for once you don't have that thing sitting over you that doesn't really always add to the experience. Let's see. Or, you know, copying the latest thing that worked really well for Fortnite too. Yeah. That's almost all the serious runs end. It's a last judgment. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Your really big runs, the way you almost die once you start getting your really long runs, it's that momentary lapse of, oh, come on with these disconnects. It's that momentary lapse of judgment, or the momentary, like, inattention. So you just not focus for 1 second, walk into a zombie, or, you know, that 1 second that you just make a bad judgment call and get yourself punished for it. Yeah, no, the disconnect thing that's happening is it's disconnecting for just like a second or two blip, that it goes like, not like this, and then it goes right back in. It's not fully dropping the stream to the point where it's saying, you know, stream is offline. My understanding, that's happening to a bunch of different people from what a couple of people have been saying, which really sucks. Whatever Twitch has got going on, that needs to be sorted. Well, Path of Exile also has had years to polish a huge player base. Right, what I'm going with that, Marlo, though, is just kind of one of the realities are what makes Path of Exile stand out, which is the incredible speed and pace of explodey, screeny, power creep kind of nonsense. That's the thing that makes it stand out, it unique in its genre. And that, by and large, the vast majority of the genre otherwise is the slow, gritty, crunchy kind of action RPG. And there's exceptions, like Torchlight I'd argue is an exception. And it's just kind of one of those things that it felt like Path of Exile was like, okay, we're like kind of one of the most successful games in our entire genre. Like other games are trying to be us. We've set the bar this high. Okay, let's just go ahead and copy their homework, because, like, that's what we should be. We should be what the other person is. And you kind of scratch your head and go, but why? It's not you shouldn't pay attention to your competition and not learn from them, but it's to stop and recognize what you're doing that is working, and not just do what the other person's doing because they're doing it. And for them, it's more they have a vision of what they want Path of Exile to be. That they like very much leadership there. They liked Diablo 2. That's kind of where Path of Exile came from. And they want something in that vein of games. So it's kind of, you know, trying to go back to what they want the game to be versus what it is. They've definitely pushed back a lot over the years where there's been functionality that players have grown accustomed to in the genre and all that, and they're like, yeah, well, we don't want to do that. With stuff like trade and all that. And eventually, a lot of times they've had to relent because you start to get kind of players frustrated. Like, there's also a thing that if you got scammed in the game, like, the devs were like, yeah, we're not going to do anything, be smart about your trades and all that. And it did eventually become a certain thing where a lot of the scams were doing stuff like, you know, using UI shortcomings, like, that way items could get swapped, so you would mouse over it, it'd look like an item that caused the trade window to close and reopen, and it would look like everything's on the up and up. But on the other hand, what actually happened is the person swapped out the item you agreed to for a cheaper, crappier item. And it was kind of one of those things that the former stance was like, that's on you. You watch your own garbage. But there was some particularly egregious ones that even if you're very, very vigilant, you know, it was very hard to... You had to be, like, really, really on top of it to make sure you didn't get scammed. And the scams were getting so rife that it was kind of killing trade and is really hurting the player counts and all that in the trade leagues. Because it was just super frustrating that you'd be trying to get an item and you get one scammer after another scammer, and even though you wouldn't fall for the scam, you'd be like, okay, get out of here, that kind of thing. But the devs were like, nah, that's fair. But eventually they had some pretty egregious ones, so they kind of started changing that stance where it's like, okay, no, if someone does something like one of these kind of scams, you can report it now, and we will potentially take action. I don't know if they ever did meaningfully or not. But it was one of those things that they just didn't want to be involved. They're like, yeah, it's on you. That's because historically that's how, you know, it was on Diablo 1 and 2. You had to have someone either you know or trust act as the escrow or whatever. There wasn't a safe trade mechanic. There was a certain amount of risk you just took on. Alright, eat a questionable berry. Is it poison? Yes. Yes it is. So we're gonna chuck that on the ground. If you could change every mechanic, aren't you being a different game? If you could change every mechanic, aren't you being a different genre? Well, I mean, you can... That's getting into, like, genres and subgenres and that kind of thing. Like, you know, Path of Exile is an action RPG, so is Diablo, so is Torchlight. One can argue that this is also an action RPG, but one would say it is a very different game than, you know, Path of Exile or Diablo. Whereas Path of Exile and Diablo kind of fall in a more traditional action RPG sort of sense. Because both of them are action games with RPG elements. But then, okay, well, is this a survival game or not? I actually argue it's not a survival game. It is a game with survival mechanics. And the reason I kind of say that is, while yes, they're survival mechanics, they can be pretty much nuanced pretty easily. Whereas I'd say for me, a survival game would be something like The Long Dark. Like, The Long Dark is, like, to me, capital S survival. It's not a game with survival mechanics. Survival is the core point of the game. And then, like, the story takes the secondary seat. I would argue a game like Raft would be far more of a survival game. Subnautica would be a survival game. Survival crafter. But Project Zomboid, to me, it's really the basis around the zombies. I'm trying to stop and get food. What are your skills looking at right now? They're doing generally well. Fitness is at 3. Strength is right at the edge of about to hit 5. Nimble's at 2 and 2/3. Forging is at 6. No one cares about electrical or cooking. Maintenance is about 5 1/3. Short blade is about 3 1/2. Short blunt is about 4 1/2. Axe is about 2. Long blunt is about 2 1/4. Man, we're at about not quite 2,700 kills. Have you checked out Green Hell? Yeah, it's a terrible game that no one should play. No, I'm teasing. It's not a game I enjoy. I find it to be the bad kind of survival game, in that a lot of the survival is tedium. You know, how dare you lay on the ground? Here is a bunch of parasites that instantly inhabit your body. Go get your bone needle and start poking them all out. And then it's like, it's the meme of, like, you didn't brush your teeth, you instantly have gingivitis, get some activated colon, rub it in your eye, now it's better kind of survival mechanics. Obviously, I'm exaggerating and making crap up there, but you get the idea. It's survival in the just arbitrarily assigning a whole bunch of junk you need to do to survive that doesn't really make sense. And to a certain extent, you have to do that kind of stuff in survival games, of making the time length that certain stuff takes to be a problem and compress it. Because, you know, if you had to play for like 3 weeks for your character to starve to death, that'd get kind of tedious. So a lot of stuff, and Project Zomboid does that too. You starve to death and dehydrate to death way faster than you would in real life. Let's see. Sorry, we just had Automod jumping on stuff and stuff. Yep. Yeah, no, absolutely. So, like, I've played Green Hell, and I found, like, to get you the idea, so Green Hell has what's called a slowdown mechanic. And a lot of games have these, and slowdown mechanics aren't necessarily bad within themselves. And a slowdown mechanic is anything that is designed for the express purpose of making something take longer for the player. And like I said, it can be good things. You can have slowdown mechanics that are engaging, that do drag out the time it takes for stuff to happen. But, like... Alright, we're gonna take another caffeine pill. There we go. All better. For those who don't realize, how tired you are does affect your vision. So that was the reason why it's getting dark despite being 9 a.m. is we're getting sleepy. A jalapeno. Okay, so I can't do that. On a stick? No. Sadly. Just a jalapeno. But yeah, so the slowdown mechanic for me with me for Green Hell is stuff like they put the spiders and the snakes all over the place. And so where you have those spiders and snakes all over the place, they don't really change much other than it makes it so you can't really run without having to worry about them. So I actually really like the bigger, more dangerous animals, like the I don't remember if it was a panther or a cougar or whatever it was, but like the big cats. Like that's fine. The natives I'm pretty indifferent about. Like it's kind of whatever. They're just insert enemy. They could be a zombie, it would be fine. They could be, you know, the natives, it'd be fine. They could be raptor people, it would be fine. Like they're neither here nor there for me. It's just a dangerous thing they've added to the game that fights you. But stuff like the scorpions and all that, they act very counter to reality, so it's not a realism thing. Weirdly, like the scorpions will kind of run at you to attack you and poison you, and then poison is kind of obnoxious in how it works, and it's same with the spiders and the snakes. Like if you move at any real speed, they don't kind of make a noise to warn you about them until you're like almost on top of them. And so in practice, what it does, it forces you to slowly walk everywhere, which is fine, but it's not a mechanic that feels like it has substance. It's just there to be like, okay, you have that sprint button, F you, you're not allowed to use it. Like you're being chased by a cougar or something, you're trying to make distance? No? Okay, well don't use that button. So I found it to be very, very frustrating to deal with. Yeah, obviously we're talking about the context of a video game. At least that one, from my understanding, they do a whole thing where the native people there, they don't just like violently attack you or whatever like some games would do, where it's just like instant aggro. They kind of are sussing you out. They don't know what to make of you. So if you go and you start attacking them, they'll return the favor kind of deal. But if you are generally pretty chill with them, I think eventually they can attack you if you're just kind of skulking around their area. But otherwise, they'll, broadly speaking, kind of give you a distance or whatever. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Tiredness does affect your speed. It's a bone. Okay, we found a little bit of food. We're gonna go ahead and start pushing again. You're blanking on the name? I don't remember. But yeah, so I'm not a big fan of Green Hell. And if you enjoy it, like, don't let me yuck your yum, but it's just kind of one of those things of the survival games. I actually, that's kind of the one I usually hold out as my, this is the kind of survival game I don't like. I literally joke about it. Because, like, I found myself actually getting curious about the story, which is kind of when I went and started really getting frustrated with the game. So I started enjoying the story a lot, and I was like, all right, well, I want to see this, like, because I had been playing it on stream for a couple of streams. I was like, all right, well, I want to see how the story goes. And so I was trying to, like, rush along, and I got kind of really annoyed at having to, like, rebuild the same stupid, like, lean again and again, because if you don't, you get parasites. You gotta cut them out of yourself. If you don't, you know, process your water, you almost always get stomach parasites. And it's just kind of one of those things like, my god, it's like, you gotta be careful about drinking water in not areas. But it's not like you instantly get your whole body just riddled with parasite because you dared to drink 1 cup of water from someplace. Like, there's a chance you could get something really awful drinking contaminated water that could be potentially life-threatening. But, like, the meminess of how it just instantly happened and escalates is just like, oh my god, please. Not even from the realism perspective, you're just like, I am so tired, Grandpa, I don't want to build this lean again. Because the reality is the Green Hell Island is actually, compared to a lot of survival games, a relatively small map. Like I said, they just use a lot of slowdown mechanics, like forcing you to rebuild your structure every single time you want to sleep. And the spiders, and the snakes, and the scorpions, and all those things. To force you to slow down and not be able to navigate the island too quickly. My understanding, that's what the entire speedruns are. The entire speedruns for the game are just simply figuring out ways to get around / tank / whatever the various things designed to slow you down so you can just beeline from A to B to C. Alright. Yeah, so we're still queasy from the poison berry and being around the corpses. But yeah, and it's not exclusively a green hell thing. There's a lot of survival games. Like there's I think Scum was another one that you have a certain amount of, you have to like balance your food, and I was like, nah, man. I'm sorry. Like technically Project Zomboid will track your protein, but all that it does is if you have more protein, you get a little bit more XP every time you hit a zombie with something. That your strength scales up a little bit better based on how much protein you've had. Alright, before we keep pushing this, let's assess where we're at. Okay. So this just has a bunch of zombies in this area. Down here is where we were staying. So we're just around the corner there. I kind of want to continue with the idea of just exploring. The forest opinions? The forest is fine, from what I've seen. I never really got into the forest either. I own the forest. For me, it was kind of just off-putting, the whole, you have, like, the native population there, you butcher their bodies apart to make armor and all that. To me, it felt like it's trying to be a bit too edgy. And I understand that's feeding into the story of the game. Like, when you get to the end of the story, it's kind of like, wow, this is awful up here. Huh. Oh, wait, when did they put in... I forgot about this place. The army supply area. Huh. I didn't think I was in this area. Man, I remember you used to go out of your way to get to this area. There's some goodies in that building. We're not going in there because this is awful. I was wondering why I was seeing so many zombies just broadly in this area. But this is part of why I wanted to start scouting around. Is because I was getting to that point where I'm like, something's not right here. I was expecting to reach my destination by now. What's going on? So I'm glad we did that. So, I don't want to deal with this. This is not what we're here for. It would be lovely if I could get into the military surplus store to snag a tent or a sleeping bag. Or a big backpack. We're not really set up to do that, and I shouldn't be doing what I'm considering doing right now. You go away for the time being. Normally would not do a thing like this, but we're here. We gotta run and make this gap down here. There we go. So it's pretty unlikely this works, by the way. We are attempting to bring the neighborhood out of the neighborhood. How do you get away from them? You walk. You're faster than the zombies, you literally just walk away. That is so many zombies in this area. So the goal here is, you see how I'm getting all the zombies away from this building? That's our objective. Is I just want to draw as many of the zombies away from that building as I can. Frame rate, please don't kill me. Alright. So I've almost got the whole neighborhood closed in. You notice I'm getting fewer and fewer zombies from out in the distance. That is what we're trying to do, is I'm just trying to kind of ball up all the zombies we can, broadly get them in the middle, and then slowly walk them out of the area. This is not a strategy I recommend, by the way. This is me being stubborn. You know the frame rate's bad when I go to do the whistle and it doesn't work because the game's busy hitching. But I still need to keep being relatively near the building, so any of the stragglers will hear the whistle and keep on pouring out this way. I don't think we loop back another time. I think we're gonna get whatever we're gonna get out of here. We're getting pretty close to ditching time. Is this the firebomb move? No, we don't use fire. We're Pied Pipering. Okay, how's that alley look? Alley's looking a little spicier than I'm comfortable with. Alright, that's dangerous because I got a blind corner here. We have flown too close to the sun. We have flown too close to the sun. Alright, it's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna potentially, oop, never mind, I was gonna draw him over to that fence and then dump him on the fence, but the fence looks like it's already occupied. So we're not gonna dump him on the fence because the fence is already clearly compromised. Yeah, that's fine. That's the reason why our character is having like a complete breaking point kind of attack, is they're hearing all zombies bang on that big old fence over there. You're stressed too? That's fair. This is a needlessly dangerous thing I'm doing, by the way. Like, I'm acknowledging that point right now. So what we're gonna be doing over here is we've got all the zombies. Now what we'd like to do is we're obviously going to be picking up a whole bunch as we walk through this neighborhood. And the hope is I can ditch them by going up towards the military surplus, cutting to the right, and then while we're over there, like, duck into the woods or whatever I can do to line of sight them. And then loop back and have just a couple going into the military surplus. Most likely it's not going to work. We did grab all of the zombies that have ever zombied. And I can't go down here. That right path is no good. I'm curious about this truck. Nope, nothing I care about. Alright, let's ditch him at the car wash. This should work out okay. We probably have a couple rally groups on the other side here. But this is close enough to where we're blasting the whistle. We shouldn't have too much over here. Meanwhile, let's unequip the whistle. Put that back here. We're not going to use that anymore. Because we either cleared it out or we didn't. Nah, a bunch got stuck here. This is kind of what I was worried about. We had so many zombies that they kind of fell off the back end. Because it's not a place I can hop in. Yeah. Okay, so they're still chasing where they last heard me. Let's go wide to the left. Yep. You are literally faster than the zombies. Unless you are way overburdened or way sleepy or some other big negative is hurting your ability to move. As long as you don't have a significant negative going on your character, you are faster than the zombies. Let's not do that right now. I'm already playing a dangerous game to not be foraging in the woods where we've seen zombies. Those berry might be poison. Yeah, too many stragglers. It is. Chuck those on the ground so we don't kill ourselves on them. And I see a bunch still by the front. Yeah, that's what I was saying is, unfortunately, this tactic doesn't often work with high pop areas. Because you start getting to the point where they start kind of falling off the backside of the zombies you're pain training. Yeah, so you can see all the ones that fell off the back end. Alright, well, we're gonna walk away. As much as I'd like to get in there, that is a major effort to break into that place. Actually, do we want to go for it? I think we do go for it. Like, I don't go for it right now, but I think we clear into this area. So let's get back to a safe house. We've been out for like 2 days just wandering the wilderness. Let's get back to some place we can base from. And just start trying to fight our way in. If we can get into this place, there is almost certainly going to be tents and big backpacks and all that kind of stuff. But first we got to get out of here alive. But as you can see, there's just zombies everywhere. So this is going to be a major campaign. Which we are doing the thing I usually also avoid, which is looping back over where I just drug zombies. Is a big no-no. Because as you can see, the zombies are very mobile right now. They're moving everywhere. And there are lots of them. Okay. Just trying to get out to the east now. And I know I'm missing a lot of chat. There might be something that needs my attention in game right now. This looks like fun. Hey, Moriarty. Yeah, no, it's good. It's making me work. But as you can see, we are pretty close to being clear. We are going to get bullied back a little bit. I am curious at the subdivision to our south, if I can sneak into one of the houses on the right. I can also just sneak straight to the south. We know there's houses we previously cleared down there. So where I've utterly compromised this entire area with my shenanigans. That house to the south might be alright. Yeah, potentially all these stalkers need your attention. I know, right? Yeah, I didn't realize we're by the military surplus. If we're by the military surplus, I'm gonna have to like look at the map. Because the military surplus, I believe, is straight west of Lake Fallis. Like in a decent distance west of it. Like mid-map west side. Which would mean I need to go east, which is the opposite direction I believed I need to go this whole time. Yeah, southwest? Yeah. Okay, so let's get down to this house. We desperately need to deal with our water and a whole bunch of other stuff we got going on. We need to find food. Our sleep schedule's gonna be complete train wreck. Cutting through some of these trees to not draw the zombies directly to where we're trying to set up at. But yeah, so for people saying, like, how am I gonna get away? You notice we just walk. Some of them might end up actually following us, but probably not that many. Yeah, so you can see some of them saw me cut into those trees up there, but they've lost me since then. The first thing let's do is let's get in here and get some water. Because if everything goes to hell, the water is the one thing I can't afford to have go to hell. Everything else is manageable. Alright, top off that. Refill our water. Cool. Alright, so clearly we're starting to get sleepy. Oh no, it's not that. It's because we're full-on agitated and nauseous. We need to find gnomes. Okay. This house is fine for now. We could potentially move ourselves over towards the next house down the road. While we wait, we can forage for that. What's the weight moodle? You mean this moodle? It's just weighed down. Weighed down's not bad. It's the overburned over one, the darker red one you got to worry about. Part of the reason I'm thinking about moving still is I'm a little concerned that if I continue to stay in this spot, what'll end up happening is all zombies I drug down will end up bumping into that house. So I kind of want to like reposition to deal with that. So we go over here, the zombies, wherever I ended up dumping them off, shouldn't have an immediate threat to me. And then this area should be clear, and then the good news there is if we look at our map, where I just was that was so ridiculously overpopulated is straight north across the field. So rather than walking up and... Well, I mean, we could probably just walk up and down the road. But yeah, so I could start fighting up there. We're talking a pretty ridiculous number of zombies. But like I said, if I can get into that military surplus, that gives me a pretty close to a guaranteed chance of at least getting some kind of bigger backpack. The dream would be a military backpack. But it is also a possibility that instead of a military backpack, we just get a big hiking bag or something like that. Because it didn't look pre-looted. Which is good, because I believe points of interest are not supposed to be able to get pre-looted. I believe they're ineligible for that. to be clear, a random bookstore doesn't count as a point of interest. But like some place like the military supply area, the mall, prisons, police stations, a lot of those count as points of interest. This store was preloaded? Yeah, no, when it first came out, Build 42, and they had like the looting building kinds of things, it could hit points of interest. And people got pretty upset when they put like a lot of effort to reach some place. And then it got there. And then even after they added some points of interest couldn't be looted, they did go later and add more buildings that hadn't been considered points of interest before and make them into points of interest. Okay, so we got a couple zombies down here. Got a couple up here. Some inside. Yep. So I still got a little bit of daylight left. Just gonna clear out the zombies immediately around this house. Back off. Zombies being weird. Looks like there's a full rally group inside the house. Okay. We also should get away from these bodies soon, because we are nauseous already. And these bodies are not gonna help. Okay. Got a couple along the back and in the side there. Want to clean those up. Next up, we'll get our pipe wrench. Okay, so you're still at nauseous. That puts you to overloaded. Okay, switching the pipe wrench keeps you at just a bit over your carry. Alright, so we got some doors being banged on in here. But where? Maybe they were hidden in the basement? Unlikely they're upstairs. Yeah, that has an open window that side. We don't want to use that bathroom. Or bedroom. Okay. So with this, we should be relatively safe here. Now, the downside is we are getting very hungry. So, who's that? Yeah, this is the gun house at the start for the other heli. Yeah. So a lot of these bodies should be getting pretty close to done. They were a couple days old when we had the last helicopter. And I don't imagine that's changed in any way. But yeah, so we'll let everything shake out. The zombies are going to spread out tomorrow. We might end up having some traffic down here. What I think we do is we'll make it a point to just cut over to this road and just clear up that road and keep pushing towards the military surplus. I think that is now our target. Is we push the military surplus, we look for a sleeping bag, tent, bigger backpack, that kind of thing. Because I feel like that's going to do a lot more for making the run easier to manage sooner. And part of the reason I'm having my character just chill right here is we did 2 whole days that we stayed up for. Oh, there, we just had a row of bodies disappear. Yeah, you can see the bodies disappearing around here because they're 9 days old. So, yep, some disappeared down there just a second ago. So it should start to thin out. A couple disappeared down here. But yeah, so start pushing for the military surplus. I usually don't go for it. Normally I'm not in this part of the map in the first place. I like how our character, they've had a horrifically life-threatening day that, you know, they barely made it through, that we had multiple close calls and everything. And then they go and they sit down, and they're like, I'm bored. Does anyone ever think about how boring life is? I just walked through a sea of zombies where every moment I was within millimeters of death. I'm bored. I think after having that close of an experience, you just like want to sit in the corner and be like, I don't want to read. I don't want to listen to music. I don't want to play a game. I just I just want my heart to go back to doing at a normal place. Adrenaline junkie, apparently. All right, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that. I'll be back here in just a minute, and thank you again so much for tuning in. All right. Yeah, for people asked, is there a prison in the game? That was the prison. It's a scary place. It's a real scary place. I still am of the mindset, because me and there was 2 other content creators who were talking about, like, what's the most dangerous place on the map in their opinion. My argument is that the secret military base, if you don't go there immediately at the start, or if you're playing on pretty high pops, that is the most dangerous place on the map. Their argument was that the prison is, and both of them are definitely, regardless. Wow, we are just straight up having the zombies close in on us. I was acting like I was going to attack them in the morning. Little did I know that they've planned a preemptive strike to prevent that. And that's just because of how many zombies we dumped near the edge of the cell, that they're now trying to move the zombies around to balance it out more, because suddenly this cell has a crap ton of zombies in it that it wasn't intended to have. So it's sorting itself out. And since most of the cell is south of that spot, you know, my house being in the middle of it does mean going straight across my face is on the menu. Is Sandbox broken in build 42.13? No, I mean, that's what we're playing right now. If you feel it's broken, if you could be more specific, like what you feel is broken, I might be able to give you some more meaningful response, but no, it's working fine. It's behaving like I expect Zomboid to behave. That said, oh good. We got a magazine that'll teach us how to make pizza. Some berries, some marigolds, a deer skull. All right. We've already read the one that gets us pizza. We already know how to make pizza, so you can have that back. I don't want it. Okay, so for the moment, we just need to be killing zombies in the immediate area, because that's gonna be what's gonna happen here. Is we're gonna start this like tug of war with the zombies. I need to also sit down and deal with the muscle fatigue. Let's see. You're living in Muldrow and you killed 3,000 zombies where you live, and you went to loot. When you came back, literally has thousands more zombies as respawn up. Yeah, no, zombies move around. So, like, if you're in the middle of Muldrow, I want to say is either 6 or 8 cells in size. So if you left for any meaningful amount of time, even with the respawns turned off, well, actually, there's 2 things to consider. Is that, well, I mean, if you're killing thousands, you definitely have been alive long enough to have passed peak date. So I guess the other argument I was going to say is not relevant. But even with respawns turned off, if you've only cleared, like, 1 or 2 specific cells kind of thing, then what ultimately will end up happening is you will have the zombies will, like, naturally fill in that area. So if you think about it like this, use peak day 1 anyways, yeah. So if you think about it like this, realistically, so let's get a size for about how big a cell is. Yes, this is about how big a cell is, right there. Like, right there, that's that box. So if we look at this area, it's probably 1 cell here, 1 cell there, then the next cell down here. So if I kill all the zombies in this cell, and I'm like, cool, I'm all good. This cell, it's thick. So what's going to end up happening is if I go away and I go booger off down here kind of thing for a while, then what's ultimately going to end up happening here is a bunch of the zombies from here are going to come down here, and it's going to almost feel like I did nothing. But I did. I killed a bunch of zombies. A bunch of zombies are no longer down here. But I did have a bunch of zombies relocated from this cell to that cell because they detected that this cell was near 0% of what population it should have, and this cell was near 100% population of what it should have. And because there's a significant difference in population between there, it means to get them to be roughly the same ratio, send a bunch of zombies over the fence. If we assume that they had the same population, ultimately would land at roughly 50% versus roughly 50%. Now, it's not one of those things like if I deleted all the zombies here in one single day, it doesn't mean migration triggers and suddenly half a cell walks across there. It does come through a little while. The thing is, you've cleared cities before, and nothing like this happened to me. Yeah, no, there's been times like in the past, Build 41 and all that we've had people make big things being like, no, clearly respawn's bugged, the zombies keep coming back, you look at your code, like, it's bugged. And we do find ultimately it is migration. I don't think we've actually ever had a case where respawn off has not been functional. But yeah, no, I think just changes in migration and all that. And then you can also have, like, helicopters and house alarms and meta events could sometimes draw zombies from way farther than you think. You think you just dropped the game? I mean, okay. But yeah, no, zombies move around. They'll just keep backfilling. You can turn off migration and redistribution and respawns if you want an area to stay clear, like properly clear. Even then, you'll get zombies coming back from, like, again, house alarms, honking your horn, driving back and forth, that kind of stuff. You'll make noise that draws them back. But that's just how the game works. The zombies do move around a lot. But yeah, if you're not having fun, you're not having fun. You know, do what's fun for you. So yeah, so if you got mods installed, then absolutely mods can mess with it. Generally speaking, it is a little bit of a cop-out answer, but broadly speaking, whenever someone comes up and says like, my game's doing this weird thing, one of the things I'll often ask is like, what mods are you running? Like, or are you running mods? Because the unfortunate reality is so many mods in this game do crap that they don't document doing. Kenji's worse for it. This game has its fair share. Kenji is notorious for, you get a mod, it's like, I add this one weapon that can be found in this one place. You're like, cool, you add one weapon that can be found in one place, and then you realize they completely reworked how dodge works. You're like, that's not what you said you do. You distinctly said I changed this one and one thing only, not all this other crap. Alright, looks like we got thick fog tomorrow. Like that happens all the time in Kenshi. That you'll have mods that they'll have like very specifically what looks like well documented the one or two changes they make, and then you'll realize they just chucked a bunch of other stuff in there. Yeah, since Build 42 dropped, your lighters are infinite because one mod didn't know which one. Yeah. Well, that was, I normally run just a handful of, like, UI mods, so mods that don't even change the game functionally. And I literally had the game, like, crashing out from just some, like, really, really mild UI mods, because I went to add on, it was just, like, 2 or 3 UI mods. One that would just kind of show where your stamina and all that was actually at versus waiting for the moodles to pop. Because I like that one for explaining how calories work for people who are like, I'm losing weight, but I'm eating lots of food, what gives? And then you kind of have to explain the, like, the calories, rich and poor kind of food and all that. But I went to load those mods, and it did do that. Yeah, I'm so tired of the blip thing. Because it happened a lot yesterday, and like I said, I was told that it's been a thing recently. That a couple of other people have been having that the last couple of days, so that's... At least it's not fully dropped like yesterday. Because that's what happened yesterday, is we had the little blip, and then I actually had an internet outage on my end. Alright, that's another poisonous berry. Well, I shouldn't have said anything earlier. I made the comment earlier today that we had kept grabbing berries and just non-poisonous berry after non-poisonous berry. Like, again and again and again. And then now we're getting nothing but poisonous berries. And normally I'd just sit here and juggle the poisonous berries, but we're running into a situation where corpse sickness is a problem and those do stack. Under the hood, corpse sickness and food poisoning are basically the same thing. No, that's mushrooms. We don't want to deal with that. It all makes the tummy feel bad? Exactly. Alright, I'm just trying to walk this field. This field has a higher chance of giving me crops and everything. No problem. Like I said, if you're not having fun, you're not having fun. You know, do what you gotta do for yourself. Find your joy. Got a couple rows over, so we're not overlapping where we're foraging. Okay. Yeah, because we're nauseous, it's pretty badly penalizing my foraging ability. Let's see. Is setting the population to insane do 16, or do you need to do more? You need to do more than that. There's a tick box way at the bottom that says, like, turn on advanced setting and all that stuff. And when you go down there, it'll give you 3 separate settings for base pop, peak pop, and starting pop. And you set all of those to 4. And if you set all those to 4, then you are looking at 16 times pop. Otherwise, insane is something like 6 or 8 times pop or something like that. What is it mad about? Oh, insane is like 2.5. Well, that's I believe that's starting pop. I believe peak is like 6 or something with insane pop. I could be wrong. I haven't messed with a lot of the lower pops in a long time. As far as a collision on corn and all that, I don't mind it. It sucks a little bit that you just get straight up, like, sliced open by the corn and all that. That's kind of a big bummer, just because it's pretty annoying. Yeah, right now we're going to need to forage to get food. The downside is forage food won't keep our weight up. We will slowly, like, even though we won't die of hunger, we'll start dying of malnutrition. Start trying to cut to the other field. But yeah, like, the fact, like, you getting snagged in the corner and all that, that's fine by me. I think that's excellent. It adds a new consideration, because you can use that to your advantage, too. And I absolutely do that, where, like, you'll duck into a row so all zombies get snagged on the, snagged on the cordon, making them very easy to ditch. Whereas the bummer being, like, you'll walk through the corner and just get, like, your neck sliced open, and then suddenly you got a very, like, panicked, you know, slap a bandage over your neck before you bleed out. It's like, alright, hang on, wait a second. I know corn can mess you up in real life and all that, but also, that kind of sucks, man. Long-term animal farming? Right now, I would argue farming in Build 42 serves no purpose. It just takes way too long to get anything from it. As far as animals go, eventually we'll either need to be fishing, or I'll need to have cows for butter, or I'll need to have, like, a big rabbit farm. To keep my calories up. Okay, we got some more questionable berries. We can't gamble with those right now. We're still sick from the last round. Not chickens? Nope, chickens in the game are way too lean. You'll literally starve. Well, you'll literally die of malnutrition while eating chickens. Which I know makes no sense considering rabbits being too lean is an actual thing in real life, that you will literally die of malnutrition if you eat just rabbits. It's called protein poisoning. Alright, so we're just wandering down here to try and get food. We've managed to go the whole time so far without needing to forage for food much. But, you know, we finally did reach that point where we have been able to just, like, skip house to house and keep that sorted. That's a roach. Oh, we got some thistle. I'm also giving the corpse sickness a chance to recover. So the road should be down here. Unless, oh, the road might veer off. Because what I might do is while we're foraging this way, I might just see with this road if we could just spot a vehicle. I'm not going to follow it. We're trying to get food right now. Alright, so the food poisoning is starting to give up. Got a couple of zombies here. Are you part of a... Just 4 random zombies by themselves. Yep, no tents or anything that I see up there. Another random group of zombies over there. Some more random zombies up here. Nothing we care about on them. Another bush of questionable berries. Ran out of cereal, sadly? Yeah. No, we ran out of a lot of stuff. Alright, where does this road go? Oh, is that middle road? Is like, oh, I'm surprised there's stuff back here? Yeah. Right, and it probably just goes to these fields. Okay, well, we don't care about those fields very much. Let's start working our way back up. It's just another place that could potentially take zombies to get rid of them. Got marigolds again. Okay. Yeah, so there's the end of that road. I guess we just have another farmhouse down here. Hey. Now, if I can get near some of the lakes or something, we can use that as a food source. Surprisingly, not seeing a whole lot of zombies at the house itself. But there's a good chance running around we've long since pulled the zombies away from here. Okay, we've got a generator. Oh, there's so many good tools there. Mechanics 1 and 2. A whole mess of magazines. Okay, so mechanics 1, 2, 4, and tools. I don't have the carry weight for them, so this garage down here is Christmas. Right there, Christmas time. That's what that is. So I got a generator, and mechanics 2 through 4, lots of tools. Because unfortunately, I don't have the carry space for them. So if it gets to the point where I'm starting to get like weapon starved, we just pop down here and go get some weapons. Just doing a quick check, make sure there's no zombies chilling on this side. Alright, so this means everything is good and we got goodies by. This means it's a house alarm situation. That's how this works. If everything seems too good to be true, it absolutely is. There's a lot of zombies in that house. Alright, they're about to break that front door. You can hear it splintering. Yeah, I don't care about the keys. Just open the bean can and let's just eat it all. Ah, you're opening it wrong. You open from the side, not to the top. Haven't you seen the patent? This is popularized by television and is not how you use a can opener. It twists the blade. Canned fruit beverage. I'm curious what the hunger and thirst will be on it. I mean, it's got some hunger. I'm gonna go ahead and drink it. These canned goods end up being very heavy. One reason I generally don't carry a can opener anymore these days. I don't get into places to loot them enough to care. But in this case, because food is being a pain and this is convenient, we're just taking it. Okay, give me the olive oil. And the sugar cubes. Just a photo album there. We don't really care about that. That's all fine here. We've been taking apart the TVs and all that as like the slow leveling of electrical kind of thing. Ooh. Wait, what's it say? Tainted. Interesting. I'm assuming tainted just means it's saying, hey, if you drink this, you're gonna have a bad time. Okay. So with this house here is sorted. We got ourselves some short-term food sorted, but not long-term. So, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to work our way up the road and start clearing back towards the military surplus. Well, I mean, there's a second house right there. We're going to go ahead and clear the second house. Oh, I just noticed that had... Oh, it's a snail, isn't it? Yep. Because you never know when you get that house that's got the real lucky loot. Okay. Okay, we'll grab one of the keys to go to the house. Hey, Oscata. Oscata, how's it going? Okay, so it looks like you're drawing them straight west. Might work out okay for me, because it's mostly farms in that direction. Like, not even the farm houses, like the farm fields. Yeah, so just got a handful of zombies here and there cutting across. Please don't smash that door. I'll open it for you. Yeah, there's not much I can do about it. Those little internet hiccups, I guess, are just something happening on the Twitch side. Okay. So definitely need to rest soon. Just pop in that door so in the future it's unlocked. Okay. That's what I wanted to do, is get all of the zombies that are banging on stuff done with right now. We can sit down and rest. Feed ourselves a magazine and recover some stamina and all that good stuff. Okay. Let's rest and recover our muscle strain. Get through all these magazines we've collected. We can drop those all off. Will I actually use any of the things I'm learning in these magazines? Probably not. Am I going to read them anyway? Sure. They're literally just sitting in my bag. Just taking up space. Once we read them, I never have to worry about them again. Plus, we push that muscle strain pretty hard. Let's go ahead. Drop those magazines off. I don't have a traits command. We started with 0 strength, 0 fitness, 0 anything, so far as, like, the stats go. I honestly hadn't planned on playing this much more Project Zomboid when I got back into it. I just haven't made the new command. I used to keep one. I just hadn't kept it up. Because very genuinely, I'd only anticipated playing, like, a week or two, getting back into it for a little bit, and then probably moving on. And then, you know, we ended up staying much longer than that. Okay, we got cereal. Everything else is rotten at this point. Checks out. Get another pipe wrench. Hey, don't worry about antidepressants, but they're right there. Here's become so lazy and build for it too. I can kick you out of channel if you want. Like, very genuinely, I'm running a 0 to hero build. It doesn't really need to be more than that. It's just another chore thing I have to do for the channel of just updating the command every single time with that. Because I'm a variety streamer, I do play a whole range of games. We only started playing more Project Zomboid again like a day or two ago. Otherwise, I was playing some Vintage Story and a whole bunch of other stuff. And I usually won't bother making commands if I'm not going to play a game for more than a little while. Which, granted, we have been playing more than anticipated. It's a good game and all that, but I've got over 4,000 hours in there, and like I said, I used to have the command. What the hell? What the hell in what way? Like the person saying, like, people with Build 42 are so lazy. If you were lazy, do it yourself. Cool. Twitch is so Shorty, you become lazy? Yep, well, we're just gonna go ahead and do this. Boom. Bam. Boom. Cross. Underscore. KZ. Double check, make sure I got that. Goodbye. And with that. Cool. Twitch be twitching? Yeah, no, and it's super frustrating too. Like, alright, well, we got another crowbar. Yeah, I figured that was gonna be pushing us to the point of overburned. I really wish Twitch would get its crap together. Because this sucks real bad having that constantly going, you have been disconnected. You have been reconnected. Man so hard he blipped? Yeah. Imagine the level of entitlement. Be like, you aren't doing enough. How dare you, sir? You don't have this one random specific command I wish you had. So I'm gonna call you lazy and just generally be kind of a crappy person. So many things. So caffeine pills. Here, let's go break this flint nodule and then chuck it in a box. I don't need to be lugging that with me. Why can I not do that? Oh. Okay. Most cameras can't do it. You know what? Go in there. I don't care anymore. Yeah. If the problem is all streamers, maybe it's you. What is the common denominator here? Could it be literally everybody or you? Okay, so we're not super overburned now. While we're here, let's go ahead and top off our water. It's like, it's the same type of thing where, like, you'll complain about someone, and it's like, oh, I see, complaining. Why don't you get, you know, a real job? And my favorite one is to do the whole exercise. It's like, all right, you know, define a real job, and they'll be like, mechanic. I'm like, I'm not asking for examples. I'm asking for definitions. And then, you know, needless to say, they'll try and find a way to limit it to not include streaming. But it's like, would you say if you put in a certain number of hours and you're paid for that time, is that a job? If you can pay your bills, is that a job? And they'll try and, like, weasel their way around it to do all that stuff. And before an unban request saying he does nothing wrong. I don't think that one's gonna be that. Oh, hey. This is a dangerous one. Okay, we're fine. Alright, so I got bellows. Alright, let's mark the bellows as being here, because that's something you can need if you're doing the, blacksmithing. I don't anticipate doing that, but that could be a hard to find thing. There is no you in common denominator. There is no me either. But yeah, no, it's people are weird. I see a lot of the same kind of people who pop in and who are crappy or like get a real job and like that kind of thing. The same kind of people who do that, I tend to find are the same type of people who will go to the fast food place and then start harassing whoever, you know, the poor person behind the counter, or, you know, they'll go to a retail place and they'll just be difficult for no reason whatsoever. And it's like, I get it, man. Your job sucks. You lack any autonomy. And so you gotta come to a person's place of work and kind of just harass them, because then they have to do the whole, is this worth getting fired over when I start confronting the customer? And it's like, you know, really kind of a crappy attitude. Alright, we are carrying more than I should be, but we'll break these weapons relatively quick. Why is the milkshake machine always broken? Sit wage slave. Yeah, no, there's actually, so there's a funny thing with that. That's the McDonald's milkshake. There's actually a whole thing behind that too. If you do actually look it up, that it has like to do with like different company connections and all that and all sorts of garbage. So there's like an actual reality behind why McDonald's milkshake machines are utterly cursed so far as working. Yep, no, exactly. That they're obligated to go through a certain company to service the machines and all that kind of stuff. Yep. Oh, I can. That is one thing that's difficult. If you ever work fast food and you ever work on like cleaning like the soda machines and all that, there's definitely a long pause before you go and have soda out of a soda machine after you do that once or twice. I still will drink soda out of the machine, but it is one of those things you're like, yep, this is something I didn't need to know in my life to be happy. This knowledge has definitely done a negative to my joy. You think there was a court case about it to allow them to work on their own now? Yeah, no, because it became like kind of a hot button issue, from my understanding, they kind of escalated it. That basically was kind of found as like a dereliction of the service they were providing and all that by the company they had the agreement with. They weren't doing what they were obligated to do, and therefore, you know, they kind of not null and voided the agreement or whatever, but they kind of like, hey, you're not doing it, so they have to be able to, so we're gonna knock that from it. Yeah, so that builds inside those nozzles is gross, yeah. But so you always thought it was because the machines were too laborious to clean, so when they don't have enough staff, they put in the hours the machine was broken? No, it was, for servicing it, they had to go through a specific company to service it. And that company was, like, notorious for just being garbage at it. And it had to do with, like, some agreement McDonald's got into forever ago. And if I remember correctly, it was kind of one of those things that later on, the person who had first made the agreement with that company kind of got a kickback kind of thing. So it became this whole big debacle that basically this person set up this agreement to, you know, personally benefit. I don't have all the details, I'm trying to go by memory, so grain of salt and all that. But it wouldn't surprise me if you ran into that kind of stuff. Because there's definitely times that, like, those stores will be, like, notoriously understaffed and not have the people necessary to work on some things. And it is absolutely a thing that happens in those stores when they don't have the people to get something done, that they'll turn around and be like, "Oh yeah, we're out of that today. Sorry." It was like, "What do you mean you're out of it? You just got to go in the freezer." Like, "Yeah, sorry, out of it." You know, because someone didn't have time to, you know, clean, warm up whatever piece of equipment. There just wasn't people, and that's just the thing. They're like, "All right, well, we're just not going to do that one right now. There's no time. The customers are here. There's too many of them. We're just going to work on what we can, and what doesn't get done doesn't get done." Or maybe it wasn't that the person was getting a kickback or something, or that, like, there was something about it that was a little thing. Let's see, you used to work at Wendy's when you're in high school and college. Frosting machines are pretty easy, at least to you. They always end up taking them apart and cleaning them, putting them back together. Yeah. But I bet you they went through all their legal options. Yeah, and that was the whole thing, is eventually McDonald's, like, went into a big court case over the whole thing. And I don't remember the details about it, but I believe the outcome was then McDonald's could start servicing their own machines. And then since then, like, while the meme still lives on, I'm under the impression the machines are more reliable now, just by the fact that, you know, they can have them serviced without having to go through that company. You believe they only had a few techs, there was never one handy on hand for a lengthy time? Yep. Do you ever set up bases run like this, or do you have to keep moving constantly? Usually, I mentioned it earlier on the stream, that usually early game, I have to live very nomadically just by the nature of the fact that I don't have the stats that I really need to hold up the fights quite yet. And then usually mid-game, I'll start getting a proper base, and then by late game, it kind of goes back to being nomadic. And that's because in mid-game, I can clear enough to, like, hold an area relatively well, but not clearing fast enough that I can just kind of push block to block to block without having to really stop and recoup. Late game, once you get your stats high enough, I'm just clearing areas so fast, there's no real reason for me to stay in one place. I'll still have the base I built mid-game to, you know, go back, drop stuff off at, you know, when I need to, like, restock on calorie-rich food, it'll be there. Like, I'll have either cows or fishing area or whatever. But, usually early game, because of how many zombies there are, meta events and helicopters and all that will move the zombies around, or even just sometimes the migration by itself will move the zombies enough that if you're set up anywhere but, like, in the middle of nowhere wilderness, then you just end up getting bullied around a lot. And then if you are set up in the middle of nowhere wilderness, then, you know, you end up having this ridiculously long commute to trying to reach the zombies, and so you end up just wanting to move forward. Is there an end game for this run? I mean, honestly, the realistic thing is either if I die or I get bored. 50-50 on which happens. Because, like, I've put thousands of hours into this game before, so I do tend to eventually start burning out on a run. Alright, so it's gonna get dark soon, so we're gonna go ahead and... Still gonna keep killing zombies. We're gonna kill the zombies nearby this house. Okay, so we're dropping the bag by this tree. Yeah, that's the reason why I usually like to drop on the road, is that bag would be easy to lose. That's the reason why I kind of mentally know, it's like, okay, we got the pair of trees there. Kind of right at that corner. Even if I lose track of which tree, just knowing it's kind of like right by that curve, just on this side of the trees. But yeah, now Project Zomboid, ultimately, you set whatever you want your objective is. I would like to at least run down one annotated map, would be kind of what I want. But that's an RNG thing of when we find a survivor spawn. I deliberately kind of did a walk around to like explore the surrounding area, partly because I was trying to assess where Lake Fallis was relative to us, because it was clear I was getting confused where we were located on the map. And then also I was hoping to find a survivor zombie. Yep, and there's Drowsy. I knew that was coming. Oh yeah, no. Genuinely, I'd actually argue at this point, multiplayer is in a good enough place for us to do some multiplayer shenanigans. Like when it first dropped and, you know, the foraging was busted and everything else was being problematic and all that, that was a different story. That's when we first jumped in, and yeah, that got messed up. Like, don't get me wrong, we're still gonna have trailer physics nonsense. And unfortunately, I would say, don't worry, it'll get better. But I don't try to lie to people. So, you know, it is. I don't have a second part to that sentence. That's just the nature of the beast. Oh, I forgot. You have to actually cook with this. You can't, I mean, I could probably make this work. We can get the pan. Well, I'm willing to bet that Indie Stone didn't deliberately make the lake look like that with the intent of that being what it looked like. They probably just made a lake and then came to the realization that, you know, the lake looks like that. They change how you do that? Because it used to be you just right-clicked on it. Well, get on my life. We'll need to drink that to get rid of it. Okay. That's fine. We're feeling pretty good. So where's my questionable berries? You have to do in the crafting menu? Well, that's what I just checked. And it didn't show up here. And I went looking here and I said beans. And that's not there. So. Got 2 subs in your first affiliate stream? Well, congratulations on affiliate and all that. Okay, that berry wasn't poisonous, so I'll go ahead and chase it with another berry. Hey, 2 berries in a row that weren't fatal. Well, I mean, not fatal. That weren't, you know, poisonous and whatever. Okay. If you make a bunch of unknown berries into a salad, does it count as getting poisoned like you ate 1 berry? Oh, no. Genuinely, like, weirdly with the game, if I take a poisonous berry and I make a salad with the poisonous berry, unless it's changed, it makes the poison way more dangerous. Do not cook with poisoned food. It's weirdly the same thing with water. If you go and drink directly from a lake or a river, you're fine, even if it says it's not safe. And that's one to be careful, because there's different times the updates have gone back and forth. But if you bottle the lake water, it then becomes extremely dangerous. Just Zomboid things. So never cook with poisoned food in the game. It makes it way, way, way more dangerous. And some of that stuff's changed. Like, poison as a mechanic has changed a good couple times over Project Zomboid's history. Where there has been times, like, touching anything slightly poisonous was utter death sentence. And then there's been times where poison was literally irrelevant, that you could just shovel mushrooms that were poisonous into your mouth and it did literally nothing. You physically, even if you tried to chain feed yourself them, you couldn't poison yourself. Generally speaking, though, poisonous mushrooms, any amount, even a single hunger worth of it, is typically fatal. And then the poisonous berries, even with weak stomach, you can usually get away with one, so long as you have no buildup of corpse sickness and you fully recovered since the last time. But it's still one to be careful about, because a lot of times it will take you all the way to sick. Sometimes you cook nightshade at home. Are you saying, like, tomatoes and peppers because they're in the nightshade family? Actually, I have no idea. I know there's certain things that are poisonous that when you cook them, the poison becomes inert, and then there's other things that it does not. I mean, get away with drinking 1/4 of a stew with bleach in it, unless you're weak stomach. I don't know about that. I would anytime those kind of comments come up, I would be super careful about doing that on a run you care about. There's just a lot of times that you hear that, and then, you know, you try and then realize someone's trolling you kind of thing. And then again, it is a thing that changes regularly. Okay, so those berries are poison. Okay, so we got a poison berry. But also, the bigger question is, why on earth would you do that? Like, if you're trying to make your food better... Dude, Frank, that's Build 41 knowledge? Yeah, no, they reworked poison a couple of times since Build 41. Even in Build 41, poison got reworked a couple of times. And it was never directly. It was never they went into poison and changed the poison numbers in themselves. It is almost always something kind of loosely connected to poison. So they would change the way that corpse sickness build-up worked. And by doing so, it had the side effect of making poison not as bad. I was hoping that'd be enough to lighten the weight. Because sometimes when you put stuff in your offhand, it can make it lighter. I mean, it does make it lighter, but make it lighter enough. Is poison tied to weight? I do not believe so. I don't believe there's a direct connection between poison and your character's weight. In real life, that's a thing. That broadly speaking, the more of you there is, certain poisons it can help with. Oh, it's a purse. It's a deer or a rabbit skull. A paper bag. Okay, so we're gonna work our way up the road. When we see zombies, we drop the bag. So we can fight without having the penalty. The fog is no joke? Yeah, this is thick fog. I was also foraging, so we had the slight darkness from all that. Good thing it's not an active road anymore. Yep. Just gonna give it a minute for our muscle strain, because the pipe wrenches aren't very good about that. And we'll just keep breaking weapons. Okay, and we're going to back off. We're going to sit for a minute, have ourselves a little snacky snack, and then we'll get pushing on more. Okay, did we have anything that's going to go bad soon? No, so go ahead and have some sugar. Yeah, so those are too heavy. And I'm deliberately shuffling that back and forth to try and bring its carry weight down. Okay, and the reason we said is we are going a bit overburdened. But I'm deliberately going to stop and all that stuff. You're telling me your favorite weapon sucks? Which one? Oh, the metal pipe? Yeah, no, the metal pipe's fine. The metal bars, I believe the metal bars no longer give you maintenance XP at all. And they're pretty rough on the muscle strain as well. Oh, hey, we dropped to just weighed down for some reason. Oh, right, we went from nauseous to queasy, so we got 1 point of strength back. There we go. Yeah, that makes sense. Put the battery in there. Get our tunes going. By that I mean the Weather Channel. Yep, no, that's the thing. A lot of the random like metal bars, all that kind of thing, no longer give maintenance XP. The one that really hurts is crowbar, right? Well, actually, well, that's interesting. That crowbar does not say it doesn't give me main P. Is there two different crowbars? Oh, interesting. Okay. Weird. Because the other day when we looked at the crowbar, it specifically mentioned it doesn't give maintenance XP. I think it might be that they may have had like the nail puller style crowbar. It might be like one specific crowbar, while still called crowbar, is not the same thing as the others. But yeah, no, the crowbar doesn't specifically mention the no maintenance XP. Which also that don't give maintenance XP do specifically go like, hey, this item doesn't give you maintenance XP. Let's move a little ways up here. Hey, and another point in strength. I forgot we were so close to that. So that's what, 5 strength? Yep, 5 strength. They're getting really close to going underweight. Crowbar may as well give... I know they changed it. It used to be whenever it did the dice roll on whether or not your weapon took damage and you won the dice roll, you would get a little maintenance XP, is how it used to be. I don't know how it changed, because I haven't looked into it. Because for me, playstyle didn't really change a whole lot. I'm going to walk up to the zombie, I'm going to hit it in the face, and I'm going to get a little bit of stats for it. And I'm going to keep repeating that until I'm out of zombies, and I'll go someplace else to find more zombies, and I'll repeat that process. And that is how I've trained my fitness, and my strength, and my maintenance, and my weapon skills. I train them all by just slapping zombies with weapons. Nowadays, you also get maintenance crafting. These days, maintenance feels like it's way easier to get a hold of. Like, the old days, it was... You basically struggled until you got lucky and you got yourself like a crowbar or a nightstick, or you just ground it out with enough crafted weapons. But, like, when you're dealing with your crappy crafted weapons early game, it's really rough to get those first points. Let's see. Maintenance XP last you tested, which wasn't on build 42.13, admittedly. It was on build 42. The higher the chance to not lose condition, the less maintenance XP. Oh, so it's like normalized. I see. So, like, winning the hard dice roll gives you more XP than winning the easy dice roll. Yeah, I mean, that's a little rough. But at the same time, I don't think it's a terrible change. Is build 42 still buggy? You're thinking of seeing if your buddies want to play. I mean, Product Zomboid's still buggy. But yeah, no, for build 42, when it first dropped, multiplayer is in a pretty rough spot. Most of the major issues got sorted. There's not everything solved, certainly, but it's perfectly reasonable play multiplayer right now. When it first dropped, my recommendation was like short, you're just gonna pop in, have fun, and leave kind of runs. It was good for, but anything you're gonna stay a length of time, it was a much harder sell. But that's mostly not true anymore. Like, you can play a long-term stay in multiplayer and probably be fine. That said, multiplayer is a very different animal than solo. You just kind of have to accept you're going to take a certain number of deaths due to, like, you know, bad latency and all that. Product Zomboid actually does some pretty slick stuff to try and mitigate a lot of the... Trying to get away from the bias. Does some pretty slick stuff to try and mitigate the risk of death due to latency. The thing they do is when a zombie aggroes you, that zombie's yours now. Your client is going to decide what that zombie's doing. And then it'll just kind of check back with the server and let the server know what it's doing. And that's the reason why Product Zomboid, the desync, is kind of very, very visible, yet most of the time isn't too dangerous. There are exceptions. So like your group of zombies, like if I was playing, say, with Drongo here, if I'm sitting here fighting this, and Drongo is over next to me, right now my client is deciding what all these zombies do. However, if Drongo gets close enough that some of these zombies switch aggro over to Drongo, then it's going to quickly try and update between the two, and Drongo's client's going to take over. Now that's where you can have things get really kind of squirrely, is when that aggro flip happens. Because then the server and their client and all that have to come to an agreement on where the zombie actually is. Whereas, while it's aggroed to me, I don't have to worry about it because my client is deciding what's happening. So even if I had a really bad lag spike, for example, I should be fine. Desync has ended you? Yeah, well, that's with sprinters. With sprinters, all, like, just assume everything's going to come apart at the seams. Sprinters break a lot of things in the game. There's a reason why they're an optional and not, like, canonically, the zombies in Product Zomboid are not sprinters. And it is just the fact that the nature of how it works. The sprinters kind of just mess with a lot of stuff. But yeah, so generally speaking, with what I was saying with how the zombies work, with multiplayer, and how you own the zombies once they aggro to you kind of thing, generally what you want to do in that situation is, say I've got a big group of zombies here, and it's me and another player. We don't want to be fighting the zombies like in a large group from roughly the same space. What I should do is, if I have aggro, I fight the zombies per normal, and then my friend should go off to the side and grab zombies off the side or the back. And then the reason for that is it's only when you're nearby each other and it's aggro trading back and forth that things start to get real bad. That's where the desync can get you in a lot of trouble. There's also situations with cars that can get desyncy, and there's not really a whole lot you can do about that one, unfortunately. I'm trying to get away from the corpse stink real fast so we can rest. What do you mean they break? So with the way combat works, where you move slowly, fundamentally a lot of the ways combat works don't work when the zombie moves faster than you can walk. And so it is a thing that to fight the sprinters, you can never fight more than like 2 of them at a time without like perfectly timed stuff or whatever. The sprinters will also animation glitch, especially around fences and all that, that the sprinter will try and do one animation to the other and will skip in and out of an animation that can make them a little bit chaotic. And you can manage all those risks. That is something you can figure out what causes it, avoid those situations, and all that kind of stuff. But it is kind of trying to work around things that don't work quite right. And then that desync thing I mentioned in multiplayer, where you have that desync and it tries to consolidate and it takes a couple of, it takes a second or two, depending on how bad the latency is between you and the server and everything. And that desync can get you in trouble when aggro's trading. With the sprinters, that margin between, okay, the zombie just teleported a step or two, but it's no big deal, it's still not close, to the zombie's now eating your face, then yeah, like, that's just a time that you're just gonna have way more death to desync kind of things. Do you remember Bonsai's 2-time sprinter? Yep. And I also did Mr. Lamprey's permadeath sprinter server. I used to play on that. I used to be one of the, like, I wasn't the highest ranked person on, I think, even a single playthrough, just because I wasn't like exclusively playing Product Zomboid at the time. And I'd also want to do my solo runs as well as the multiplayer stuff. But I usually land in the top 5 for most kills with sprinters, and most of the time I survived the whole reset. There was definitely a couple of deaths I took. Like, just misjudging what the sprinters were going to do when multiple people were involved is what got me twice. And then one of the resets I died because, like, my character was in pretty rough shape, but I was like, and it was, Molly Gets Mad and a couple others were like, oh no, we'll walk you back, and I was like, no, it's all good. Like, we've cleared behind me, like, you don't need to escort me back. Because we had just had, I think it was like a meta event had happened, and I had, like, hold my ground and make it work with all the sprinters running around. And, got through it, but my character was pretty spent at the end of it. And I was like, yeah, no, I need to get back, before it gets too dark, that kind of thing. And I just got unlucky and didn't realize there was a group of like 4 zombies had looped behind me and just, walked, aggroed them, and I just didn't have enough of anything to deal with it. You need to, Product Zomboid, what's to stop you from reading all the skill books back to back, and do you have to read them in a specific volume for every 2 levels? Yeah, so when you go to read the books, you can read like book level 1. So like, if you look at it like this, so we have our skills here. So say we're looking at pottery here. I have no points in pottery. I can read the level 1 pottery book, and that will handle 1 and 2. I cannot read the level 2 pottery book, the pottery 2 book, until I hit level 3. Then when I get to starting level 3, I can read the level 2 book, and that'll handle 3 and 4. And then level 3 will handle 4 and 5, and level 4 will handle 6 and 7. And then you get the idea. And so you can only read the book that's respective to your skill level. So if, like, right now I tried to read Pottery 2, me having no pottery skill, it would say, like I'd read it for a second or two, and my character would be like, I don't understand this book, or it's too complicated, or something like that. Like, I get a dialogue that's just basically like, can't not understand. You can sit there, if you have all the books, you can sit there and binge read every one of the level 1 books right at the beginning, back to back to back, as long as you've got the food and the ability to stay away from the zombies and all that. Let's see, remember Lamprey said he'll give a katana to whoever kills this guy. You got the katana. The kill was not on purpose. Thank you for explaining. You're confused why Zero to Hero videos would have them stop and read a book between grinding? Oh yeah, no, it's just because like reading gives you a multiplier. Reading the books is like a very, very big thing. That when you read a book, it gives you like for the level 1 and 2 book, it gives you 3 times the XP for everything you do. So think about us needing to do 1/3 the amount of stuff to get your levels. And it gets stronger as you go through. So I want to say, oh man, someone correct me if they're wrong, I don't know the multiplier off the top of my head, that when you get to the level 5 book, isn't it something like a 12 or a 16 times multiplier on the XP? So you level it up like 12 to 16 times as fast? Which is, needless to say, absolutely, like, ridiculously high. But you know, when I'm stuck here sitting on my butt, recovering my muscle strain or my endurance, I'm also trying to manage my corpse sickness. You know, I could sit here and do nothing, or I could sit here and do something. Unfortunately, I don't have a book handy I can read. I've already read all the books I had handy. But otherwise, I'd do the same thing, as I would plunk down and start reading a book while I wait. But because we're playing on 16 times pop, and, you know, you get what loot you get. You know, if you get to a place and there's loot there, that's great. If not, whatever. It's just another thing you can, there's certain things you can craft sitting down. The problem is, most of the crafting stuff you care about, you need a work surface. And unfortunately, most of the work surfaces you can find out in the map in the world have the unfortunate reality that I don't need these. I mean, I'll chuck it on the ground. I probably don't care about it. But they require work surface, and unfortunately, a lot of the work surfaces you find out in the map that aren't inside buildings, a lot of them tend to be like big stones in that unfortunately one of the consequences of the big stones is that they block line of sight, so it's very dangerous to sit down next to one of those, because if you imagine I'm sitting down here and I've got one of the stones and it's right here for me to craft on, that means this whole cone I can't see. So if a zombie comes from around there, I don't see it till it's right here, which means I'm dead. So there's not a whole lot. No, you don't want to eat the maggots. They're poisonous. Maggots are fish bait. You can technically have your character eat them, but they're one hunger and they are poisonous. And I don't think cooking them makes the poison go away, unlike some of the other bugs. Either way, they're just one hunger, so it's really not worth eating bugs. Like, if you're desperate, you can, you know, grab the hand fork and start digging up worms and eating them. But honestly, usually if you're spending your time doing that, you're probably better served just turning on foraging and going for a walk. Hey. Hey. Don't think the possibility of getting your zombie virus? I don't believe so. That would be something very unusual for them to add to the game. Because they don't need to do that kind of thing. Like, them just being poisonous is dangerous enough. They don't have to add like a whole new stack of functionality just to get you. All right, we'll start with the cereal because I don't take a mood penalty for it. So zombie loot only, need to supplement with foraging. Yeah, so you're going to have to forage for hunger. Ultimately, I can't survive exclusively on foraging. Eventually, I need to fish, or I need to do animal husbandry. Either or. So I need to fish, or I can turn around and milk cows, or I can raise rabbits, or you get the idea. And that's because while we can get plenty of food to eat, we are slowly shedding weight because the foraged food doesn't have enough calories. So it satisfies the hunger side. Can't find dead animals. It's just not enough. Keep in mind, unfortunately, right now with build 42, a lot of the animals that you could eat, like for example, you can't sustain your weight on pigs. That when you butcher a pig, you actually don't get very many calories. It's not how it should work, but in the game, there's a lot of animals just don't have enough calories in them in Project Zomboid, let alone sustained. It used to be a strategy that people would drive around and they'd run over a whole bunch of the rabbits with the car as a way of, you know, catching the rabbits. Because rabbits actually, in Project Zomboid, give you decent calories. In real life, they're not something you can sustain yourself on. Because before Build 42, Build 41, the way you maintained your weight is you fished or you trapped. And when you trapped, you were just trapping rabbits. Like, exclusively rabbits. You could trap other things, but most people would use the box traps, and that means rabbits. You have a fireplace poker in you. Alright. And think of the follow. Welcome to the stream. So just got some stragglers here and there. Okay, so still not overburned. There's good. We can kill this zombie. Nope, we gained a point in strength a little bit ago. We've been sitting on getting pretty close to leveling up for a while on that point. It just took us a while to get there. All right. Work our way back over here, because we had all these zombies that moved into the area from where I dumped them off at the military surplus. So I got myself turned around, thought I was heading towards the towards Lake Falls, but wasn't in fact heading towards the military surplus. And I was gonna just back off and be like, alright, let's loop back and just head towards Lake Falls, but it's like, you know what? We're here. Let's push it. The big problem I'm gonna run into here is we're gonna start losing weight, like dangerously so and not so long. And it takes fishing a little while to ramp up to the point where you start gaining weight. So that is a concern. That might be a thing that we will have to, once we get through here, I'll have to work my way towards a river or lake or whatever. And then we'll end up needing to probably, unfortunately, do some fishing grinding to get to a point where we can sustain our weight. There's a lake up above with the Ranger Lodge. Yeah, no, I remember there's that one. There's also a lodge in the middle of the woods. I don't think there's water by that lodge. Like, oh, sorry, I said lodge, like cabin in the woods kind of thing. I believe there is also to the northeast towards Lake Falls. I want to say there's a river that goes somewhere around there. I think it's north farther that I have to go to reach the river. Like, I think it ultimately goes to the west. I'm just having problems kind of sorting out in my head relative to where I'm sitting right now. Wherever, like, I know it's north of me, but, like, the east-west, it's not super clear. Because that would be, that'd be where Drongo was set up. On the multiplayer server would be along that river. I don't think I want to run all the way back into those woods, but, you know, it is a good spot. It seems like the kind of place that, like, early to mid-game would be a really good spot. Late game, as the erosion starts to go and all the trees start growing and it get utterly obnoxious. But, like, by then you've cleared out a major city, you're probably, you know, to continue to find loot or zombies, whatever, you're probably being forced to, move on anyways. Kill this zombie. The small stuff enjoyed Build 42 is the new scratching sound zombies have. The sound of nails scraping the door is really eerie. Oh yeah, where they go and, like, sometimes they'll bang in the doors the way they all do. Sometimes they're kind of just more like scrape and paw at the doors. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that it gives it a very different feeling. It's kind of like the difference between the zombie who walks up the window and starts, like, elbowing the window again, so you just hear that thunk, thunk, thunk kind of thing, versus the zombies who walk up and just kind of, like, smear their hands on the window so you hear, like, the squeaky glass sound. Yeah, for me, the squeaky glass sound, I just think of working retail, and it's like, you know, sir, ma'am, get your child under control. Like, they don't need to be rubbing up on the glass, man. I'm gonna have to go out there and clean it. I'm glad they're excited, but, like, keep the fingers off the window, please. So get your window all covered with, like, skin oil and all that. Or, you know, boogers and spit and all the other fluids. That was, you know, like, a lot of my friends from high school and all that, as time has gone on, a bunch of them have had kids and all that kind of stuff. And it's just one of those things you're like, you know, okay, so you've had kids, like, what is the thing that surprised you the most about gaming? Like, what is the thing you didn't expect? And almost all of them were like, the amount of fluids involved. Like, it's like, there are so many fluids. So many fluids. Just you gotta be ready. Kid gets sick, fluids everywhere. Kid is sniffling, fluids everywhere. Kid has an upset tummy, fluids everywhere. Kid is excited, fluids everywhere. The one I felt bad for is I had one friend who, growing up, was a little bit of a neat freak. Like, really was not someone who handled messes, like, of any kind very well. She was the one in the group, like, if a mess was there, she would start cleaning and be like, hey, don't clean that yet. We are actively making the mess. You're just getting yourself in the way, and you're working for literally no reason. But it was hard. It was very hard for her not to do it. So there'd be certain activities where it'd be like, yeah, this is gonna be a really messy activity, and she would do it, but she had to, like, kind of get herself in the mental space of, okay, today's a mess day. That's all right. We're gonna make a mess. It's fine. But you kind of need to give her the heads up that she could kind of get herself in the right frame of mind for it. And then she had 2 kids, and she was not a neat freak anymore after that. She had to choose between being a neat freak or maintaining her sanity. because one of the two of those was gonna give with those kids. Granted, she had her space, like her room. She's like, my room stays clean. The kids aren't allowed in there. Like my space is the clean space. But you know, I surrender that I cannot keep the whole house this way. And we got ourselves another blip. That is so obnoxious. Yeah, I mean it seems like it's on Twitch's side. And I've had a couple people now tell me that they've seen other channels experiencing it. So it does sound like it's Twitch's side. I still feel like I want to go through and like check the logs and all that as best I can and understand, like, is it straight up a connection issue, or is like, am I getting a bad signal that's like trying to like tell it to do something, it fails to resolve, and then, you know, like the connection drops and it tries to like sort itself out. Just to see, because some things I might be able to do stuff to kind of circumvent the problem. Or at least mitigate the problem. If it is just straight up connection to Twitch, there isn't crap I can do about that. Like maybe just try a different ingest server is about all I got. A lot of people miss these book nooks here in the corner. Just be aware. Those book nooks are a good place to find books. And they're really easy to miss that there's that loot up there. Yeah, no, I remember there was a saying, and it was something like, when you have kids, you can choose, or no, it was like, when you become an adult, you have the choice. You can have kids, a clean house, or money, pick two. The max you can have is two. You pick two, reality will dictate the third. And obviously that's not an actual truthful thing. Like, there's more to it. Yeah, it's a maximum of two. It's kind of like the project management thing. There used to be a whole thing of, you can choose how fast you get something, you can choose how much it costs, or you could choose, like, sorry, you can have how fast you get it, how much it costs, or the quality of it, and then you can choose two of those things, and reality will dictate the third. So, like, if you work on a project and you want it really fast and cheap, it's going to have to be of a really, really, really bad quality. If you're going to want something to be high quality and fast, you're going to have to throw a lot of money at it. And it's honestly, it's not even an actually true certain amount of time. It doesn't matter how many bodies you throw at it. It's going to take a certain amount of time. You know, the whole, actually, I'm trying to think about what was in the Mythical Man Month book. Because I know that's a book I historically would have recommended. It's a big one for, like, project management / software dev kind of thing. But it's a book called The Mythical Man Month. And that does kind of cover the idea of, you know, you can't always just throw more resources at a problem and it gets done faster or better or anything like that. You know, there is some things that just take a certain amount of time, and that's just how it be. And, you know, usually they'll give the example of, you know, you can't... Where? Oh, here. You can't throw like 9 women at having a baby and have a baby in 1 month. It's just not how it works. It takes 9 months. No matter how many people are involved, it takes 9 months. There you are. I definitely didn't want to leave that zombie inside the house if we sleep in here. But yeah. It's one of those ones that's trying to remember what else is even in that book, because there's definitely books historically I would have absolutely recommended that over the years don't kind of... Yeah, you can't make baby in 1 month with 9 women. Yeah, and that was just kind of the example. It's like, it's a classic example you get with project management, because it's one that people can get their mind around. That's like, this is something that has a amount of time it takes. There's no amount of resources that changes it. It's going to take a certain amount of time. You can throw all the money and people and everything else at it. There's just a certain amount of time. And on the other end, there are certain tasks that you very genuinely can just throw bodies at it and it go faster. There's usually some level of loss in efficiency as you do that. The classic, like, for support. You know, you run through support tickets, for example. That's actually something that scales very well with more bodies. You know, if you have a person can handle, let's say, 20 tickets a day. I have no idea what's a reasonable amount for a support person. Let's say 20 tickets a day is what the average is. And you're getting 100 tickets a day, you can throw 5 people at it, and in theory, on the average, you should get it done. But usually what ends up happening is there's a certain point where that scale stops working as well. That, you know, once you get to a certain point, maybe instead of getting 20 tickets a day average, because of the overhead of needing to work with different tools and all that, so you're not having people grabbing the same tickets and all that, there ends up needing to be some more overhead to manage the ticket load and everything, that now they're only getting like 18 tickets a day on average. Because again, there is time lost dealing with the management software. But then you get more people involved, and now that software has to be like more involved, you know, again, to kind of split that load out more. So maybe now it's only 16. And then you get the idea that there's a point where you get diminishing returns by throwing more people at the job. But like some jobs, again, they scale very well with people, and some jobs scale very poorly. Let's see. Also, those 5 guys need to be trained first. Oh yeah, no, that's kind of one of the big things. Let's see. Twice the orchestra will not play the symphony in half the time. Yep. Exactly. There's some things that just take a certain amount of time. That could have been dangerous. But yeah, no, that's another mistake that a lot of time happens. Is you'll have a person who's like, well, we need this done in 3 months. It's like, okay, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and let you down now because that's not happening. They'd be like, what do you mean? It's like, can we get some more people on this? It's like, no, if you wanted to get people on this to make it so I could deliver this in 3 months, you would need to go back, you know, 6 months in the past and go get those people so we have time to train them up and for them to get familiar with the product to then be there. It's like, if you throw 6 more people at it to try and help me now, you're going to actually make it take even longer, because now I've got to manage those people who, you know, they don't know what they need to know, so I'm going to be losing time I could be working on what we're trying to do to, you know, training. That used to be a frustration point I dealt with a lot in software dev. Is you had companies who didn't want to have any more than the kind of the minimum number of people they needed to really keep things going. And then they needed something genuinely done faster. I was like, well, sorry, I can't help you. You know, you want it faster, we don't have the resources, and it's too late to get them. Alright, so we're starting to get drowsy. Do one last lap around the building. Just make sure we don't have zombies crawling right here. But yeah, so we're just going to keep carving the zombies. Whenever we have it where I don't see a group of zombies in range, I did see the group down there. They're a bit more than my character probably should do being drowsy. Okay. Got our water. All right. But yeah, that's that was the other one I always had to discuss with my boss when it come to like having people you know, let go and all that, and he'd be like, "Oh yeah, we should reduce the team, that kind of thing, to, you know, save on the budget." And it's like, cool, are you prepared to spend, you know, it's like you're looking at letting go of 4 people to save yourself, like, in this department, like $80,000 for these number of months you want to drop the people. Are you prepared to spend about $50,000 per person to retrain to replace those people when you need them, you know, in the busy season next year? And it's like, well, no. It's like, you know, we're gonna save money on their side. It's like, right, but there's training time. Like, they're not gonna be able to be productive until they have their training time. So you're gonna save yourself, you know, $80,000 for this quarter of a year. You're not gonna have them, and then you're gonna have to hire a new set of people in, which has a lot of overhead. And then when you bring them in, I'm gonna have to spend about $50,000 a head to train them for several months before they're productive. Or you could just eat that $30,000 of salary for the next 3 months and come out ahead. Because you will need those people. The holiday season will come by, you'll have a bunch of features you want added, and you're going to need people to do that, and hiring and training people is freaking expensive. Hey, Lilypad with the 100 stream streak. Really do appreciate that. That's a heck of a long streak, so thank you so much for that. Yep. My favorite is when you've had those conversations with a boss so many times that you kind of turn around and they like suggest something and you're like, do we need to talk about training costs? It's like, no. Short-term gains for long-term thoughts. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things. Like, you understand in the moment, you're like looking at your budget going, I gotta find money somewhere. Like, you know, I gotta reduce my costs, when it's something that, like, you're not just doing it because line need go up kind of thing. When you're doing it because, like, hey, we didn't have a good sales year, we gotta figure out how we can balance our budget a little bit better here. And it's easy to get caught up in here, especially with, like, people are expensive. People are your single most important resource as an employer. They also tend to be your most costly resource as an employer. But, you know, it is best value so far as you get, like, the most out of them for the most cost. But it's worth it. There's a reason you pay for people. There's a reason why the people you need the most tend to cost the most a lot of times. Like, people with lots of training and experience cost significantly more than people who are relatively new and all that. But, you know, when you're looking at the ledger going, where the hell am I going to find this money? What do you expect from a training? You mean in a company? Like, if we're talking software development, you might know the language, but you have no idea what my products are, how they're implemented, what design patterns I'm using, what connects to what ties to what, you know, what responsibilities fall on you versus this, you know, other department, who you have to work with, how you have to communicate, what are method of, you know, recording things, source control, all these kind of things. And then you're going to have some level of habits from the person's past employer you need to untrain because they're habits that don't align with what you're doing. You're going to have certain habits you're going to need to train to make sure the person does things the way you do them, because having people doing the code in like 8 different ways makes for a convoluted, messy, and hard to maintain code base. You get how it is. There's just a lot of stuff, and it just takes time. Because you can tell them most of the stuff in a matter of, like, a couple of days. You can do a quick one pass over. Yep. Style guide retraining? Yep. This last employer, they used camel case. This one we use Pascal case. And so help you, if you use camel case, in this particular use case, I will come over there and... No, nothing that much. But, you do run into those problems where there's just differences. And even if it's not software, you still have that. Like, whether it's manufacturing or farming, or doesn't matter what the industry is, there's difference, there's nuance. You know, they might have been operating in a different state, and now they have legal expectations of things they need to document and do that they didn't have before. And someone's got to teach them that. And that's not even, like, questioning their competency as a practitioner or anything, either. That's literally just differences from job places. And some reasons I always pushed really hard at the employers I was at, that it's like, they would want to kind of not give much in the way of raises. They wanted to be real sticklers about it. And so it became kind of the thing in software dev that, you know, people would wonder why you're still in the same employer for over, like, 3 years. Like, it for a while there was actually viewed as a negative that if someone stuck with the same job for over 3 years in tech, you question is like, oh, did they kind of reach their end point? Did they, you know, did they get into a spot like that they're maybe not as skilled and they're struggling to branch out, and which is a very, very BS thing. But that was a thing that would happen because it was just the amount you'd get for raises in tech was garbage. Versus you could switch roles and get 20, 30, 40, 50, sometimes even like double or triple your pay by switching a job. You know, just because you got, you know, an extra 2 or 3 years experience. And, you know, as well as things like constantly fighting, be like, no, we should be giving these people better raises. Every time we lose a person, you know, we're losing tens of thousands of dollars hiring another person and then retraining them, like training them up. And it's going to take them 3, 4, 5, 6 months plus before they can be the equivalent of whoever we lost so far as their proficiency, just due to familiarity. Let's see. Okay, that sounds alien too. You started 2 months ago in a project and basically had to get the project handed over from another company, and the documentation is only one README and the top level diagram. It feels crazy. Except for that, you could have asked one person from the other country who doesn't speak your language well. Also, that person has no concept of showing me his code. So just like, you can ask me questions if you want to. Yeah, no, that I haven't had that too much in my like proper full-time employee in software dev in the past. I've certainly had that in contract work. Companies cheaping out and not wanting to have actual staff on hand, so they contract it all out. And then, you know, they keep trying to cheap out in the contracts until they just can't find someone, then they bring the price up a little and yada yada. And I've definitely acquired those things where you're like, okay, well here's the project, you're like, cool. Where can I find the documentation? And they kind of just stare at you. Like, do you have any information of how it was implemented? Oh, you should just look at the project. It's like, well, what servers are these hooked up to? Like, what software are they running? Well, we don't know. What am I supposed to do? I gotta know what the other side I'm talking to is doing, so I know what to expect for a response. And you figure it out, but that's something, like, I've had to contact the support people at an R1 and be like, hey, I'm working on a project for you. What the hell is your server running? Like, what can you, like, give me any information you can on this. I can't peek into Pandora's box. I know Pandora's box is there and the lid's cracked open, but I can't see inside. So I'm going to need you to peek inside and tell me what you see. I usually charge a lot for those kind of projects. Let's see. Oh, contract encoder? That's where the lawyers get paid. Who owns the final product? Who owns the bugs? What about the source code since it was outsourced? And likely the company's name of the application may know nothing. Oh no, that part's not been that big of an issue. Usually when you're contracted out, usually like the company will, at least the ones I've worked with, which weren't typically really tiny little startups with that you know you can expect a little bit more of, maybe not knowing what they're doing because they're just getting started. Most of them have been pretty good about their contracts. Honestly, though, some of their contracts got pretty draconic, where it's like, we own everything. Hey, Milk Toast, Claire, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had some fun with their product Zomboid. I peeked in there earlier. I saw you were doing a multiplayer server. I don't remember what you were doing, though. I didn't get to hang out super long because I had to start my own stream. For those who don't know, Milk Toast Claire, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of Project Zomboid, so definitely a good time. Highly, highly, highly recommend. But for everyone popping over here, I am Rual Storge. I do play, well, actually, first, make sure you drop that follow on Milk Toast. Again, absolutely fantastic. I am going to pause here in a second so I can catch up with chat, because Project Zomboid like go hard. And the soup is thick, and we're swimming in it. But, it's your deal. Yeah, no, that's we were talking about software dev contracting. It's like, no, I've software dev contracting, the contracts from what I've worked with have been mostly pretty straightforward and not a big thing a bunch of lawyers had to get involved to fix retroactively. But yeah, so I hope you had a good time. If you got a raid and run, like, don't let me keep you or whatever, but obviously you're super welcome to be here. But I do hope you had yourself a good day in Project Zomboid with minimal number of biting guns. That's right. I saw that you were in, I believe it was was it your base that had, like, the rainbow rug that I had not seen before? I'm assuming is a mod? Either way, I was hanging out just a little bit over there before stream, kind of lurking. But yeah, so definitely check out Milk Toast Claire. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly recommend. Been doing some Project Zomboid multiplayer as well as does lots of solo Project Zomboid historically and all that stuff. So very much in that wheelhouse. Oh, it is vanilla. Gotcha. Like, that's this thing. It's like, I was lurking for a while, and I remembered seeing you in your base, and I couldn't remember what you were doing. But I did remember the rainbow rug, which I haven't seen myself. I've not been super active in Project Zomboid as much in Build 42 as I was in Build 41. But I've been playing here and there. But yeah, so again, if you're looking for Project Zomboid, you can find that with Milk Toast. For everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Switch, and I'm most known for this game, where I used to hold a world record in Project Zomboid for highest kill count run ever streamed. 135,121 zombies killed on one character with one life with no mods to change optimization or vehicles. You'll notice there's a past tense on that because it got beaten. And how? I think it was like 2 weeks ago or so that Twist on Fire set the new record to 1 million. And I know someone was right behind him, that he literally stopped at 1 million. Is like, I'm going to let someone else take it from me. And that person, I believe, was getting to the point of just about to catch up. Can't believe it said all with one breath without stuttering. I have had to say that a lot of times. It's at the Muldrow Elementary School 2nd floor. It's rare and hard to get to when you play 16 times. Yes. Yes, pretty much everything. Twist beat the millie? Yeah, Twist did beat the million. Gotcha. Okay, so Shiva's got the million as well. That was the one that, like, last I had heard had not gotten it, but was right on that tech. And thank you, Low Cat Powers Dog, for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate that. But yeah, so today, though, I should say, so I do play a lot of variety. So I play this, RimWorld, a lot of colony builder, settlement builder, simulation, survival crafters. So we've done doing a lot of, like, Vintage Story recently. There's talk about potentially doing Coral Island here, maybe in the next week. I've been having the itch to play that. That's kind of a Stardew Valley-esque game with entirely too many hot people, because just everyone in that game's hot for some reason. And way too many romanceable people that is entirely impossible to decide things. But yeah, nevertheless, we have been playing a lot of Project Zomboid. We are playing in 16 times population. We did start 0 to hero, so I started with 0 strength. My version of 0 to hero is every one of these boxes when we start, every one of these boxes is empty. That's my version of 0 to hero. No strength, no fitness, no nimble, no no combat skills, no foraging, no nothing. And we go from there, and we eventually work our way up. To that end, we're actually doing pretty good. You can see we're kind of reaching the mid-game on our combat skills, and kind of reaching mid-game on our attributes. Like, once you hit, like, Nimble 3, Nimble starts to get silly from there on out. So we're doing very solid there. Oh, right, I just ate a tub of margarine. I was about to say, I'm losing weight and it's becoming a problem, but in this very moment, we're actually gaining weight just because I did have where I found a tub of margarine and we just ate it. Because, you know, sometimes you gotta put on a pound or two. But with that said, we're actually near the military surplus store. There's not a zombie around me, right? Okay. We're actually near the military surplus store, so like right here. Actually, let's go ahead and where's the target? And target. Normally I don't go for the military surplus, but I haven't really been center map on a meaningful level since Build 42 came out. And so we're like, some of these roads are doing these weird curves and all that now that I'm not used to. And like this one's zigzagging. I think this road used to just go literally over, up, and then over. But it's made it really hard for me to recognize a bunch of the places in the middle of the map. And so I was sitting here in, where was it? Yeah, I was sitting here in this area and thinking that Lake Fallis was like right over here, and that I hadn't found the road that like the ice cream shop is and all that's down here. Because I was down along this road, and then came up here and realized I was at the military surplus. So Lake Falls is actually like way over here somewhere. And so it is just one of those things that got myself sorted. But normally I don't go for the military surplus. It's a really cool building, but it's thick, and on 16 times pop, it's real thick. But I figure, what the heck, I'm right here. I would really like a tent or a sleeping bag, because I had a tent, and then a zombie trashed it. And despite all the other good loot I found, I have not found another tarp to make another tent. So I'm kind of going, you know what? We're right here. We've already been dealing with a lot of this. Let's just go to the military surplus. Because my intention for this run is we are doing a quote-unquote treasure hunter run. And what I mean by that is I'm going to look for survivor zombies. And with those survivor zombies, they'll have an annotated map on them, typically. We find the annotated map, and once we have that, that is now our objective. Even though it makes no sense to do that. They do have pretty good loot, but at 16 times pop, if it lands in the middle of a city, I'm going to destroy way more weapons and eat way more food than that house is ever possibly going to have. So very not worth it. But just to give our run like a direction to go, we are going to go and get treasure. That's the plan. To that end, I have yet to see a survivor zombie. We have run around many a highway, which is usually where I find just finding that bunch of zombies in the middle of a highway and go for it. And they are just not here. But yeah, so we're going to start bullying our way back up here. There's probably a couple thousand zombies in this area, would be my guess. We did run around with a whistle and make a colossal mess of this area. Because, like I said, I was like, this doesn't look right. I'm supposed to be reaching Lake Fallis. Let's just do a little walk around and figure out what's going on here. Realized I was at the military surplus store. And I tried to do a cheeky Pied Piper and pull the zombies away, but there's just too many. So, you know, as you pull them forward, the ones in the back lose aggro, even if you're whistling and zigzagging and all that stuff. So I opted to be like, all right, well, we're just gonna slow clear this. Realistically, we're gonna have to hit a point at some point. I'm gonna have to break off and seek out water, so that way I can fish to try and put some weight on. Oh, 1 second. I got a thing I gotta deal with over here. Okay, cool. Just behind the scenes stuff, something was trying to act up. But, you know, just keep clearing this way. But we are running with multiple helicopters, so the helicopter comes back every, like, 10 or so days. Just, you know, to ruin our day. We are running 16 times pop. We're not, like, the absolute sweatiest tryhard. I didn't bother nerfing loot this time, because I've done runs where I literally set the loot to none. You can be completely successful doing that. It is, it's real tedious. It's real tedious. I'm gonna warn you on that one. The no loot run, that run gets real tiresome because it's every single day. You wake up, you do your laps foraging to get your daily food, you fish or whatever every single day. Every weapon you get, that's gonna be picking up stones and all that. You'll get some weapons off the zombie. Well, actually, no, I think they changed the loot now, but it used to be you get, you know, weapons off of the zombies, but they changed it so now that the, your loot settings affect zombie loot as well. Do you have a big backpack right there? Or am I seeing that wrong? I think I'm just seeing that wrong. Or I think they just have a duffel bag. It's hard to tell through the pea soup that is the fog. Or I think that might even just like a regular plain old bag. Because I would really like something better than this duffel. Hey, Randall Thor. Thank you for the 200 biddies, and welcome back. Good morning to you as well. And for that raid. And again, welcome everyone in. And also, like, if you're enjoying the content, this is just broadly speaking, this isn't specific for raid. If you're enjoying the content, don't forget to drop the follow. That is kind of how this whole thing works. Usually I tend to pop into Project Zomboid for a couple of weeks, probably like once or twice a year. Then I end up doing a bunch of RimWorld, and then I'm kind of all over the place, checking out different games. We can usually find some pretty good indie gems. I'll often revisit other survival crafters, simulation games, like we do a decent amount of games like Farm Sim and all that here. Shorts and a leather coat. That is a choice. You know, let our muscle strain go down. And right now we're just using whatever weapons we can find. We're not being picky. We're still relatively early game. It's very beggars can't be choosers. We're begging. I mean, we're not really begging as saying that, but as you can see, we're actually dealing pretty solid. I remember, I think that's a spear, the fire poker. But yeah, we're actually in good shape. I found a good couple places that had some decent tools. Normally I don't get that lucky. Alright. Yeah, so we're just going to try and slowly push our way from building to building towards the military surplus. And the reason I'm kind of targeting that, that's actually one that has some loot that can really help me out. If we hit the military surplus, we have the possibility of getting a military bag. If not that, a good chance of getting at least a hiking bag out of it. Sleek bean bag or tent would be a very big find. I do think I'm going to take the preference of the sleeping bag since zombies can't attack it, because it's not collidable, it just sits on the ground. Versus we did have a tent way earlier, and I got woken up in the night being away from everything by a zombie, and they did smash the tent while I was asleep. As they do. That is some sticky fog. If we do get into the military surplus, The new objective is just beeline for water, like a river or lake. Get our weight sorted. That'd be our next objective, because that's our only kind of egg time for survival right now. Because it will take a while fishing till we're competent enough fishing and butchering and all that kind of stuff to not just shed weight. But there's plenty of places in the area we can make that happen. Okay. Have you seen Star Rupture releases on the 6th? I have no idea what Star Rupture is. Is that a game I should be keeping an eye on? Because I haven't heard about that one. Like, if you don't mind, if you can give me the couple of sentence, like what it is. It looks like Satisfactory meets Factorio. Gotcha. Alright, I mean, that definitely sounds like something I'd be interested in. I do like me a good automation game. The one I've been looking at, and I requested a key, and I'm hoping I hear back, is the what is it, Alchemy Factory, or Alchemy Automation, whatever that game's called. Where it's sort of like Satisfactory, but the factory is real small, so you can kind of like loom over it and build it, and you're doing like alchemy things, as opposed to just arbitrarily making stuff. In Satisfactory already, Factorio meets 3D. Well, there's differences. Like, Factorio, you have a lot of, like, programming and all that you can do in the game once you start getting in there, and they've got, like, the bots and everything else going on. Got pulled because of music rights. Yeah, no, I heard about that the Alchemy game, they had paid someone to do their music for them, and the person just straight up ripped music from stuff like RuneScape and everything, and then they got dinged DMCA-wise for it. And so... Or sorry, not DMCA, they got dinged because of copyright infringement. And so Steam pulled them off the store. Okay, it is back on Steam, that's good. Yeah, because it's one of those ones you feel real bad for. Like, I can't imagine trying to hire out right now, like, as something like that, because of the number of people using, like, Gen AI or just straight up ripping other people's stuff and just violating copyright and that kind of stuff right now, that it's got to be way harder to vet, you know, inexpensive people for doing that. I also feel for the people who are working in those, trying to get off the ground, you know, being a musician or an artist right now, where on one hand you kind of have to go with people who have an established reputation to avoid running into those situations where, again, someone's just Gen AIing it or breaking copyright or whatever. And so there's definitely got to be that, hey, who's going to take their first chance with me kind of situation. Let's go ahead and have ourselves a little sip of olive oil. So I don't envy people being in that situation trying to manage that. Because, I mean, it's one of those things that, like, as the company got screwed by that, you could take legal action against the person who, like, you know, you paid them to, you know, make stuff for you, and then they just ripped it, and now your product is suffering because of it. You know, people not being able to get in the marketplace, and there is true financial damage happening there. But at the same time, how likely are, like, you could take him to court just because, you know, out of spite kind of thing, but what's the likelihood of you recovering your costs from it and everything? Probably pretty grim. If someone's doing that kind of thing versus legitimate stuff. Because it looks like it's a sci-fi themed survival game by the studio that made Green Hell, but you base build and fight a bug swarm or something. Interesting. One of the things you dislike about Build 42 is I don't get to hear your favorite zombie song anymore. Which zombie song is that? Out of curiosity. Because I'm not under the impression they got rid of any of the tracks. I generally don't fence cheese, but this is just very convenient right now. It's called Touch and Go and you never hear it anymore. Gotcha. I'll admit I've never really paid attention to the names of any of the tracks. Like, I definitely have tracks I like more than others. But I kind of just go with it. I'm curious, because with the, it could be, if you go into your settings, they have, like, the dynamic music thing, whether it's, like, official or unofficial kind of thing. It might be worth changing that, because that might be your problem, because with a lot of the official stuff now with the dynamic music, it'll change the playlist based on, like, how much danger you're, in theory, in and all that kind of stuff. So it could just be with the way your playstyle is, you're not running into the circumstances that trigger it. Yeah, the setting I'm talking about, if you go options, audio right here, music library, you have official, early access, and random. I could see changing that. I gotta remember... Oh, we touched things so the music stopped. But yeah, so I could see maybe just switch that drop down, and that might give you the missing tracks. Actually, I have no idea which one I should even be preferring, because they added that later. I'm like, man, I don't know the difference here. Like, what's the difference between official and early access when the game's in early access to begin with? Like, is the official not early access somehow? If so, please explain difference for me. Ooh. Taxi key. It's looking like a pretty good shaped taxi. Do you have gas? No gas. Alright. Before we forget, let's pop over here. Loot. Goodish taxi. Have keys. Yeah, no, I'll have to get gas for it. Alright, that's far enough away, we can probably just check out this house real quick. Okay, no house alarm. We've already had one of those in this run. There's canned sardines. Crackers. Sugar. Meat cleaver. Knife. This house is Christmas. A gallon of milk. An empty bucket, so let's mark that this one has a bucket, so if we get cows later, that'll be like the third bucket we've located. Not loving this basement combo. Okay, let's check upstairs before downstairs. Basements are scary. How many kills do you have? We're probably getting close to 3,000, right? Yeah, we're like about to hit 3,000. Okay, nothing worthwhile here. Duffel bag with nothing in it. Metal baseball bat, and that's overburned? Nope. Let's go ahead and close these doors. If zombies get in the building later, I can know which rooms are compromised. Okay, so let's just go here and close this curtain. We'll drink the water. And honestly, for this matter, I'm carrying this saucepan around. Take it. I don't need it. That's just more carry weight. So I'm thinking we do is let's close these curtains, because this is a place we can use as a place to sleep later. What I don't need, the things get dicey and I gotta skulk in here, that I don't, you know, immediately aggro the zombies outside through the window. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I've got to use the restroom in a big way, so I'm gonna go ahead and use the restroom, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright, and we're back. A lot of good product Zomboid clips there. That one where I was just talking about the flashlight, that was actually the character I set the record, that was that character. And yeah, that was I think the only zombie injury we had. Well, that's a meta event. The only zombie injury we had prior to the bite that killed us was that one, where it's just like, I was in the secret military base area. I can't remember if it was a meta event happened or something like that happened. And you know, just in the middle of the woods, had to get separated from my... Oh no, that was right. We had like a meta event. Hey now, don't be cheeky. But had like a meta event happen, and we basically were like, we gotta nope out because the woods are coming alive. And so what ended up happening is I tried to pull the car out there, and that was like 6-8 months into the run or whatever. So erosion had like fully grown in the road. So figuring out what was and wasn't the road to and from the base and what was just one of those random off the side dead ends was really hard. So I was trying to get out of there in the night, pulled into one of the wrong areas, had to bail out of the car because it was kind of just cornered in from everything going on, and just was trying to like manage through all the zombies during all that, and just, you get the idea. Got scratched, but luckily didn't get infected. Let's see. You didn't know you could stab through fences? Yeah, with spears and short blades you can stab through there. What's your biggest tip for a beginner? Slow down. That is my major recommendation. More than anything else in the game, slow down. Project Zomboid is not a high-speed, arcadey kind of game. It is a slow, meticulous game that you take your time, you know, fighting the zombies, positioning yourself, getting into your fights and out. And I mean that in every way. Like, you'll notice I am barely ever running. Yeah, no, exactly. Go slow to go fast. You'll notice I almost never run. The way to think of it is endurance is a resource, and endurance is this game's equivalent to stamina. Endurance is a resource. It does recover, but it's very slow. It's not Dark Souls where you thwack an enemy twice, you back off, and then after 2-3 seconds, you're right back ready for more. It is a significant... so you want to move and all that slowly around, and the reason you don't want to jog is, to a certain degree, it's sort of a finite resource, just in the sense that it takes a while to recover, and if you're going into a fight where you're running up to the zombies to fight them, you are draining your resource you need to fight the zombies with impatience. You're taking that resource that is how many zombies you can kill before your character's too tired to keep going, and you're burning it on something that isn't relevant to your survival. The other thing is, you don't need to just jump into a random building. The water, it's not as urgent as you think. The food, it's not as urgent as you think. The only thing that's like genuinely urgent is the zombie about to grab me? Even zombies being around is not urgent as you think. Like, you'll watch when you get a helicopter and there's zombies everywhere. I will still mostly be walking. Another crowbar? Game. I need you to stop. I mean, don't stop, but I need you to stop. My greed cannot handle what you're offering me right now. I'm not used to actually having access to meaningful weapons. Okay. We've got to make some decisions, because the game keeps throwing more and more weapons that are good at me. And I just don't have the bag space for it. And normally in 16 times pop, you're fighting for every weapon you can get your hands on, and you end up crafting piles and piles and piles of weapons, just barely trying to have something to thwack a zombie with on any level. Yeah, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Is I need to, well, not that one. Put in the corner over here. I changed my I'll put in the corner over there. The dangerous corner. It's fine. Right by the window. Okay, so I'll grab you, chuck you in there. I have no idea if you're good or not. Take the can opener. Honestly, we're not going to use those bullets anytime soon. You're like, get rid of the crappy weapons. I don't really have many crappy weapons anymore. Honestly, most of my weapons are... Those are Warren screwdriver. We'll chuck that. Take this out of here. Like, broadly speaking, most of my weapons are actually really good weapons. Okay, so this is something we can work with. Let's see, you know there's no way to beat the game. What's your opinion? What's the end goal of the game? It's a sandbox game. So one thing to keep in mind when you're talking about sandbox game is a sandbox game, the end goal is always whatever you want it to be. You have to make your own end goal to the game. Early on, your goal for the game is going to be something very simple. It's going to be like, hey, survive a week, survive 2 weeks, survive 3 weeks, survive a month. You know, survive till winter. It's going to be stuff like that. And those are very, very good goals to have early on. As you start getting farther along in the game, you'll end up being like, okay, well, now my run is I want to clear the prison. Or I want to... You know, I want to collect one of each of the plushies, or I want to get as many gnomes and flamingos in my front yard as possible. Like, whatever it is, it doesn't matter how ridiculous or inane or silly or whatever your goal is. You want to build your own base from scratch. Doesn't matter what your goal is. You've got to come up with your own goal. And like I said, early on, that's fairly easy, because just surviving any length of time... What? Ooh, is that a car key I see? I don't know where that car is, but... I'm getting multiple of these zombies that I'm hitting them, and it's playing the death sound later. You remember on Wasteland server, there was usually clear 3 major cities? Yeah, Zombieland Rule 20, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Unless it's a sprint, then it's a sprint. Yeah, have an army of frogs, yep. It doesn't matter what your goal is, you just need a goal. Because kill zombie, well, that's a perfectly acceptable goal, tends not to be a goal that lasts really well long term. Go ahead and read that magazine we found in the mailbox. Always check your mailbox. Mailboxes and garbage cans, do not underestimate them. I will say, over the years in Project Zomboid, I have found more generator magazines in trash cans and mailboxes, primarily mailboxes, than anywhere else in the game. So very, very genuinely, do not underestimate mailboxes and trash cans. How many hours do you have in the game? Playing Project Zomboid in general, over 4,000 hours. Playing this run specifically, we can check here in a moment. I actually don't know what the math works out to nowadays for a day. Back when it was 1 hour days, each day you would estimate about 30 minutes. Even though the day is an hour long, and that's just because you fast forward a lot. And then you sleep part of it, that kind of thing. But they moved it to an hour and a half, and I don't know how the math actually works out with that now. Imagine it's somewhere around 1 hour. So if we leave it at an hour and a half, I'm 1 month, 14 days in, so 44 days. And if we assume that's 1 hour each, I'll be about 44 hours. But that's not necessarily a safe assumption. Let's go ahead and eat the crackers. And slowly want to move my stuff into the bigger bag. It's more efficient carry weight wise. Thank you, Randall Thor, for the Gigantify. I do appreciate it. The psychotic gnome collecting goal sounds fun. Oh yeah, there's that one. I still think the most cursed thing I ever collected is doing my first cryogenic winter run with Louisville. I got near the Louisville University, And it was just like, oh, friendship bracelet. Because it's always been a thing of my characters. The first friendship bracelet I find, I always chuck the friendship bracelet on one of my wrists. Because everyone needs a friend in the zombie apocalypse. But ultimately what ended up happening was I was like, okay, well, let's collect the friendship bracelets. All the students have them. Let's collect these. And then I was sitting there one night in the game being like, you know, waiting for it to be dark enough, you know, late enough for us to go to sleep without waking up in the middle of the night kind of thing. And I was looking at the side dresser and being like, I have almost 200 friendship bracelets in this thing. It's like, our character is not okay. This is 100% serial killer coded behavior. Like, this isn't keeping friends anymore. Because we were also using the random spawn mod. And we randomly spawned in the prison at the start, and I had to work my way out of the prison. And so it was just one of those things that's like, okay, our character started in the prison at the zombie apocalypse, and is sitting on like these hundreds of friendship bracelets that they've been collecting off all of the college student zombies. It's like, our character was in that prison for a real good reason. Our character 100% was in that prison and needed to be in that prison. We also joked and theorized about the idea that the reality was there was no zombie apocalypse. This is just what's going on in my character's head. At that point, it becomes a memorial. Oh yeah, no, we started taking the friendship bracelets and writing "friend" in big bold letters in the front driveway of the mansion we were hanging out at. Is it possible to wipe out all the zombies, or do they respawn? If you're playing on default apocalypse settings, they do respawn. And it's actually a pretty aggressive respawn. But if you are playing, like we're currently not playing with respawns on. Generally speaking, if you're playing very low populations, it's worth having respawn turned on at lower populations. Because eventually you'll start clearing the area and you'll have to commute farther and farther and farther to find zombies, and it gets very tedious after a while. If you're playing in very high populations, on the other hand, the respawn can get to the point it can outrun what you can even theoretically kill. Like, unless you turn it, like, way down, and even then, I would generally discourage respawn on very high populations. It can be different if you're running a lot of mods or really wild settings that make killing the zombies super easy. But I can't speak for Build 42, because I haven't done the math in Build 42, but Build 41, you could sustain kill around 700 zombies a day. You could certainly kill more than that much brief stints, but kind of by and large, if you're going hard, it's around 7, maybe 800 a day that you could kill sustained. That you have the day that you go up to like 1,000, and the day you drop down to like 200-300 because you're dealing with weight, and then, you know, average out to around 700. Again, can't speak for Build 42, I don't know what the numbers are, but then you look at some of the cells on 16 times pop, and the individual cell can have like 15-20,000 zombies for some of the higher pop areas of the map. And so you can just do the math and go, okay, if 10% of them reappear every, like, N amount of time, you know, what rate do I need to kill the zombies to not even get ahead, to just keep them from not repopulating? And then you do the math and realize the one cell outruns you. So you're playing 16 times more zombies. Yes. And someone asked me, do I get mad when I die? No, because if I got mad when I die, I would probably not enjoy this game very long. Even before Project Zomboid, I have spent a lot of time playing games that are either permadeath, or if not permadeath, that death was very punishing. That's just something I've done for literally decades. So, Project Zomboid is not remotely the most punishing game I've played so far as the consequences of death in the game. It's very punishing, just to be clear. It is a punishing game that death has a consequence. But it's not been the mildest. DayZ, I haven't played DayZ. That's not what I played. But like Ultima Online back in the day, you drop all your gear when you died. So if you're like PvP or anything like that, your gear's gone. Oh no, I would not say that Vintage Story is more punishing, because Vintage Story, yeah, you might lose your stuff, but you don't like lose your world. Project Zomboid, when your character dies, unless you change to non-standard settings, like everything's gone. You're done. Start over. You can respawn in your world, but I don't do that. But yeah, games like EVE Online is one that could be particularly punishing when you die. Like that's certainly one I'd hang out there, that being like you can have literally months of work just it's gone. Do you suggest playing vanilla as a beginner? Yeah. Mods are not necessary in Project Zomboid. There was no mod for Project Zomboid to be like, oh no, you need that mod. Like RimWorld used to be that there's a couple of mods they'd be like, yeah, you probably should get that mod. But not Project Zomboid. Sucks to be you, mouse. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Okay. And for those that don't know, Azrael, another fantastic content creator on the platform, does a lot of simulation games, so your Euro Truck Simulator, Farm Simulator, that kind of thing. So if you like any of that you can find over there. Alright, so we're back in here because it's getting late. We don't want to push our luck out in the dark. That's kind of one of the things you'll learn when you're playing Project Zomboid as well. When you're trying to, like, you're going beyond just learning the game, you're trying to survive long times, those kind of things. Hey, Treacle, could we also get a, once the cooldown's done, get a shout out for Treacle as well? But, it's one of those things that you'll learn, like, a lot of Project Zomboid and surviving long term is risk mitigation. So it's going, what are the things you can do to reduce your risk? Now, obviously, I'm fighting the zombies and all that, and there's a certain amount of inherent risk that's just going to be there. Like, there's no avoiding that minimum amount of risk. But, like, I can choose where to do the fight and all that. So also check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. Plays RimWorld among other games. So if you like, like that, I believe has also been playing the most over there. So if any of that sounds good, you can find that over there. But yeah, so it is one of those things being like, okay, what can I do to make this dangerous activity I'm doing a little bit less dangerous? That kind of thing. And that's a big part of it. And a big part of how you get there as a new player is every single time you die, just stop, take a minute, and go, okay, like, I died, what could I have done differently to have prevented this death? And don't think the short term. Don't think like, well, I got grabbed by the zombie and I died. Sure, that's physically how you died. What I'm talking more is, what decision led up to the series of events that ultimately got you grabbed? Like, did you check the area you were in carefully? And thank you, Randall Thor, for the Gigantify. That is a really good emote. I like that one. That is a fun emote. So it's stuff like you'll notice a lot of times when I go in and out of my house, before I worry about anything, I kind of just do a lap around the house. And what I'm checking to see is there's any zombies nearby the home, because those are the ones that might hear you, see you through a window, blah, blah. That kind of nonsense. And these are just habits you kind of train for yourself over a while. You're like, okay, this is what got me killed. Like, I like the walking around the house. That's something I started because I had one of my first high kill count characters. She got to like 30,000 or 27,000 or whatever it was. And I was looking for a generator magazine, and I ultimately went into a house without walking around. And I went into the garage, closed the door behind me, checked all the shelf and boxes, didn't find what I was doing, opened the door and just walked out there like I owned the place. And what had happened is silently while I was in there, a zombie had crawled through the window and just stood at the door. Didn't attack it, just stood right next to the door. And what I mean, like, it's not next to it, like, right here, but just off to the side. So I just walked in and zombie grabbed me from behind and the run was over. Let's see, you think the house had some diaries you could read to pass time? Maybe find some information? I don't think so most of the diaries in the game don't actually contain stuff. They're just books you can write in. The Project Zomboid is one of those games, 9 out of 10 times, death is 100% your fault, complacency is a slow and steady killer. Yeah. No, I would say in all the time I have played Project Zomboid, not counting where I'm doing 16 times pop and I get a bad spawn and get killed almost immediately. Ignoring that. I would say the vast majority of times I've played Project Zomboid and died, the death ultimately falls 100% on me. There's only been like 1 or 2 times in all the hours and hours and hours I played Project Zomboid where it's like, alright, that death did not feel fair. The vast, vast majority of the time, the deaths in Project Zomboid, you can point out where like, this is the place where I made the decision that got me killed. You know, or you just, this is where I fat-fingered the key and got me killed. But again, you can still point at yourself and be like, this is where I made the mistake. This is where I messed up. There's been only a couple of times in all the time playing Project Zomboid or something, you know, where you jump into a car and it glitches out and you die from it. I've not had that one, I've seen that one though. Like, the only one I can think of that happened to me is, like, weird targeting issues with zombies on the ground getting up while hitting a zombie coming at you. And so, you end up targeting the zombie getting up instead of the zombie walking right in front of you. And it's like, that's... Or no, it's like crawler or whatever. But you get the idea. It's like weird targeting priority. You're like, no, that's not the zombie I wanted to hit. And, like, as the player, there isn't, like, a scroll through targets or something to like lock onto a target or something to make sure you hit the right zombie. So you just get switched to the wrong target at a time where you're like, no, this zombie is not what I wanted to go after. I want to get away from the bodies where we go to rest. They've got a rally group over here. Now, if you look at the spacing of the rally groups, we've got a rally group up here-ish. We got a rally group down there. That one's actually too close. Those two are going to spread each other out. So there's probably going to be one around this vague area somewhere. Probably line of sighted behind the thing. So where I was going to go over here to get away from the bodies, we don't want to do that. Because I'm just going to aggro more. So we're just going to endure the fact that we're getting some corpse sickness. It's fine. Because we don't want to walk into a full rally group. Yeah, because you see where they were too close and now they're spreading out? That's the reason I'm saying there's one back here, is because they will naturally try and spread out that far. Oh, with Brildane? Yeah, we were doing the unfriendly neighbors multiplayer, where the entire gimmick behind it was we were playing a multiplayer server, where we're a bunch of neighbors who all want the other ones dead. We hate each other. But, you know, we're very friendly about it, and murder's just uncouth. Like, that's just... I mean, come on. We're civilized. But we do want each other to die. So, it's more about creating dangerous situations to try and get the other person killed kind of thing than direct pull the gun and shoot the person or hit him with a crowbar. And yeah, no, Brildane was pretending to be like an HOA person. And I was sneaking in someone else's house to see what mischief I could get up to, and she she wandered in while I was there and asked if it was my house. I was like, oh yeah. And then she was basically acting like I had HOA violations that she was going to, you know, write me up for. And it's like, oh, okay. You know, and she started writing me up, like actually got out a notepad in the game and started writing me up. And meanwhile, I walked off, got a ton of zombies, looped around the block, and just dumped them on her while she was writing the note and got her killed. That was the most direct kill I did in that one. I was the one like really veteran player out of the group. The others had all played, but were not nearly at like that level. Not at that point. And so I was trying to go through and mostly do more elaborate things versus the more direct BS kind of kills. But that was just one that was too easy to do. It was just like she was just standing there writing things up. I'm like, all right, I'll just go grab this and bring this over. And, you know, by the time she realized she was in trouble, she had to get the notepad out of her face. And by that point, she was already cornered. It was too late. Okay, and no helicopter today. I liked that. That was a very fun one. It was also fun how many people were trying to get me killed, because you know there's something about killing the person super knowledgeable about the game, and it was one of those things like obviously if they hand something and it had the green skull on it, I wasn't about to drink it, but it was like one of those things like Digwood came up to me, pulled up in a car, is like, hey, you should get in. Obviously we all know we're trying to kill each other. So, I know the answer not to do is I should not be getting in the vehicle with the person trying to kill me. But also, you know, what fun is that? So, jumped in the car, and he had been bitten and tried to, like, corner me into a wall where I couldn't get out of the car, so he would turn into a zombie and bite me. Unfortunately, he didn't realize when you die in a car in multiplayer, your corpse appears underneath the car. So he just had his zombie self pinned under the car for me. But it was definitely one of those ones. Yeah, no, and the worst thing was like in the moment, like I was talking about him in character, like, well, that's embarrassing. And I guess for a moment people thought, I was like, oh crap, did he just say that about Digwood? It's like, no. It's like just embarrassing that in the context of what was happening right then and there, that they died in that manner. Yeah, no, as I think myself and Snoot were the ones who survived the whole time. To be fair, no, you'd have leaned into it. To be fair with that one, absolutely, so many of the deaths were between Digwood and Killadrix, because both of them were absolutely down to go with stuff that, you know, as the player they knew was not the call. So, like, Digwood had poisoned the crap out of some soup. And so, you know, in character, Killadrix was like, nah, man, you drink it first. And Digwood was like, all right, I'll drink some. Like, sure, I'll show you what's safe. And just committed and drank some of the utterly poisoned soup. But, of course, you know, obviously, gameplay-wise, you see the little green skull. You know not to drink that. But it's like, okay, in character, I said drink it and I drink it. So drank the rest of the soup. Which, of course, Digwood immediately ran off, like, right after drinking it to go die. Because it was... I don't know what he put into it, but it was probably, like, poison mushrooms and bleach and everything. Like, it killed them fast, whatever it was. Whatever it was must have instant fevered them. But, you know, a lot of kudos there for being like, yep, you know, I said I would. I'm not going to use, like, my player out-of-game meta-knowledge that this is poisoned. Alright, let's rest for a minute. Back over here. Kildrix is hilarious. Oh yeah, no, Kildrix is fantastic. I had a lot of fun with that collab. It's just a shame so many of their schedules don't align with mine. I really enjoyed when we did the Unfriendly Neighbors. It's just very, very genuinely, when it comes to the hours, Kildrix and Digwood and almost every one of them stream way before I typically stream. So it's kind of one of those things that there's not much opportunity for me to stream with them. Alright. How are we doing on our skills? Fitness is coming along. Nimble's getting pretty close to hitting its next level. Strength just leveled. That's not going anywhere anytime soon. No one cares about electrical. Short Blunt is getting relatively close to level 5. So that's all good news. You've got a Killadrix and Ilana collab coming up. Ooh! I was unaware of that. What is Killa and Ilana doing? Are doing, is doing? Are about to do? I hadn't heard about this. And because Ilana Ram is also another fantastic content creator. Does a lot of indie games. But like among those indie games does like RimWorld and a whole bunch of stuff like that. Historically has referred to herself as a RimWorld Plus streamer. But does like lots of indie games. Fellow member of the stream team I'm on, Halcyon Frequency. What are they? Let's see. Well, actually, this is the first public mention of it, so shh. But it's Core Keeper. Ah, neat. Yeah, no, I enjoyed Core Keeper a lot. Oh man, I'm gonna have to actually be good about waking up early so I can catch parts of that. We're getting pretty close to being able to push into that house. So the big thing I'm trying to do is keep these two houses down here on the south end of town. Keep those safe. Basically, we just keep chipping through these numbers. And what'll happen is, over time, we'll see less and less zombies here. And then eventually we'll be able to just kind of push the next cell and all that. Now that'll be a lot of fun. For those who don't know Core Keeper, the best... Yeah, the words are hard. Yep. Thank you to Gigantify. But for those who don't know Core Keeper, it's sort of like Terraria, but more top-down. But it has kind of that same thing of where you've got your arenas, you can kind of adjust them a little bit to your taste and everything. There's bosses. You work through, you know, you find your, like, copper equipment, you work on that. You go and slowly work to getting, like, your iron equipment. Then you fight the boss, you get some drop that makes you a little bit better at whatever you're doing. So it's got that kind of workflow. There is, like, hunting to get materials to craft different things. No, so the surplus store is going to be something that's going to probably, like, that might end up taking multiple streams. Like, at 16 times pop, well, we can knock out a couple of thousand zombies a day now. Most I mean, a stream day, not an in-game day. In-game day, we're probably at the point of killing, like, 100, 150, something like that, pretty routinely. Alright, this is going to be no good for a spot. The corpse stink is getting real bad here. Alright, Lexra, you take it easy. But yeah, so that's gonna be not a short-term objective. It could be a thing that when we know we got the next helicopter day. Yeah, so there we go with the, Our corpse sickness has gotten bad enough that we are taking a strength penalty now. Come on. We're gonna drop her bag, because we're too overburdened to be fighting with that on us. Oh, it's pretty early in the day to have this level of corpse sickness. So let's try and kill this group and see if we can't get inside and recover from corpse sickness for a couple of minutes. Ah, would you look at that, getting single taps with a short blunt. That's what you love to see. Damage is actually getting good. It's not reliable yet. It'll take a long time to get reliable. But the fact that we're in the range where it can happen. Can I get far enough away from the bodies that this isn't an issue? There we go. We're just resting here for our muscle strain, and let our corpse sickness start recovering. And pretty much the way we look at it, you'll see when I walk around, it'll be like overwhelming stench and all that, and that kind of thing. If I'm there, the corpse sickness will get worse. Alright, so we got them repositioning again. That's going to force that group up, which will force the other group over. That's going to continue to be an issue where the zombie groups just kind of push each other around. And that's the reason why we're going to keep having to try and just, like, hold our ground, is those... Yeah, so it didn't push it up. Instead, it got the group got pushed down. Was corpse sickness lethal? Yes. Basically what happens is if you look here where it says nauseous, that will gradually get worse over time if I keep hanging around where you see this up here where it says bad smell and overwhelming smell. But it slowly goes from queasy to nauseous to sick to fever. When you reach fever, you start actively dying. Now, it's not one of those things that you get corpse sickness and you hit a point that, like, you're infected and that's just it. It basically, it keeps getting worse as long as you're by the corpses, and your life will start draining. But once you get away from the corpses, it takes a little while to get better. But as it gets better, your life will stop draining and you'll start recovering. So generally speaking, I don't mind being nauseous. Nauseous is not good. I would much rather only go as far as queasy, but nauseous is acceptable. When it says sick, we drop what we're doing and we leave. Because the next step after sick is feverish, and like I said, at feverish, you start actively dying. And then it's a matter of, can you get away from the corpses fast enough to recover? Like, and that's a very dangerous thing to go where you start pushing that far. What I'm gonna do is, alright, that's getting worse for stench. There we go. I don't want to be by the tree, though. Yeah, so now we only have where it doesn't say, you know, it smells or whatever, so we'll start recovering. We give a chance for a muscle strain. Okay, so we've gone from nauseous to just queasy, which is why we kept getting farther back, is to try and get away from the bodies. And the bodies only last 9 days by default. So people always ask me, it's like, oh, what do you do to get rid of the bodies? Like, do you burn them? Like, do you... Like, what do you do? Do you drag them far away? And it's like, nah. What I do to the bodies... We'll try the poker. What I would do to the bodies is I leave them on the ground. Okay, it's definitely not a spear. Ooh, 2 hits and muscle strain. Seems to have relatively good damage. I think it's just the carryover muscle strain from the last weapon. But yeah, so the way I deal with my bodies is I utterly ignore them, and after 9 days they go away. Let's see, you learned the hard way about corpses in RimWorld. Now you know why people bury enemy bodies. Oh yeah, no, in RimWorld they're pretty awful. You get corpse stench, corpse sickness from that as well in RimWorld. That one's really rough because it's really easy to push yourself into it by just having people like, you'll have the person who starts trying to clean where the bodies are, so they'll start sweeping up under the bodies and they'll just keep putting out like bile and all that. And so the person will just stand there. You have the person like rebuilding a building, standing on a like a pile of corpses. You're like, dude, no. Like, don't do that. Oh, I thought they aggroed. Yeah, I usually don't bury them. For me, it's I find a lake or a river and I start hucking all the bodies into it in RimWorld. Or if I've got, the meat-eating trees, I'll feed the trees. There's a hunting knife, I want that. Can't really get away from the bodies, I'm slowly spreading them out more and more. That's gonna happen. And thank you for the Gigantifier, Randall. Yep. Nope, but we have the evil tree emote. And that's actually, it's not exclusively because of Product Zomboid, but it's very heavily thanks to Product Zomboid, because you have the zombies that chill by the tree and then just step through the tree at the worst possible time and bite you in the face. Alright, getting some knives ready. I should not have stepped that far forward. It's fine, we're using a hunting knife. There's not that much muscle strain. Oh, it's a poor quality hunting knife. It's about to break already. It's already got the worn tag on it. Cool. I'm glad I equipped the large knife so when it breaks I have a backup. Let's move farther down. Rest our muscle strain for a moment. Check on the sharpness of our knives real quick. You're good. Oh, actually, you're not as bad. It's saying worn, but that's actually not too terrible. And welcome back, Integer Smirk. It's good to have you. All right. And we just keep on working on clearing these houses as much as we can. That's ultimately the important thing, is the bottom two houses here. We keep the zombies away so they got places to sleep. Over time, we'll be able to move our way up. All right. there's only one more down there. We'll get rid of that one. That'll be another group sorted. Oh, for the new players comment, you'll see your cursor, don't put that on the zombie. All the game cares about is where the zombie is relative to you. So if I have the cursor back here, I will hit the zombie just to my right, not way back here. Same with like that'll do up, that'll do down, so it's relative. The only caveat exception to that is the guns aiming. You want to put the actual cursor on a zombie with guns. And that's a relatively new thing. That it used to be the same with guns, you just broadly point in the vague direction of stuff, and usually it does a pretty good job of just kind of auto-aiming at them. That, I was not expecting them to aggro from that far away. Okay, well, we're probably going to be pushing our muscle strain pretty hard here. That's fine. Okay. I mean, honestly, not as bad. We're just barely going into the higher tier of muscle strain. I expect to be a little bit worse. Okay, let's pop into the house. Let's rest for a minute and get away from the corpses. Oh, have my broken handle. Saw the rat move and I thought we had a zombie in there. There. Okay. Alright. And chat's just doing their chatting about a whole bunch of stuff. It's all good. Cool. Won't be too much longer before I have to worry about food a little bit. Well, we do have a farm field directly south of us, between these houses and the other, and if we're up here clearing the zombies, this is where the zombies are coming from. That should prevent too many zombies from kind of falling in behind me. Alright. Hey, fully got rid of the corpse stink. So those quick knives will go there. Hey, you do, the adults are talking. Okay. Oops, looks like another group of zombies crossed here. But yeah, so you can see as we're clearing the groups, it is just kind of having the previous zombies are kind of like getting pushed out at us. That's going to just keep being a thing until we get the numbers down. But for every zombie we kill, that's one less zombie in the area. And eventually you'll start seeing those numbers properly thin out. Alright. Yep, so this group's being pushed out by that group. Alright, you can keep just chipping away at them. We'll need to go and get that group on the left next. Could you not ignore me? Okay. And that's another large knife. Love to see it. Okay, let's grab our bag for when we back off here. Because with as much as they're pushing, I'm a little worried about getting pushed into the house over here and then not being able to retrieve my bag. We can pop on down here. The next group we want to kill is the one just northwest of the house here. Because they're kind of getting pushed in on us. We're slowly losing ground between us and the house there. Because that's just what we're going to do is keep chipping away at them. My thought is if we have a meta event that draws the zombies to the north, I might try and go for the surplus store. If we have the helicopter, I haven't decided exactly where I want to take it. But, like, I could potentially take the helicopter over here somewhere. And that would potentially draw the zombies away from here. Because this whole area was pretty dead of zombies. So if I took a helicopter, like, right up in this area here somewhere, that should pull the zombies away from the surplus place relatively well. And we're pretty close to due for a helicopter. How is our short blade skill coming along? About 3 1/4, 3 1/2, more likely. You know, so we're definitely killing a good number of zombies a day now. Because we've already, in like the last hour, put on over 150 more kills. So that's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, when we start getting to late game stats, it'll be an entirely reasonable thing for me to kill like 700 zombies a day fairly consistently. Yeah, food's going to be a problem soon. Which is fine. That's just where we drop back to the field and forage. It just means time spent. Sounds like the zombies on that side I mentioned we need to kill next have moved up closer. I got a zombie breaking the window over there. Okay. Alright, well, if you're going to have that right there, I'll dispose of that wrench that's on the ground. Okay. Let's see. Would the trait that makes you eat more often help keeping your weight up? Or is the calories daily required? I don't think you actually have to eat more often regardless of the trait. I mean, that's not true. There is a trait that makes you eat more often for your hunger, but that's the thing. You can still choose to eat more often. Oh, I guess we must have had the zombie got pulled off of there. Yeah, let's not play that game with them being that close to each other. It's real easy, like, get a weird miss or a lunge and get yourself in trouble. It's a thing you can absolutely do and have it relatively safe. But as I mentioned, for like the marathon running style, anything that's an unnecessary risk is not worth taking. Okay. Can hop back in here. Get that muscle strain down. Okay, so none of these windows are broken. I think the zombie was here, and when I came across here, we pulled it off the window. Okay, you're worn, and your sharpness is basically gone, so we'll sharpen the blade. Because it also gives me a little bit of maintenance skill, and it forces me to rest. Let's see, do you really need to kill zombies in this game? You can't just loot houses? Or do you like to kill zombies that much? So, when you're playing on your normal population settings, like your apocalypse population settings, it is absolutely a viable thing for a lot of areas to, you know, kill only the zombies that are, like, immediately inside the house that are in the way kind of thing. We're playing on 16 times population, so if you think about it, every individual zombie you see in your run, I have a whole group. That's roughly what it is. Because 16 times, you get the whole thing. So on these settings, sneaking in and grabbing something is just really it's a non-starter. Because even if you think of that one little farmhouse that's got, you know, 4, 5, 6 zombies just chilling outside of it, for me, that little farmhouse is going to be about 52 or so zombies chilling outside of it. So very genuinely, I gotta slog through the zombie corpses to get anywhere. And for me, I kind of need this to keep the game interesting for myself, because having played this game so long and gotten so good at the combat and everything in the game, very genuinely, if I don't jack the zombie populations up to the moon, I could just kind of wander the map pretty much indisputed. And kind of the way I look at the, Alright, well, you got a switchblade, okay. I'll take a switchblade. Yeah, sure, we'll get rid of the straw hat. I've done the straw hat before. I still want brighter clothes. Let's see, so if you play on a normal game, you may be able to just avoid some zombies need. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like on normal settings, other than like the really busy points of interest, you can actually get away with a fairly pacifist run. The only place it becomes really tricky is when you get inside houses and there are zombies inside the house with you. It can be pretty tricky to work your way around. It's also very dangerous to tango with zombies inside enclosed spaces just because, you know, you can't see around the corners very easily, that kind of thing. But it is absolutely a thing. Like, on this one, this whole neighborhood, I'd probably have 30 or so zombies in this whole area on apocalypse settings. Would be just my off-the-cuff guess. Which does mean, genuinely, I could, like, yell to draw the zombies one direction, and then loop back another way and just sneak into houses and poke around, and then the only zombies I might need to fight in that case is whatever zombies were trapped inside the houses that, you know, when I go in I see. And even those you could drag outside and walk them away and turn back around and come back in. Alright, so we got zombies closing in this way. Alright. Alright, let's give our character a moment to rest. I'll take a peek at how that knife is doing. Now we can sharpen that again. Okay, and we're now officially sleepy. So this is the point we don't want to go back out. That sleepy really penalizes our damage a lot. I'm gonna go ahead and close these curtains. Reduce the chance of we just getting spotted through windows and all that. There's no curtains on the back for me to close. We're gonna go ahead and pop upstairs. Get ourselves a little bit to drink. Make sure our bottle's filled. It is. We can rest on our bed here for a minute. That's because it's about to be dark and we are drowsy. We do wait until midnight to actually go to sleep. And that's just a matter of if I don't wait till midnight, I end up waking up at 2 in the morning and then it's like pitch black outside. And so you'll see how dark this is going to slowly get. So as you can imagine, trying to fight with it getting this dark is a pretty easy way to die. There's a meta event, so we don't know what we're waking up into. Now granted, where I am upstairs, it's very unlikely a zombie will randomly go in here. If a zombie gets in here, it's because it hurt us. And that means I've done something to make noise. So you'll notice a lot of times when I get in there, I just sit on the bed and I wait. I don't bother exercising, I do anything. I'm trying to stay quiet. Okay. Let's go ahead and open this. This is the last food I have easily handy. Take a sip of water. Yeah, that zombie outside there may have hurt us. Okay, we got zombies kind of all over the place around here. So it seems like that meta event has scattered them. So what we're going to do is we're just going to kind of hold our ground and kill what we see. So we got a duffel bag down here. So let's go deal with these two down here. We're just going to kind of do the whole lap around the house. Make sure no zombies are chilling right nearby. That'd be that gunshot last night. I'm guessing it drew the zombies south. Which means we might be in for a real spicy day. Because just north of us is where most of the zombies were. Okay, so the duffel bag just has junk I don't care about in it. Imagine the Fear of Blood perk would be interesting. Fear of Blood perk just means your character's stressed out all the time. when you're dealing with this kind of thing. There's no real managing it. You just kind of, it's basically saying this like anxiety your character gets, that's turned on and it just stays on. It gets real tiresome after a while. That's one of the perks I just generally won't take is Fear of Blood. It's a fine perk. But, like, with the way I tend to play, broadly speaking, it's a whole thing. The other problem with Fear of Blood is if you're trying to manage it, it means you're constantly washing your bloody clothes. And with the water turned off, unless I'm by a river or lake, I just can't realistically do that. Yeah, there's no point in sharpening it. It's got almost no condition left. Okay. 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 Just broke that knife. Is it possible to 0-kill run 16 times pop? So you're basically saying, like, deliberately don't kill any zombies? Sure. All you have to do is immediately just leave where you spawn, go into the middle of absolutely nowhere in the woods, and live there for the rest of the game. Like, that's kind of one of the things that people don't realize is actually, for just, if your only goal is to survive for a length of time, Project Zomboid is a game that you can easily live for as long as you'd like, if you don't mind boredom and tedium. What I mean by that is very genuinely, I don't think I actually have a place that I could show you right now. Not really. Not really. Actually, over here. So you see how this is all woods over in this area because we spawned in Muldrow? You could literally just go into one of these areas that's just deep forest or whatever and just run down there and just live your best life. Eventually, the zombies might figure out their way to you kind of thing. But you could do that for, like, potentially years in game before that happens. And you can do that. So, like, if you're just willing to just ditch and just hang, you can live an extremely long time without a lot of effort. But it's not fun. Like, it's one of those things when you play that way, the game gets real slow and real boring. At least you say that window being broken. Oh, I'm sure it'll get broken at some time, but yeah. Like, and I've done runs where I showed, like, because there was people who were being like, oh no, you have to have this or you have to have that, or, you know, you need the generator to survive or whatever. Like, there's a lot of that kind of stuff that goes around, and none of that's true. And I genuinely showed where I think I only grabbed, like, a sauce pot just for convenience. And I just went off a random highway to where there's a wooded area, no water nearby or anything, and then just set up base and started living there. Now, granted, that was build 41. Build 42, you would need a spot to fish or get rabbits or a cow or something. So there is that one kind of dependency you have now to keep your weight up. No, actually, you know what? You could use traps. I forgot. You could literally go down there. You could set up traps. They would effectively generate a rabbit for you to capture. And you could survive on rabbits. So yeah, you could literally just go out in the wilderness and survive. Granted, it'd be a bit harder in build 42 than build 41. I've also done runs where I've literally set the loot to none. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We have done runs where I've set the loot to the setting of none. So, like, we don't even go into a building. There's nothing to loot in there. There's physically no loot. And we survived a couple of months in that one, and then I just genuinely got bored. Because the unfortunate reality of how that works is you just do tons of foraging. Like, just tons and tons of foraging for anything that you can't just get from nature. Like, surviving there wouldn't be too bad. But, like, having any variance to your gameplay requires you to just do foraging to hope you find a saw and that kind of thing. Because that was also build 41. Versus now with the new crafting, you could probably do more, but there's still gaps in the new crafting. Okay, so that knife's about to break soon. We can grab the next knife. Is a run without foraging possible? Sure. 16 times pop without a knife would be, or without foraging wouldn't be possible, really. But yeah, no, genuinely, you could just, like, get together what you need for a fishing pole. It also depends if you count me right-clicking on the ground and picking up stick as a form of foraging. But, even then I could find a fishing pole. But then, you know, the moment I got fishing up and running, that would take care of food. But foraging is not at all required. It's just one of your options for food that's kind of available everywhere, so that's part of the reason why it's so popular. Is when you're kind of getting bullied away and you're not near water, well, that takes fishing out of consideration. So it's kind of work with what you got. Okay. So front yard's cleared. Side yard's cleared. I'm pretty sure the yard over here has got zombies in it. So pretty much where we had that meta event. Yeah, and I have no more food. Well, actually, I take that back. We can give ourselves a little swig of some olive oil. But yeah, food is getting pretty close to tapped out. Then I'm going to have to forage or reach the next building. What's your favorite weapon? Hunting knife. The short blade weapons use very, very, very little endurance to fight with. They don't tend to cost much muscle strain once you level them up either. So as far as being able to go into a big group of zombies and just throw down, the short blades tend to be my favorite. Are you winning? Yep, pretty much. We're alive. We're making progress. Lots of zombies are dying. It's pretty much as close to winning as you get in Product Zomboid. Cool. Alright, so it looks like the immediate area around the house is already cleared again. We'll start working on these zombies up here. There's one zombie by themselves right here. Let's grab them. It's gonna be a thing when I finally run out of crappy weapons to use and I start using the good ones. Considering I think I have 3 crowbars on me now. I have like a nightstick, 3 crowbars, and a whole bunch of stuff. I'm really looking forward to that. But from carry weight reasons, I want to keep getting rid of the not as good but still relatively decent weapons. I'm also worried because when I switch to the crowbar, we don't have much long blunt skill. So it is going to be a weapon that our character does pretty mixed about. So the broken handle. Grab that next knife. No, that's not a mod. If you look in your settings, one of the other things I would suggest is under user interface. One thing I'd especially recommend for newer players is, where are you at? Melee target outline. I recommend turning that on because it is one of those things that, especially when you're newer, it can be pretty hard to gauge what zombie's going to get hit when you're in range, that kind of thing. Because while most of the time Project Zomboid does a good job of being like, oh, that's a zombie you should hit, when zombies are down or getting back up, it is definitely one of those things that sometimes it behaves in ways that aren't necessarily what you want and not necessarily what you'd expect. Like, a lot of times it'll prioritize a zombie you would not necessarily want when two zombies are occupying the same space, but one is standing and one is getting up, or one is crawling, yada yada. So it's pretty good to have the highlight, just so when you go to commit the swing, you kind of know which zombie you're probably going to be hitting. Because especially the ones on the ground can get you in a lot of trouble. I have multi-hit off. Back in the day, multi-hit on used to be the default, but after a while they did ultimately get rid of multi-hit, so far as the default. You can still choose to have it. But generally speaking, it's off by default. I also recommend it. I find personally with multi-hit, I tend to try and be greedy and go for the multi-hit. And I do find multi-hit does kind of let you get away with a lot of stuff you really shouldn't be able to. And so it has a tendency to reinforce bad behaviors, as opposed to when you have multi-hit off, you just can't get away with that stuff. Yeah, no, I do feel like that. It's not like playing with multi-hit is wrong. I do feel like multi-hit has a tendency to cause you to develop habits that are more likely to get you killed. Again, it is one of those settings that it used to be on by default. It's not a bad setting. If you enjoy it, do it. But like I said, for me, I found it had a tendency to cause me to make bad decisions and reinforce bad habits. Like I found with me with multi-hit, I'd have a tendency to step into attacks to try and get more zombies hit with my multi-hit, you know, be a little bit greedy on it. And generally speaking, you pretty much always want to be backpedaling while hitting zombies. Maybe sometimes you'll stand still if you're like down to try and go for an execution animation if it's appropriate. But broadly speaking, you're almost always backpedaling. It's because if I stand still, I have a chance of getting grabbed pretty easy. If you're backing up, you can actually, once you get like nimble 2 or 3, you can actually literally just keep backing up and not even swing your weapon, and any zombie approaching you, you know, from the direction you're backing away from, you will actually step out of their grab before it completes. It is one of those things with Project Zomboid, as your nimble skill gets higher and higher, you can get away with some utter BS. High level nimble is really, really comically broken. Like, I don't know if it's still the case. You could get to the point that your nimble is faster than your jog. Not your sprint. Your sprint was always faster. Oh yeah, no, nimble's super slow to level. And normally people then immediately ask us like, well, how do you level your nimble? I fight. I don't do any type of like power cheesy strats or anything, I just fight. You'll get it. You need to kill the zombies anyways. And they're a good source of they're a good source for you to gradually gain your combat skills of all types. You just keep doing it until you have, like, high enough levels that it's nice and easy at that point. We'll drink some water from the toilet, as you do. Okay, and we have a little bit more olive oil, I think. Yep, that's gonna be the last of our olive oil. Yeah. No, that's exactly it. It's like, you could nimble literally everywhere on the map to train your nimble. It would go up faster. That is a correct and accurate statement. It's also correct that you would be utterly infuriated and frustrated with the game as you walk everywhere at this speed. Now, granted, realistically, you'd end up fighting things and need to, like, walk away and stop that, but yeah. You just move slowly everywhere until it levels up. Okay, my large knife is getting close to spent. Don't know what house that's for, but sure. Probably not this one. I mean, that's okay. That wasn't too many, so we'll keep pushing. It's not aggro. I mean, either way, we're kind of... Either way, it's a bad time. We'll go over here and start working on this one, making sure it's not another group of zombies showing up down here. We got one in the backyard. Let's kill that small group in the backyard quick. Yeah, I think 5 or 6 is the highest I've ever had my nimble, and I was to the point of giggling. It was so silly. Like, just zipping around, like... It generally starts to make fighting with shorter weapons hard because you just zip around so fast. But at the same time, you can just, like, practically nimble directly into a zombie and then nimble away real quick. And then just not even have to worry. It really gets, you know, bizarre and, you know, weird. Okay, dropping our small handle off. Got another crappy knife. I can grab the last one down here. We'll kill him. So we'll get inside. We'll rest up again. Let's see you run to that mountain back. Let's see me do it again. Oh, I don't. I haven't seen much SpongeBob. That was a show that kind of came out. I was a little bit out of the target age range by the time it came out, so I never got into it. Like, no judgment about people watching. I hear it's still a pretty solid show to watch, even as an older age or whatever. But I just never got into it in the first place. So, all right. No, I'm not looking to get solar panels installed. Gives me the fortune to watch SpongeBob. I know, I'm pretty sure she watched some of it or whatever, may a bunch of it. Yeah. So they'll just keep migrating to that spot. Not endlessly. So what's happened here is if we look at our map, basically what I've got right now is this area over here where it says target. This area has a ton of zombies, and I'm right down here. So these zombies are gradually pushing out as they just need space. Once I kill enough of the zombies up there, it'll start to really reduce in the number of zombies in the area. But because I'm so close to a higher population area, I am kind of getting the zombies that are just like slowly pushing out from that spot. But it has to do with the fact that I'm in close proximity to a high pop area. But considering how many hundreds of zombies we're killing, it will gradually start tapering off. And this is mostly 16 times pop things. The same mechanics can happen at lower pops, but the areas that have enough zombies to cause it to happen are far fewer. Like if you for example go to the Crossroads Mall and you set up like across the street from the Crossroads Mall on regular Apocalypse, you'll have this kind of phenomena. But like if you're just chilling at the west edge of Riverside or something, which is a relatively quiet area, you'll have stragglers come over once in a while, but you're talking like 2s and 3s and 4s. Maybe with the meta event you might get a decent number to come over at once, but generally speaking, you'll have pretty manageable numbers that just like a few show up here and there. And then again, like once you killed a couple, like, you know, spent a day and you kill like a block or two into town, then it'll be a while till you see really any meaningful number of zombies show up. Just like 1 or 2 that just kind of straggle in here and there. Just in case I need it later. Let's see. You wish the one-hit execute happened more and you gain skill to do it faster? So, as you gain short blade skill, you actually will have the execution animation can happen more frequently. You have a higher odds of it. But you're only eligible for the execution animation under very specific conditions. Like, for example, I can only execution animation in the event that only one zombie is aggroed. The moment there's a second zombie aggroed, I'm no longer eligible for the short blade execution. The spear execution has its own rules that are a little bit different, which is why it can get you in trouble. But with the short blade, I physically could not get an execution on these zombies until I'm down to 1. And it also takes a second to set you back to not being aggroed to multiple. But it is based on your weapon skill. You'll have a higher chance of it. Alright, well, let's go ahead and we're going to get this party started because I don't want to deal with Screwdriver right now. Oh, I actually do have some more food. I forgot about the bag of sugar. When I break this last little knife, I'm going to switch to the bat. Now, the good and the bad is the bat will kill the zombies faster in the short term, but I'm going to have to rest way more with the bat, because we don't have particularly high long blunt skill, and it is a bit of a more endurance-hungry weapon. Come on, you. Okay, so that'll be the next group we deal with over here. Oh, never mind, they moved. That'll be the next group we deal with over there. I'm curious how much when we go up to the actual supply place now, how much it starts. Ooh, let's wait to see what they're doing, because we got both of them are kind of closing in, so they should cross paths and get bumped away. Yeah, to be clear, I'm using what's like basically a little pocket knife right now. So as far as knives go, it's one of the worst. It's like a knife you'd primarily use for just whittling kind of thing, or like cutting a box open kind of thing. It's a little teeny tiny knife. Versus like the large knife and the hunting knives we were able to like 3-hit zombies with. But you still have a relatively low short blade skill. The only weapon skill I actually have in a pretty good spot is my short blunt weapons. That's actually pretty solid with like 5 and some change level. Drop off the crappy knife. And we'll just rest for a quick minute. Not Rambo Bowie knife? No. They have some bigger knives as well. Like the large knife you could be like that you might be like, ah, it's a Bowie knife. The model's not right for a Bowie knife, but I would say a Bowie knife would, you know, if you're trying to fit in Zomboid terms, it would just be big knife, large knife, that kind of thing. Could be nice if you had RuneScape XP display, so we could track your XP. Oh, is that a mod? Yeah, one of the things going on right now is to be mindful that with Build 42's multiplayer, a lot of mods are broken. Like, a lot of mods are broken. And some of them will seem like they work, and then weird stuff happens. So generally, I run pretty light on the mods. But like right now, especially with Build 42 multiplayer just being out, I would highly recommend running very mod light for the time being. Because like even my minimal display bar mod, like one of like 3 mods that are just UI, was causing the game to crash. Let's see. Does no respawn mean no respawning zombies? Both. It means nothing respawns. If I die, I don't respawn. I start a new character, like in a brand new world and everything. The zombies don't respawn, and loot doesn't respawn. Generally speaking, in single player, you shouldn't be playing with loot respawning. Like, even with, like, fairly nerfed loot, you will have more than enough loot to completely overwhelm your inventory and storage and everything very easily. There's very much no need for loot respawn. Even if you put in thousands of hours into one run, you'd still probably have more than enough loot to go and find. It's also a thing that, broadly speaking, in Project Zomboid, once you're past the early game, loot stops mattering. Like, very genuinely, loot stops mattering on a big level. You'll have gotten your generator magazine and generator, you'll have more weapons than you know what to do with. Food you're going to need to get to sustainable stuff anyways by then, which means you're either going to be fishing or you're going to be trapping or whatever your choice ends up being so far as your sustained stuff. So you'll be good there. Most of the food you'll find that isn't rotten anyways won't be particularly good for maintaining your weight anyways. So like going to the grocery store for food and canned stuff isn't going to do particularly well. You have a spatula on your leg? Questions. Oh, it's a hand fork, that's fine. Most boring speedrun, gather all the things in the map. Ooh, we got to sick. Okay. Alright, so we're in timeout so far as being around the corpses. Sick is dangerous. This is the point I mentioned earlier. When you hit sick, you stop what you're doing. You stop what you're doing, and you stay the heck out of the area where the corpse sickness is. They're just gonna chill for a minute and get that out of here. Is there any estimate of how many items there are? No, that would be very, very RNG heavy. And the reason we're getting sick is there's just so many bodies out here, it is becoming more and more of a problem. So it might literally be a thing I have to kind of adjust and start fighting from a different angle. So like go over here and start fighting over here, and maybe step away from the houses for a couple of days. Wifey. Mm-hmm. You sleep well.
You sleep well.
Yeah.
Remember, I love you.
I love you too. You stayed up way too late.
Remember, I love you more.
I love you more. No. Alright, so we're just chilling to try and get rid of the corpse sickness. Because sick is a bad time. Alright. So it's likely what I'm going to need to do here is we're probably going to need to back off a little bit, like go down here and kind of come up from the side. That's still achieving our same goal, because keep in mind, that cell is still full of zombies. So we're not actually trying to push one spot. We're trying to deplete their numbers enough that I can get through here. Because yeah, right now, we're at overwhelming stench. So we need to get away from where it says overwhelming stench. Yeah, the difference is this is my normal shift time. This is when I stream. I effectively stream third shift. So, like, I get to sleep in the morning. She has work tomorrow. And hers is not a third shift. I'm not judging her or anything. Okay, so let's start. So let's start trying to pick away at some of these groups. I'm probably just going to have to back out to our previous house at least a little bit. Much as I don't want to. There's just too many corpses here right now. Yeah, let's work on that. Yeah, we're back up to awful odor already over here. Of course, you notice the last hit. That's fine. They'll have to duck back into the house, rest for a minute. Getting too close. Alright, and bear with me, chat. I'm gonna step away for just a minute. Just gonna wish Tomb a proper good night, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So thank you again, and I'll see you in a few. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry about that. Just had to like bring like one thing up, mentioned at the tomb and all that before she called it a night. All right. So resting for a minute here. That was real sloppy. I could have gotten a lot of trouble there. My mouse was not at all where it needed to be. I don't think we keep pushing up this way. So part of it is I'm looking at it that it's 6 p.m. So my ability to push back, if it's not cleared down there, is not great. The thing I'm going to try to endure here, we just got to keep an eye on our moodles that we don't get ourselves too far into corpse sickness. Ooh, risky one. Okay. Alright, immediately we're going to retreat back indoors to rest. That's just what we're going to have to do for a while. Now, this shouldn't go up. We do have corpses in here. I'm actually surprised we're not seeing anything here. Well, there's Drowsy. We're done for the night. Once Drowsy comes up, that's it for the evening. What I'm going to go ahead and do is real fast. That's not what I wanted. That's what I did. There we go. Reduce the number of corpses just a little bit in there. Okay. This will also give us lots of time to recover from our corpse sickness. Okay, so we're hungry, so there's the last of our sugar. Means tomorrow I gotta locate more food. Now the big thing. Well, that was the moderator view. That's fine. Now the big thing we got to worry about is just dealing with the zombie showing up, the meta events, and the corpse sickness. Corpse sickness is never anything you get a higher defense against, but weirdly becomes less of an issue as you play through your run. Once you start getting your combat skills up enough that you can kind of really push into areas, you tend to not have the zombies stacking as much. Like on one spot, you attempt to just kind of push in and have a much milder trail of corpses behind you. Okay, I heard zombies jumping over the fence over here somewhere. Oh, they saw me through. Okay, it's a whole group. I'd rather they not bust this window out, so I'm going to open it, but we are retreating. Same with this door. Alright, so let's back off. Because we're out of food. The corpses are going to be too dense for me to just stay up here. So we're going to back off real fast. Try and sort some food out for a little bit here. We'll still kill zombies. Okay. I was expecting that to be glasses or something. Why did it stomp on them? Because then I have to keep replacing my boots and I don't get weapon skill. It is more efficient from a consideration of muscle strain and weapons, but I'd like to keep training my various weapon skills and all that, because the faster I get those weapon skills up, the faster I get muscle strain to be less of an issue. Come on, hang on, zombie. I gotta listen to my weather. Oh, it's fine. I'll just shove you. Okay, so let's get away from these bodies. Sit down and rest. Work on eating a bunch of our parsley and basil and all that stuff. And I noticed the time just now, so what we're going to do is, if this is a helicopter day, we'll see it through. If it's not a helicopter day, I'm probably just going to fight to get into this house. And then we're going to kind of pause it there, and I'll probably wrap up for the evening, because I need to not stay up way too late. But if you have enjoyed the stream, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. We probably have a couple of minutes to take to, like, clear my way in there. Okay, so no helicopter from the looks of it. They're just slamming all of our basil. Yeah, so carve a path down into this building, just enough to get this settled. Because otherwise, days in the game take like a full hour. Not they're an hour and a half long without considering fast forwarding and all that. And I'm already like almost an hour over what I normally would stream, but it's just been a good night, been enjoying it, kind of going for it. There shouldn't be very many zombies in this area, because most of the zombies would have run into where I was at. So I would have been killing them as they got here. So probably just that one rally group down there, then we probably will be clear. And our large knife. Take a quick peek over here. Okay. So with that said, though, chat, we have gone safe. So what's going to end up happening here is, if you're watching over on like YouTube, TikTok, all those kind of things, don't forget to, like, subscribe, do all that kind of stuff over there. But those streams will all be ending. For those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because we're going to go ahead and raid out. Let me go ahead and get all of these other things out of here. I don't need my stats right now. That's fine. And those streams over there. And what I'm going to go ahead and do here is put up my ending stream screen. And we're going to go see who we can find to drop a raid on.